You are now tuned into Then Radio. If you enjoy our videos, we ask that you consider joining our Patreon to support our channel. Don't forget to like and subscribe so that you never miss a new video. We hope you enjoyed today's episode, and as always, thank you for watching.
Old Dutch Cleanser, famous for chasing dirt, presents Nick Carter, famous for chasing crime. Every week at this time, two great names are joined as Old Dutch Cleanser brings you one of the most resourceful and daring characters in all detective fiction, Nick Carter, Master Detective.
But, Nick, how do you know it couldn't have been suicide?
The evidence shows it, Patsy.
But the windows were locked on the inside. No one went through the door. If it was murder, how was it done?
The same evidence, Patsy. The bottle tells how and why it was murder.
Now for the case of the Crystal Prophecy. Today's adventure with Nick Carter, brought to you by Old Dutch Cleanser. Our story begins in Nick's office about 10 o'clock one bright, sunny spring morning.
Well, I'll be darned.
What is it, Patsy?
Nick, I'm following the latest records on suicides, and they show that during the past 6 weeks, 4 women have committed suicide.
Oh, what's so curious about that?
Well, each of these women was in her middle 30s. Each was a widow with quite a bit of money, and in each case, the police couldn't find a single clue to the reason for the suicides.
When was the last one?
Night before last. Mrs. Doris Manson. Nick, don't you think there might be some connection between these suicides?
Maybe. Certainly looks like a lot of coincidence if there isn't.
That's what I thought. Are we going to do anything about it?
We are. We're going to finish the report I'm working on, and then we're going down to talk to Mattie about this epidemic of suicides.
Good afternoon, Hassan. I hope I'm not late.
Please to enter, Mem Sahib. You are expected.
I get more excited every time I come here. Is Rashid El Bey ready to receive me?
Mem Sahib will please to sit there. I go tell Master.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mrs. Langdon. It is well that you arrived.
Oh, I couldn't be late to see you, Master. I do so want to hear more.
And what you have heard has pleased you?
Oh, yes. Everything has happened just as you said it would. Just after I left you the other day, I dropped my purse and a man picked it up for me. It was a man named Robert Winter, just as you said it would be.
This Robert Winter, he pleased you?
Oh, yes. He's a perfect gentleman and so handsome. I think that he's romantically inclined, and I thought perhaps...
I understand, madam. Please to draw near and look into the crystal. Do not allow your attention to wander for an instant. O ball of ever-knowing light, bring to your surface the truth about Robert Winter and Martha Langdon. Make the future clear that we may read it. The ball begins to clear. A picture is forming. I see. No, it cannot be.
Huh?
Oh, ball of crystal, are you sure?
Oh, what's the matter, El Bey?
I am sorry, madam. I cannot tell you what the crystal ball has shown to be the future for you. It is better that you remain in ignorance.
No. If there's anything bad, I demand that you tell me.
The crystal ball shows, madam, that you will shortly take your own life.
Oh, but that's absurd. I have no reason to do away with myself.
I am sorry. I am only the instrument through which the pictures are made clear.
Well, but now that I know about it, isn't there any way the future can be changed?
It is difficult, madam. Very difficult.
Oh, I'll do anything. Anything. Can't you help me?
It is possible, madam.
How?
It is a long and difficult process. It will mean that I must deny myself to all my other disciples, Much time will be lost. Much money will be lost.
Oh, I have money. I'll give you money.
To take a great deal of money, madam. I shall have to devote all my time to watching over you until the danger is past.
How much would that be?
It would be $100,000.
Oh, no, I can't pay that much.
It is well known that madame wears pearls worth that amount.
Give up my pearls?
Pearls mean nothing, madame, when the owner is dead.
No. I have enough willpower to keep from killing myself. And if necessary, I can hire somebody to watch me day and night for much less than $100,000.
As you wish, madame. But it would not be
I
wise
won't
to...
pay that much to anybody for something I should be able to do myself. No, thank you.
As you please, madame. Good day. And may I wish you everything that fortune will bring you.
You know as well as I do, Nick, that suicides run in waves.
I know, that's true, Matty. But it seems to me that there's too much coincidence in these four. Each of them is too much like the other.
Oh, that's crazy, Nick. The first one drove her car off a cliff. The next jumped off a building. The third fixed herself up in a closed garage with a car motor running. And this last one jumps in front of a subway train.
But, Matty, did you notice that each of these suicides was a woman in her middle 30s, a widow, and that each had a considerable amount of money?
Sure, I know all that, but what's it prove? Now, look, Nick, my squad investigated every one of these deaths, and we didn't find anything but suicide.
Okay, Matty, okay.
Ah, Nick, you're getting all hot and bothered about something that's just a coincidence. And that's all.
Robert, how nice. Come in.
Hello, Martha, my dear. I hurried over as soon as I got your phone call. What's wrong?
It's Rashid El Bey. He told me the most awful thing.
Really? I've known him for a long time. Never heard of him saying anything that didn't come true.
Does everything really come true?
Indeed it does. I'll never forget poor Doris Manson. He told her that she was going to take her own life.
And did she?
Yes, poor thing. She was standing on a subway platform one day when the train came along. She'd jumped in front of it.
Oh, how horrible. Robert, El Bey told me that I was going to kill myself.
Oh, that's terrible. Isn't there anything we can do?
El Bey said that he could do something about it, but it would cost me $100,000. I told him I couldn't afford to pay that much.
Not when your life is in the balance?
No. I can't believe I'm going to commit suicide.
I've never known El Bey to be wrong. I think it would be better for you to pay him, Martha.
I'm not going to do it.
Very well, my dear. You know you can count on me for any help you need.
Oh, thank you, Robert. I know I can.
Now, how about a glass of your fine port? It'll do us both good.
Oh, I think that's an excellent idea.
I'll get it. I must say I admire your courage, my dear.
Oh, I'm not brave. I just won't part with all my money for something I don't think will happen.
Well, the wine will make you feel better. Wine always helps. And now, Martha, to your health and long life.
Hello?
Hello, Martha. This is Camellia Huntington. I just called to see if you'd received my invitation.
Yes, it's lying here in front of me.
I just know you're going to enjoy Rashid El Bey. He's such an interesting person.
Yes, he is.
But whatever's the matter, my dear? You sound as though you don't like El Bey.
Oh, it isn't that, Camellia. It's just that he told me something very unpleasant.
He did? Whatever was it?
I'd rather not discuss it, Camellia.
Oh, look, Martha, why don't you try him again? Perhaps he's looked into his crystal again and has seen something for the better.
Do you think there's a chance?
I most certainly do. Think about it, dear. Anyway, I'll see you tomorrow at my party. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Camellia, and thanks. Try him again. Yes, I'll do it. Oh, why didn't I think of that before? Oh, I'm sure he's seen something else. Is this Hassan?
Yes. Who speaks, please?
This is Mrs. Langdon. I've got to speak to El Bey right away.
One moment, Mentayib.
Good evening, Mrs. Langdon.
Oh, I just had to call you, El Bey. I wondered if you would look into your crystal ball again. See if it said the same thing.
I have looked many times, madam. The pictures have not changed.
Oh.
The span of your life is growing short.
Oh, no.
I beg of you to reconsider before it is too late.
Well, I won't reconsider paying you $100,000 if that's what you mean.
Alas, then, what is written will be so. I am sorry, madam. The sands of your life run out rapidly.
Oh. I never should have called him in the first place. It scares me so. Perhaps I'd feel better if I drank a glass of wine. Now, maybe this will lift me out of this terrible mood. I certainly hope so. What?
It was awfully nice of you to pick me up this morning, Nick.
It's all right, Patsy. I just happened to be going by. Oh, switch on the radio, will you? Police band?
Sure. Oh, gosh, it's a beautiful morning.
Car 18, go to Hemlock and Third, reported burglary. Car 43, go to 54th and 9th Avenue. Traffic light out of
Oh,
order.
what a charming radio personality.
Cars 256 and 257 get to 1485 North End Avenue. Assist Sergeant Madison and Homicide Squad in suicide on premises. That is all.
Nick, you don't suppose that could be
I
another...
don't know, Patsy, but I think we'll find out. We can be there in less than 5 minutes. Well, Matty, what's the verdict this time?
Oh, I don't know, Nick. I just got here myself. Only had time to find out that this is the same kind of case as the ones we were talking about.
What? You mean the one who committed suicide was a woman?
Yeah.
In her 30s and wealthy?
That's right, Patsy.
I suppose we'll go in and take a look.
Yeah, sure, Nick. She's right in here, in the library.
Right.
Well, there she is, the late Martha Langdon.
Here, the cause of death was cyanide, judging by the smell.
Yeah, I noticed the bitter almond smell, too.
Did she leave a note, Sergeant?
Not that I've been able to find.
She didn't leave a note, Patsy. But it looks as if she tried to leave us a message.
Yeah. What do you mean? I don't see anything.
Well, look, Matty, in her hand.
Oh, I've already looked at that. It's nothing but an invitation to some swank tea party coming off this afternoon.
Well, let me see. Mrs. Camille Huntington requests the pleasure of your presence at an afternoon tea in honor of Rashid L. Bey, noted analyst of the outcoast, so on and so forth.
Yeah, well, what makes you think that means anything, Nick?
Well, how does she happen to be holding it in her hand when she died?
Well, she could have picked it up before she knocked herself off.
No, I don't think so, Matty. It wouldn't be easy to open a bottle, pour out a drink, and hold on to a card like this at the same time. She must have put it down before she poured herself the fatal drink.
Well, that's right.
Yeah.
So she must have made a superhuman effort to pick it up again. Remember, cyanide acts almost instantaneously. No. I think Mrs. Langdon picked this up with the hope that it would lead us to her murderer.
Yeah.
Murder?
What's that?
That's right. Martha Langdon was murdered.
But how, Nick? The windows are locked, and the maid says no one's been here all day. The dame drinks poison, and you say she was murdered?
I do, Matty. Smell this bottle of wine.
Huh? Say.
Yes. The bottle has cyanide in it, too.
Oh.
And no one is going to commit suicide by drinking cyanide. Poisons the whole bottle. He only puts the poison in the glass. No, Matty. Martha Langdon was murdered.
Now back to the case of the Crystal Prophecy. Today's adventure with Nick Carter, brought to you by Old Dutch Cleanser. As we pick up our story, Nick and Matty are talking to Robert Winter, who says he hurried over to Martha Langdon's home as soon as he heard of her death.
Mr. Winter, do you know anything about this tea Mrs. Camellia Huntington is giving this afternoon?
Why, yes, I'm attending the party myself.
Well, can you think of any reason why Mrs. Langdon should have picked up this invitation in her dying moments?
No, I can't. It'll probably be a very dull affair.
Uh-huh. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Winter.
Quite all right. I only hope you're able to catch Martha's murderer. Goodbye.
Oh, Mr. Winter.
Yes?
Did you happen to know a Mrs. Nora Church?
Why, yes.
And Mrs. Doris Manson?
Yes, I did.
Thank you, Mr. Winter. Thank you very much.
Nick, do you suspect Mr. Winter?
I don't know.
Of course, those spats he wears are enough to make me suspicious of him.
Spats aren't evidence, Betsy. But the fact that Mr. Winter knew at least 2 of the other dead women is interesting, at least. And the fact that he's going to Mrs. Huntington's party this afternoon also interests me.
You think all those other women were murdered, too?
I'm positive, Betsy. Proving it is going to be something else. Oh, come on.
Where to, Nick?
I want you to go home and get prettied up. You and I are going to that tea this afternoon. Well, quite a party, isn't it?
Nick, you haven't explained how you happen to know Mrs. Huntington so well.
Oh, I've known her a long time, Betsy.
Apparently. When we showed up at the door, she acted as though you were a long-lost relative.
All right. I'll confess. It's very simple. I recovered some jewels for her some years ago.
Oh.
Looks as if I'm not going to make good on my promise to Matty.
Huh?
Told him I'd keep an eye on Winter, but he seems to have disappeared in the crowd.
Well, nobody can get out of this room without passing us.
Yeah, that's right.
Mm-hmm.
Your attention, please, Effendi.
Oh, something's going to happen, Nick.
Yeah.
Effendi, it is the time for the appearance of my master, the master, Rashid Del Bey.
Oh, Nick, isn't that a beautiful beard Elbay has? And what a gorgeous costume.
Yes, that is quite a costume.
Good afternoon, my friends. I am much pleased that you have gathered here to do me honor. I will say no more than tell you it is impossible for me to read my crystal ball before all of you. But I shall be happy to conduct individual readings in a room which our charming hostess has made available. I will retire now to that room.
Come on, Patsy.
Where, Nick? You're not going to have your fortune told, are you?
No, we're going back to the office.
Oh, good. You can drop me off at the beauty parlor.
Sorry, you'll have to cancel your appointment.
Oh, but, Nick, this beauty parlor is supposed to take years off a girl's face.
Patsy, we're going back to the office, and I'm going to add years to a girl's face.
Huh?
And that girl is you. There you are, Patsy.
Oh, I hope I don't look as funny as I feel.
You don't. Your makeup's fine. You look at least 35.
That's the worst compliment I ever had.
Now, Patsy, remember, whatever happens, I want you to play along. And when you enter the master's presence tonight, don't forget whom you're supposed to be.
I won't, Nick. Well, here I go.
Good luck. And don't worry. I'll be around somewhere.
Yes,
I'd like to see Rashid El Bey, please. I'm Mrs. Andrew Waller.
please to come in.
Thank you.
Mem Sahib will leave purse and hat here. Then she will wait in crystal room.
All right.
Come, please. Please to be seated here. I go now. Tell master.
Thank you.
You are Mrs. Andrew Waller, who has come to seek advice from the all-seeing crystal. You are the holder of driver's license number 74592, issued in this city 18 days ago. Your original home was in Brightwood.
Why, that's wonderful.
It is wonderful only because through this power given to me, I am able to give help to those who come here to seek the answers to those things which they cannot know.
Then maybe you can help me. It's very important.
Very well, madame. Please to draw near. Look into the crystal. Do not allow your attention to waver for an instant. Oh, ball of ever-knowing light, Bring to your surface the future of the one who seeks the answers to questions as yet unknown. The world begins to clear. Picture is forming. I can see you, madame. You are wondering about a man. The man is nearly 35 years of age. He is over 6 feet tall, good-looking. He's engaged in a very dangerous occupation. His name is Nick Carter.
Well, it looks as though Nick's plan to have Patsy disguise herself as an older woman and gather evidence in Rashid El Bey's apartment has backfired. In a moment, we'll hear the conclusion of this adventure. Now back to the conclusion of the case of the Crystal Prophecy. Today's adventure with Nick Carter, brought to you by Old Dutch Cleanser. As we return to the story, Rashid El Bey says,
If you move, I shall be forced to use this gun.
Oh.
You are very foolish to come here, my dear young spy.
How did you know who I was?
A very regrettable mistake on your part. You were careful to place forged documents in your purse, but you also left the real one in it. Your appointment at the beauty parlor in your real name.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes. And now I find it necessary to dispose of you.
But you wouldn't dare. You know that Nick will get you for it if it's the last thing he does.
If Nick Carter tries to get me, it will be the last thing he ever does. I am much too skilled in the art of having people commit suicide to be caught by a mere detective, even a detective of Mr. Carter's reputation.
Then you did kill those women.
Of course, my dear.
Why? What had they done to you?
They were stubborn. They refused to pay to keep from committing suicide. So they did kill themselves, as I arranged.
Oh.
Hassan! Hassan!
Yes, master.
What kept you?
I was in the rear, master.
Take this girl out to the car. I will join you. Miss Boyne is going to commit suicide.
You're making a mistake. Nick knows all about you and what you're doing.
I doubt that. But even so, it will do no good. You are on your way to your grave.
Oh, no.
Hassan, take her away.
Yes,
No,
master.
Nick.
You know what to do, Hassan.
Yes, master.
Go away.
I am going to...
Bet that's the first time you ever rang that gong with your head.
Oh, Nick, is that you?
It is.
Oh, golly, I thought you were Hassan.
That's what you're supposed to think. Now, I'll just rip off the master's false whiskers so that when Sergeant Madison gets here, he can book him for murder under his real name, Robert Winter.
Oh, I tell you, Sergeant, I was never so glad to hear Nick's voice. But it was certainly queer to hear it coming from the man I thought was Hassan.
Yeah. How'd you do it, Nick?
I told Patsy I'd stick close to her, Matty. It was the only way I could manage it. Well, I got into the apartment, knocked out Hassan, and I did a quick change so I could pass for him.
Well, you certainly looked like the real thing to me. I thought you were going to take me out and boil me in oil.
Oh, Patsy, you know I wouldn't do that to you.
Oh, Nick. Tell me, how did you know that El Bey and Robert Winter were the same man?
Well, you were partly responsible for that.
Huh? I was.
Yes. Don't you remember you said his spats were enough to convict him as far as you were concerned?
Yes.
Well, they did convict him. When the fake El Bey appeared at Mrs. Huntington's party, he made the mistake of wearing his spats under his robe. I caught a glimpse of him.
Well, I'll be darned.
And, of course, Mrs. Langdon gave us a lot of help by grabbing up that invitation when she knew she was dying. That's calling attention to the party where I could find El Bey and his spats.
So Robert Winter would advise these women to consult El Bey, and then as El Bey, he would tell them they were going to commit suicide unless they paid him off.
That's right. If they paid, they were all right. But if they refused...
He killed them as a lesson to the others, huh, Nick?
That's right, Matty. Well, that proves that no one should ever believe the things that are seen in a crystal ball.
Well, Nick, how about a few advance hints about the adventure Old Dutch Cleanser's going to bring us next week?
Well, Bob, before I tell you about next week's adventure, I want to remind our listeners that the Red Cross is carrying on in peace just as in war. In any disaster, flood, tornado, hurricane, or epidemic, you'll find the Red Cross on hand with shelter, food, clothing, and medical care. But this is just part of the story of the activities of the Red Cross, so it's no wonder that the Red Cross needs funds. And I want to urge everyone to give, and to give generously to the Red Cross.
And I'm sure they will, Nick.
So am I. But now, Nick, about next week's adventure.
Okay, Bob, I'll give you a few highlights. A man telephoned me, greatly excited about a discovery he just made.
And before Nick could get any details, the man had hung up.
Which made me curious. And from then on, we got mixed up with red pencil lines in a phone book, a list of perfume shots.
A junkyard, a trip to sea in a crowded barge, and a...
Whoops, Patsy.
Huh?
Save something for next week.
What do you call the story, Nick?
I call it The Case of the Smuggled Perfume.
Nick Carter, Master Detective, is presented each week at this time and over these same stations by the Cudahy Packing Company, makers of Old Dutch Cleanser. Remember, when you go shopping tomorrow, get the cleanser preferred by more women in America than any other. Old Dutch Cleanser. Nick Carter, Master Detective, produced and directed by Jock McGregor, is copyrighted by Street & Smith Publications, Incorporated. Lon Clark is starred as Nick, with Charlotte Manson featured as Patsy. Mattie is played by Ed Latimer. Today's script was written by Charles Stubblefield. Original music is played by George Wright. This program is fictional, and any resemblance to actual persons living or dead is purely coincidental. This is Bob Martin saying, when minutes count, use Old Dutch Cleanser. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. Old Dutch Cleanser, famous for chasing dirt, presents Nick Carter, famous for chasing crime. Every week at this time, two great names are joined as Old Dutch Cleanser brings you one of the most resourceful and daring characters in all detective fiction, Nick Carter, Master Detective.
What's the matter with those eggs Waldo had for breakfast, Nick?
They had nitroglycerin in them.
What? Someone put nitroglycerin in the eggs?
No.
What? Then how'd it get in?
The chickens that laid these eggs put the explosive in.
What?
The eggs were laid by chemical chickens.
And now the case of the chemical chickens. Today's adventure with Nick Carter, brought to you by Old Dutch Cleanser. In Nick's office, he and Patsy are busy with the morning reports.
Take this letter, Patsy.
Right, Nick.
To Mr. Jason Griggs. Dear sir, enclosed you will find a photograph taken on infrared film proving the will in question.
Oh, Nick, boy, I've been poisoned. If you don't save me, I'm a dead man.
Now, Walter, look, we're too busy for practical jokes.
Nick, boy, I'm failing fast. If you don't find me an antidote, I'll be dead in 2 minutes.
What have you got in that bowl?
Eggs. Poisoned eggs. And I ate one of them.
Are you kidding, Waldo?
No, Nick. Some criminals have poisoned these eggs I was having for my breakfast. They're after me, Nick.
Oh, nonsense.
They've been poisoned, Nick. Smell of them here.
All right. By George. Sit down, Waldo.
Sit down. Oh, is it too late, Nick?
No, you're not dying, if that's what you mean. I have to make a chemical analysis to be sure. But you may have stumbled onto something, Waldo.
Find anything, Nick?
Not sure yet.
Oh, Patsy, get your pad. This is the last will and testament of Waldo Aloysius McGlynn, who departs this world foully murdered by his enemies.
Quiet, Waldo. You haven't been poisoned.
Then what's in them eggs?
Nitroglycerin.
The explosive?
I had dynamite for me breakfast.
In minute quantities, yes.
Someone put nitroglycerin in the eggs?
No, the chickens that laid these eggs put it in.
Oh, Nick, are you joking?
I'm not. These eggs were laid by chemical chickens. And nitro isn't a thing that chickens can pick up anywhere. I think I'll look into this.
What do you think's going on, Nick?
Can't tell you, but here's what we'll do. We'll all go to the store where Waldo's landlady bought these eggs.
Uh-huh.
We'll each buy as many as we can carry and bring them back here and test them. Who knows? Maybe we'll find crooks in our omelet.
place, Nick. Bleeker's grocery.
Now, those eggs were large brown eggs.
Uh-huh.
We'll go in separately and order 5 dozen each. I'll go first, Waldo next, Patsy last, right?
Okay, Nick.
Right.
All right, I'm going in now. Follow me after a few minutes, Waldo.
Sure.
Okay, Bud, how many dozen eggs you here for?
About 5.
5 dozen eggs at $1 a dozen. Here's your dough, $5.
Hey, what's this for?
It's the payoff, Bud. I'm shelling out for the bum eggs I sold this morning.
I beg your pardon, sir. I'm Janet Steele, Pure Food Inspector for the Health Department. If you'd like to register a complaint about the eggs sold by this man...
Have a heart, lady. I'm handing this customer a $5 bill. What more do you want?
No, you don't understand. I didn't buy any eggs this morning. I want to buy 5 dozen now.
Ha-ha, I'm laughing. This dame already confiscated every egg in a joint.
Good morning, folks. Just dropped in to purchase a little hen fruit.
No eggs in this store will be sold.
That's right, mister. No eggs.
No eggs? You got boxes of them back there.
I've condemned every one of them.
Looks as if we'll have to try some other place, my friend.
Yeah, but why can't we get some of these here?
Say, Nick, what in the...
Quiet. We couldn't buy any eggs. Let's get away from the store window. I want to go around, take a look in back of the store.
What's this all about, Nick?
Looks like a phony setup, Patsy.
Oh?
I'm sure the man in there isn't Bleeker. Unless I miss my guess, he's a crook posing as Bleeker.
Hey, what makes you think so, Nick?
First place, the way he talked. Second place, by the money he offered me. I only got a quick look, but that $5 bill he offered me looked phony.
What? Is this a counterfeiting case?
It's worse. I'll explain in a few minutes. Right now, I want to see what's happened to the real Bleeker. Let's see. Regular suburban back alley. Garage behind the store. And here's the cellar entrance to the store. Think we better duck down into the cellar and look around. Get that door open, Waldo.
Right, Nick.
Patsy, take a look in the garage just to play safe.
Right away, Nick.
God, this is a heavy door, Nick. Quiet, I'll give you a hand.
Nick,
Yes?
come here quick. Look what I found in the garage.
Holy smokes. It's a man all tied up and gagged.
Probably Bleeker. Help me get these ropes off, Waldo.
Yeah, sure.
Take off the gag, Patsy.
Golly, I don't think he's breathing.
Maybe he's dead.
No, he's still warm.
Oh, thank heavens, Nick.
Here, quick, Waldo. Try artificial respiration.
Yeah.
There's one chance in 1,000 we can save him.
All right, Nick.
Listen, Patsy. We're in a spot.
Yeah.
I've got to call Matty for an ambulance and pull motor at once to give this man a chance. But when an ambulance arrives, the crook inside the store is going to catch on. You've got to help me.
How?
Take off your hat. Comb your hair into bangs. Make your face up heavily with plenty of lipstick.
Disguise myself as a tough, in other words.
Right. That thug in there hasn't seen you yet, so you can get away with it. Go into the store and get him out of there. Get him out by hook or crook, and stay with him.
Oh, trust me, Nick. I'll do it if I have to sing torch songs.
Now, look, Nick, I'm pretty sore about this. What's the idea of letting that mug in the grocery store get away?
I didn't let him, Matty. Patsy took him away.
Do you realize if we can't bring Bleeker to, it's a murder rap?
It's more than just a murder rap, Matty. Well, how are they doing with the pull motor, Waldo?
No luck yet, Nick.
Nick, what's all this about poisoned eggs?
Very simple. Chickens are funny birds. What they eat goes into the eggs they lay. For
Yeah?
instance, if a chicken eats mothballs, its eggs smell of camphor.
No kidding.
Fact. Now, somewhere in the country, there are some chickens that have been drinking water polluted with nitroglycerin.
What's that?
The eggs Waldo had for breakfast had traces of nitroglycerin in them.
So?
Might have been an accident, but when I found an obvious thug posing as the grocer in the store where the eggs were bought, I knew it was something else. Somewhere, Matty, up in the farming country, there's a crooked plant manufacturing supplies for criminals. Bootleg nitroglycerin for blasting safes, counterfeit money, probably everything that a crook can't buy legitimately.
Holy smoke. And these polluted eggs are the giveaway to the plant, huh?
Right. Some of the nitro must have seeped out accidentally and polluted the water in a brook or something that runs through a chicken farm nearby.
Well, I'll be darned.
That's why I had to hold on to that thug without tipping my hand. He's got to lead us to that place. Oh, what's the pull motor stopping for, Matty?
Oh, the job is done, Nick. That man was practically dead when we found him, but he's alive now. You saved him,
Oh,
boy.
good, Waldo. Can I question him?
Oh, no, not for 2 or 3 days, the doc says. It's going to be tough enough just keeping him alive.
2 or 3 days? Well, by that time, this whole mob may be 1,000 miles away. Well, it's all up to Patsy now. All we can do is go back to the office and wait for her to check in.
Hey, Eddie.
Yep.
Close that door, will you? I can't hear myself think.
You're a funny babe. Okay.
When you invite a lady to eat in a private dining room, she likes to be private.
I never knew old man Bleeker had a good-looking daughter like you. What a break for me. You coming into the store looking for him?
How come you minding the store for him? He didn't say he was going nowhere.
He got a rush call. Had to see somebody about some garage business. He's gonna be plenty sore when he hears I closed up the place to go eat lunch with his knockout daughter.
Oh, Eddie.
Ain't that waiter ever gonna bring us some food?
Huh? I'll go call him. I'll get that punk moving.
Okay, babe. Important garage business. That's a good one. Back already, babe?
Hello, Tyler.
Janet. I thought you were...
The girl you brought? No, she's outside phoning, Tyler.
Phoning?
And 5 will get you 10. She's calling a guy named Nick Carter.
Nick Carter?
Yes, Tyler, Nick Carter. The man who came into Bleeker's store to buy eggs this morning when I was posing as a health inspector. And that pretty face you're making up to belongs to Patsy Bowen, Carter's secretary.
What? Oh, I knew it all the time, Janet.
You're a liar.
Well, don't worry about it, babe. I'll take care
Not
of that
for me,
kid.
you won't. You're quitting the gang, Tyler. You're too dangerous to keep around.
Janet. No.
So long, Tyler.
Eddie Tyler sprawls over the table, 2 bullets in his heart, as Janet Steele slips out of the private dining room. With Tyler dead, Nick's only lead in the case ends. We'll learn what he does next in just a moment. And now, back to the case of the chemical chickens. Today's adventure with Nick Carter, brought to you by Old Dutch Cleanser. As we pick up our story, Nick Carter and Waldo have pulled up to the cafe in answer to Patsy's urgent telephone call.
Nick?
Hey, there's Patsy.
Yes, what is it, Patsy?
Oh, Nick. Nick, it's too late. I've lost Tyler. For
What?
good.
He got away when you were phoning me?
No. Someone killed him.
What? Killed him? Well, where's he now?
In the back room. Sprawled over the table. I went back and there he was.
All right, Patsy. This is a tough break, but we'll manage. You got the car and wait.
Right.
Waldo, come with me. All right.
Yeah, that must be the room back there, Nick.
Right. Come on. Keep your back to the door. No one comes in.
All right, boy. Chance might have something in his pockets.
No wallet. No papers. Nothing.
Then we're stuck, Nick?
Not quite. There's one chance. His pockets and his pants cuffs.
What are you ripping his pockets out for, Nick?
You'll find out later. Now, this is what we do. You telephone Matty. Tell him about this murder.
Yeah.
And join me at the lab.
Okay.
Patsy goes to Bleeker's store to check the crates the tainted eggs were delivered in. Those crates are usually stenciled with the address of the farm that delivered them.
Yeah, but what's that
If
for?
Patsy can find that address, it may tell us where Eddie Tyler came from.
Oh.
If she can't, we'll have to depend on his pockets and the cuffs of his pants. All right, hold that pocket steady, Walter.
Yeah.
Want to be sure this vacuum cleaner picks up every particle of dirt and grit that's in it.
This one's clean now, Nick.
All right, give me the cuff of the pants.
Okay.
Clean them out, too.
Look, I don't get it, Nick.
Hold it steady. All right, that's clean.
Yeah.
Now the other one.
Okay.
Oops, careful. That's it. All right, all finished.
Yeah.
Now we open the vacuum cleaner.
Mm-hmm.
And we have one porcelain trap filled with assorted dust.
Dust.
And this dust is going under the microscope right now.
Why?
Going to tell us where Eddie Tyler's been during the past few weeks.
How the devil can dust do that, Nick?
Use your head, Waldo.
Yeah, but there's dust in the air everywhere.
But it's not all the same kind of dust. You find particular kinds of dust in particular localities. And that's what I'm counting on.
Found anything yet, Nick?
I think so.
Huh?
Patsy?
No, it's the law. And darn good and sore, too, if you want to know.
Find Eddie Tyler, Matty?
Nick, this is a fine mess. You let Tyler get away so you can break the case, and he ends up a corpse. Oh, when the commissioner hears about this tomorrow morning...
The case will be ended by tomorrow morning.
Are you kidding?
No, hoping. I've been checking the dust from Tyler's pockets.
What?
Outside of ordinary dust found almost everywhere, I've found smelter dust, flour dust, and particles of dry hay, all in the deepest layers. That means Tyler's been living in a farming vicinity that also has an iron foundry and flour mill somewhere near.
How'd you like that?
Give me that industrial map, Waldo.
Right.
Nick Carter speaking.
Nick, Patsy, I've just finished searching Bleeker's store.
Yes?
It's no good, Nick. Every egg crate in the place has been
Yeah,
destroyed. Not one left anywhere.
Now, wait a minute. Yeah. This must be it.
Huh? Nick, what on earth are you talking about?
I've been checking my industrial map while you were reporting, Patsy.
Oh.
Matty, there's only one town in the near vicinity that's a farming center, and at the same time has a flour mill and an iron foundry. That's Brickton.
Huh?
Brickton?
That must be the place Tyler came from.
I don't understand, Nick.
Oh, you will pretty soon. Hurry back to the office, Patsy. You, Waldo, and I are driving up to Brickton right away.
Brickton a half mile, Nick. That's what the sign said.
Uh-huh. Now, remember, we stay under cover in this town. There's a sheriff in here that hates the very sight of me.
Hey, did you have a run-in with him before, Nick?
Yeah, in the Joplin case last year. But it was a run-in with her.
A lady sheriff? Like in Texas, eh?
Tougher in Texas. Sheriff Moss Stickney is convinced I double-crossed her last year. She'll do everything she can to obstruct me now, so we stay under cover.
Right.
Now, look, when we get into Brickton, you and Waldo each rent a car.
Yeah.
I've divided Brickton into 3 areas. Each one of us covers one of the areas.
Here's the town line, Nick.
Uh-huh. Now, each of us visits every farm in our area and asks the farm owners if they deliver eggs to Bleecker in New York.
Yeah, but wait, some of them farmers might not answer, Nick.
Well, here are 2 $100 bills. You and Patsy each take one.
Huh?
If you meet a close-mouthed farmer, tell him this $100 bill was found in a crate of eggs delivered to Bleecker. He can collect if he has records proving delivery as of yesterday.
Well, that ought to work. Oh, slow down, Nick. We're passing a rent-a-car garage.
Uh-oh. Run by the terrible Ma Stickney. All right. Go ahead. Each of you rent a car. And we'll meet back here 6 o'clock tonight. Good luck.
Well, this is farm number 3 for Detective Waldo McGlynn to examine with his piercing eyes. Wilson's farm. Maybe we'll have better luck with this one here. It ain't a farmer. It's a farmerette I'm going to be questioning. Very pretty, too, in them pants. Just a minute there, young lady.
Yes?
How would you like to earn 100... It's the health inspector.
Hell, I've seen you before, haven't I, in Bleeker's grocery this morning?
Well, ma'am,
You're the famous Waldo McGlynn, aren't you? Nick Carter's great assistant.
You got the right man, ma'am. But it's a secret. Nobody's supposed to know that me and Nick is up here.
Mr. McGlynn, I'm certainly glad to see you. It's about those eggs, the bad eggs.
Oh, you found them then?
Yes, they're here on this farm. I need your help, Mr. McGlynn. I'm only a weak woman, and you...
Waldo McGlynn's the right man for you, ma'am. Where are them bad eggs?
There's a building back of this farm. Up this road a little. I'll show you.
Good.
Does Mr. Carter know you're here?
No, ma'am. Waldo McGlynn works alone.
Good.
Now, what's the layout here, ma'am?
You see that house there, right along the chicken yard?
Yep.
There's some men live there. They rented it from Wilson. They pretend to be scientists doing research, but they're...
I know. They're crooks, ma'am. and making dynamite and burglar tools for more crooks.
Well, in some way, the nitroglycerin they're making got into the chicken's drinking water and tainted the eggs.
I've already deduced that myself, ma'am.
So this morning, when the eggs were delivered to Bleeker's grocery in New York, Bleeker called Farmer Wilson on the telephone and complained. And Wilson asked the crooks about it because he thought they were scientists. He couldn't understand it. And the crooks realized that the tainted eggs might lead the police up here to their factory.
Yeah, sure.
So when they learned that all the eggs in this particular shipment went to Bleeker's, they rushed down to the city and tried to cover up by closing Bleeker's mouth and paying off all the customers who came back to the grocery to complain.
Yeah, sure.
They even had a woman pose as a health inspector to make it look legitimate.
But, ma'am, you...
Come into the house, Mr. McGlynn. The crooks aren't here now.
Hey, but, ma'am, you were the health inspector.
Yes, Mr. McGlynn, I was.
Hi, Janet. Who's the character with the walrus spinach?
Nosy little man. Works for Nick Carter.
Hey, you can't...
Stand still, McGlynn, and don't reach for that rod or I'll blow you wide open.
You're in cahoots with him.
Shut up. Bindle.
Yeah?
Carter's in town. We have to drop everything and take care of him.
You'll never harm Nick Carter. You'll
Pipe
never
down,
get...
Grandpa. Bindle, tell the boys to get ready. You can tie up this character in the meantime.
Okay.
Oh, I forgot to
don't
tell
take
you.
it easy.
I had to kill Eddie Tyler in town. He turned out to be a nuisance.
What time is it, Patsy?
6:30, Nick.
Oh, where in blazes is Waldo? Should have been here at 6.
Maybe he located the farm.
Yeah, he's probably there now, blasting away with that old 44 of his. That gun's a bigger menace to Waldo than the underworld.
Sheriff Stickney? Sheriff Stickney, is that you?
Well, it's that health inspector from New York.
Sheriff Stickney, the most amazing thing just happened to me. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought Sheriff Stickney was in this car.
You want help? I'll be glad to give it to you. I'm Nick Carter.
Not the Nick Carter. Well, I'm Janet Steele, a health inspector from New York. I was up here investigating a shipment of bad eggs.
What did you say just happened to you, Miss Steele?
Oh, it's the strangest thing. I found a car parked out on the road. It's one that Sheriff Stickney rents. And guess what was stuck in the windshield? Half of $100 bill.
In what road? Where?
Just outside Wilson's farm. It was near a large white building alongside the chicken yards.
Chicken yards? Nick, that's it.
Yes, Patsy, come on. Let's get out there fast.
The heavy roadster surges forward as Nick and Patsy drive into what is apparently a cleverly baited trap. We'll see whether or not the jaws of the trap close on them in just a moment. And now for the conclusion of the case of the chemical chickens. Today's Nick Carter adventure brought to you by Old Dutch Cleanser. It's 7 o'clock. The night is pitch black. Alongside the White House behind Farmer Wilson's chicken yard, 5 men and a woman wait tensely, watching the turnpike road.
He ought to be along any minute, Bindle. I took the shortcut. He couldn't be more than 5 minutes behind me.
He'll be along.
This is what we do, Bindle. When he comes waltzing in looking for Grandpa, we knock him and the girl cold. We take the 3 of them over to the covered bridge and drive them in the car into the river. Big accident.
Oh, better do it.
Hold it, Bindle. Listen.
It's a car.
It's Carter. I know that car. Get set, everybody. When I give the word, give them the lights and show them they're covered. Looks like Carter and the girl. All right, Bindle. Now.
Yeah.
Oh!
You're covered, Carter. You and the... Holy...
What's the meaning of this ruckus? What are you doing with them guns? Guns is illegal in Brixton County.
It's that dame sheriff.
Your name's Bindle, ain't it? And yours is Steele. Well, you're both under arrest.
We got you covered, Ma. I'm sorry, your number's up. Don't get excited, boys. Ma's going to have a fatal accident along with Carter and the girl.
The only accident I'm going to have is to pull the trigger of this Tommy gun.
Hey, that's Carter.
Carter, where?
On the roof of your little factory, covering all of you. The first man who turns a light toward me gets a head full of slugs. Your racket's finished, Janet. You want to know why? Ask your lawyer. You'll be seeing a lot of him while you're trying to beat a murder rap.
Carter, I gotta hand it to you. You're all right for a New York detective. Laying the whole case in my lap the way you did was mighty generous.
Oh, Nick, boy, I got to apologize. I failed me mission. Just when I had this whole mystery solved, I made one little slip.
One little slip. You walked right into a trap with your eyes wide open. You and your 44.
Oh, can't you?
Just one thing, Carter. How'd you know that story of Janice was phony when she tried to trap you and Miss Bowen?
Well, Sheriff Stickney, 3 things. Before I came out here, I checked up and couldn't find any record of an inspector on the health department staff named Janet Steele. That was the first thing. Then I didn't like the idea of a health inspector working up here in Brickton. It sounded phony. She wouldn't have any jurisdiction up here.
She sure wouldn't.
But the slip that gelled everything for me was when she claimed to recognize Waldo's car as one of the cars that you rented. For a stranger in Brickton, it was obviously impossible for her to know that. So I pretended to fall into the trap. And that's all.
Ah, you done it in great style, Nick, boy. When you showed up on that roof with a Tommy gun in your hands, you was old Sim Carter all over again. Ah, none of that fancy deduction stuff. No, sir, bullets and action. Nick, take Waldo McGlynn's word for it. You'll be a detective yet.
Well, Nick, what about the adventure Old Dutch Cleanser will bring us next week?
Before I answer that, Bob, I wish to remind our listeners that National Boys Club Week begins tomorrow. And as you know, sponsoring a boys' club of my own, I'm particularly interested in this fine work which is combating juvenile delinquency so effectively. More than 250,000 boys find wholesome activity and entertainment in these clubs. Under competent leadership, they receive companionship and recreation and learn to develop skills and ambitions. According to law enforcement authorities, boys' clubs lessen delinquency wherever they're established. For these reasons, I personally, as well as the makers of Old Dutch Cleanser, wish to salute the boys' clubs of America for their great contribution in building the citizens of tomorrow. And now, next week's adventure.
Oh, it scares me just to remember that case.
If it scares you, it must be some story. What's it all about?
Well, Bob, it started with the mysterious disappearance of a lot of new cars that were never found again.
And it just about finished when Nick and I ended up in an old abandoned quarry full of water.
But thanks to a new shortwave device, we managed to solve the case.
I certainly want to hear this story. What do you call it, Nick?
I call it the case of the Lucrative Rex.
Nick Carter, Master Detective, is presented each week at this time and over these same stations by the Cudahy Packing Company, makers of Old Dutch Cleanser. Remember, when you go shopping tomorrow, get the cleanser preferred by more women in America than any other. Old Dutch Cleanser. Nick Carter, Master Detective, produced and directed by Jock McGregor, is copyrighted by Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. Lon Clark is starred as Nick, with Charlotte Manson featured as Patsy. Waldo is played by Humphrey Davis. Mattie by Ed Latimer. Today's script was written by Alfred Bester. Original music is played by George Wright. This program is fictional, and any resemblance to actual persons living or dead is purely coincidental. This is Bob Martin saying, when minutes count, use Old Dutch Cleanser. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. Old Dutch Cleanser, famous for chasing dirt, presents Nick Carter, famous for chasing crime. Every week at this time, two great names are joined as Old Dutch Cleanser brings you one of the most resourceful and daring characters in all detective fiction. Nick Carter, Master Detective.
All set, Patsy, for our little accident?
I guess so, Nick. I feel like a Hollywood stunt woman about to be pushed off a cliff.
Just do as I told you. There shouldn't be any danger.
The Underwriters Association's going to feel awfully bad about having this nice new car wrecked.
Not if it gets results, they won't. All right, hold tight. Here's the curve. And here we go.
Now, the case of the lucrative wrecks. Today's exciting Nick Carter adventure brought to you by Old Dutch Cleanser. Our story begins with a young couple, Bob and Peggy Anderson, trying out their brand new car.
Listen to that motor purr, Peggy. Oh, it feels good to be at the wheel of a new car again.
Bob, this hill is steep. Maybe there's a curve at the bottom.
If there were a curve, it would be marked. You don't see any marker, do you?
No, but... Bob, there is a curve.
What? Gosh, hold tight, Peggy.
The fence! We're going through the fence!
Peggy, you all right?
I guess so. Oh, how about you?
I got a bump in my head, I guess, but no bones broken.
Oh.
Here, let me help you out.
Yeah. Oh, Bob, our new car, it's a total wreck.
Yeah. Golly, we not only went through the fence, we went halfway through the wall of this barn.
Say, you too. Don't try to get away.
Well, who's trying to get away? Put down that shotgun, you idiot.
Young fella, you mighty near ruined my barn with your reckless driving. Done near $1,000 damage to it.
$1,000? The whole barn isn't worth that.
Don't go getting sassy, young lady. I'm a deputy sheriff, I am.
Oh, now, look, mister,
Name is Dillon.
All right, Mr. Dillon. You'll get paid for the damage as soon as I can arrange it.
I want cash, young fella.
Oh, I haven't got enough with me.
I get the cash, or I hold your car.
Look, we can work this out somehow.
Yeah? Well, look, tell you what. I got a nephew in the garage business. Now, this wreck of yours might be worth $200-300 to him. Now, here's my proposition. I'll take what's left of the car and call it quits.
But that's wait a minute.
You take it or leave it. Well?
Oh, all right. I know when I'm licked.
Yeah, Mace. Another wreck this afternoon. Mighty nice new Royal Coupe. Here's a bill of sale.
Good work, Dillon.
Arranged another wreck by taking down that sign that says warning curve ahead, did you?
I sure did, Rocky.
Okay, Dillon. Make out that bill of sale to Elmer Eustace.
Same as usual, huh?
Right. And, Rocky.
Yeah?
Look in the files and see if we got a wine-colored Royal Coupe Model 76.
Okay, Ace.
Got a customer for a new job. Just itching to pay a big price.
Well, there's no Model 76 Royal Coupe listed in the boss's files.
Oh. All right, Rocky, come on. Let's go out and see if we can pick one up.
Well, there are the records, Mr. Carter. In the past 3 months, there's been a positive epidemic of thefts of new cars.
Mr. Benson, hasn't a single car been recovered?
Not one. That's why the Underwriters Association is asking you to take the case.
Very well. But I warn you, I'll have to have a free hand, no matter how strange my methods may seem.
Of course. Now, what can we do for you first?
I'd like a list of all the cars stolen in the last 3 months, together with the names of their owners.
Certainly. Oh, Miss Collins.
Yes, Mr. Benson.
Have you the car theft file?
Oh, yes, Mr. Benson. I thought you'd want it. Here it is.
Oh, thank you. That's all right now, Miss Collins.
Yes, Mr. Benson.
Here you are, Mr. Carter. Anytime you want me, day or night, please call me. If I'm not in, call Miss Collins. Oh, here. Here's her home phone number, and here's mine.
Thanks. Now, if you'll excuse me, I've got some work to do.
Oh, Nick.
Oh, yes, Betsy.
If you can bear to give up playing with those radio sets for a minute, Mr. Benson from the Underwriters is here.
Good. I was just going to call him. All right. Show him in, Patsy.
Right, Nick. Mr. Benson, will you step in here?
I'll say I will. Mr. Carter, do you realize that it's 48 hours since we gave you a free hand on this case? And in that time, you haven't lifted a finger.
Oh, yes, I have, Mr. Benson. In my own way, of course.
Do you know that another one of our clients had his car stolen last night?
Yes, I know, and I'm sorry. But I couldn't do anything last night. Now I can.
Well, that's something at least.
I'll need 3 cars from you.
What?
3 new cars.
3 new cars? What for?
That I can't tell you. But give me the 3 cars, and I think I can promise you action in a hurry.
Well, all right. I guess it can be arranged. I'll have them here this afternoon. But frankly, Mr. Carter, we want results.
Well, Nick, I just left the last of those 3 cars at 7th and Washington Streets. Now maybe you'll break down and tell me what this is all about.
Why, Patsy, I thought you'd figure the whole thing out by now.
Oh, all I know is that you had me park those 3 beautiful new cars in different parts of the city, and they're supposed to be bait for this car-stealing gang. Well, why didn't you have me put them someplace where you can watch them?
Oh, but I am watching them, Patsy.
Oh, are you kidding?
I am not.
Huh?
Under the back seat of each of those cars, I've hidden one of those little radios you said I was playing with.
What?
They're really small, compact sending sets with an individual signal and a 2-mile range. Catch on?
Oh, I think I do, Nick. If anybody steals one of those cars...
The radio starts sending out a signal automatically. And with a direction finder in my car, we can follow the stolen car straight to the gang's hideout. Now, if that gang will just pick up one of those cars...
Nick, they have. How do you like that for service?
Wait. That's the signal from the Royal Coupe you parked at the corner of 6th and Johnson. We've got to get there fast.
It must be straight ahead of us, Nick. The signal's been getting louder ever since we turned that last corner.
Yeah. Thieves are taking it out this road. Must be headed for someplace in the suburbs.
But there's nothing in sight, except that big truck up ahead. Why don't you pass it?
Because that wouldn't do any good.
Huh? What do you mean?
I mean, the stolen car's on that truck.
What?
Under that big canvas.
Why, I never thought of that.
Neither did I. Not until I saw that the truck was the only thing in sight. Pretty clever way of transporting a stolen car, isn't it?
Oh, I'll say it is. A freight train coming.
Yeah, I better stop back here. I don't want to get too close to the truck. They might see...
Nick, the truck's not stopping.
Great Scott! They're going to try to get across the tracks in front of the train.
Oh, Nick.
Confound it, they made it. But we can't.
And look at the length of this train. It must be a mile long.
Worse than that, it's stopping.
Well, how do you like that?
I don't. Before this darn thing gets out of our way, that truck will be so far away we won't be able to pick up the radio signal. Certainly looks as though luck's against us.
Well, so Nick lost the first round in his battle to break up the ring of car thieves. But he's lost more than that. He's lost a brand new car lent to him to use as bait. We'll see what that leads to in just a moment. Now, back to the case of the Lucrative Wrecks. Today's Nick Carter adventure brought to you by Old Dutch Cleanser. It is the following afternoon, and Nick and Patsy in Nick's car are cruising around town, hoping to pick up a signal from one of the other cars they planted as bait.
Hadn't been for that doggone freight train, I might have the gang rounded up by now.
Nick, listen.
Huh?
That's the signal from the radio in the Royal Coupe that they got away with.
Yeah. It's getting louder.
Now it's getting faint again.
And did you notice that it got louder just as that wine-colored Royal Coupe ahead passed us?
Hey, that's the car that was stolen from us.
It's not getting away from us again. Want to force it to the curb. Hey, pull over.
What's the big idea?
Pull over and stop.
Why, you stupid! Watch out! Say, what's going on here? You tried to wreck me.
No, I didn't. I just want to stop you. That's a stolen car you're driving.
Stolen car? You're crazy. I just bought it an hour ago. Paid spot cash for it.
Maybe, but it's still a stolen car.
Now, see here. I'm Judge Pearson, and if you think
Judge Pearson, my name is Carter, Nick Carter.
Oh, sure. I've heard of you, Mr. Carter. I still say I bought this car legally. Look, here's the bill of sale.
Sold you by a man named Elmer Eustace. Address 3192 Grand Avenue. Bill of sale's in order, all right. The engine number it gives is wrong.
But it can't be wrong. Look at the number on the engine and see for yourself.
Thanks, Judge. I will.
This is the car, all right. I recognize that tiny scratch on the door.
So do I. The engine number will clinch it. Let me get the hood up.
Mm-hmm.
Now, let's see. D477789.
Well, that's the number on the bill of sale. But that's not the motor number of the coupe that was stolen from us.
No, it's not. It's obviously the real motor number. Hasn't been tampered with in any way.
Well, are you satisfied?
Yes, I've made a mistake, Judge.
I told you so. Next time, better make sure of your facts.
Nick, you let him go. You didn't even look to see whether the radio was under the back seat.
Didn't have to, Patsy. That's the car that was stolen, all right, even if the engine number is different.
Well,
Patsy, listen. Go down to the Motor Vehicle Bureau and find out who originally registered a Royal Coupe with motor number D477789.
Right. Where are you going?
I want to drop in on Mr. Elmer Eustace, the man who sold that car to Judge Pearson.
Yes?
I'd like to speak to Mr. Eustace. Is he in?
Yes, he's in, young man. But I don't know if he'll speak to you.
I think he will. May I come in, please?
Oh, no, young man. Elmer doesn't live here. He lives next door.
Next door?
Yes. Right there on the other side of the fence.
But that's a cemetery.
Yes. Elmer's been dead 20 years. So Elmer Eustace has been dead for 20 years.
Yes, Patsy, very dead.
Huh.
And what did you find out at the Motor Vehicle Bureau?
Oh, well, the car you asked about was registered several days ago by a man named Robert Anderson. He lives only a few blocks from here, so on the way back, I stopped in to see him.
What did he say?
Well, his story, Nick, is that he bought a wine-colored Royal Coupe and wrecked it the same day. He gave the wreck to a man named Frank Dillon to pay for damage the car did to Dillon's barn when it ran off the road. The car, I mean, not the barn.
That backs up my theory completely.
Hmm?
Patsy, how would you like to join me in a nice cacophonic auto accident? All set, Patsy?
Well, I guess my football helmets aren't tight enough, Nick. I feel just like a movie stunt girl who's about to be pushed off a cliff.
Well, just hold tight. There won't be any danger.
You hope.
Well, look. There's Dillon's barn, just around the turn, down at the bottom of the hill.
I can see it in the headlights, Nick.
My hunch is right. Dillon's part of the gang. My bet is that he's responsible for the accident young Anderson had. And somehow or other got Anderson to turn the wrecked car over to him.
But if you think the gang also stole the Royal Coupe we used as bait...
It was the same model as Anderson's, Patsy. Only they took the engine out of Anderson's car and put it in the stolen car.
But why would they do that?
Because they got the bill of sale from Anderson. Then when they put the engine from his car into the car they stole, the whole deal looked very legal.
So that's how they disguised the cars they stole.
That's how. And now we're going to have the same kind of accident Anderson had. Okay, Patsy, here's the curve. Hold tight. Are you all right, Patsy?
Well, all things considered.
Quick, give me your helmet. I'll put it in the suitcase with mine.
Here you are, Nick.
There. Now they're out of sight.
Hey, you!
Pretend to be unconscious, Patsy. I'm going to pick you up and carry you.
I could learn to like this.
Hey, you two. Don't try to get away.
What do you mean, get away? We've had an accident.
Yeah, I'll say you have. Darn near knocked my barn down. Must have done $1,000 worth of damage to it.
I'll settle for the damage, but this lady's hurt. Got to get her in the house and call a doctor.
What about my barn?
I'll take care of that later. You can keep the car for security.
Huh? Well, all right. Come on this way.
All right, I'm following you.
And keep on following him, Carter.
What?
This is a gun against your back, so no funny business. All right, Carter. Put the dame on that sofa and sit down there with her.
Anything you say. There you are, Patsy.
Oh.
Make yourself comfortable, Carter.
Thanks.
I'm calling the big boss to ask about your funeral.
See that there are lots of flowers.
Why? You won't be smelling them. Hello, boss. This is Ace Williams. Listen, Rocky and me are at Dillon's. We were giving him his payoff tonight when in walks Nick Carter. Yeah, tried to pull a fake accident, but me and Rocky got the drop on him. Now, look, boys, I got an idea. He's already wrecked his car, see? So why don't we put it on the truck and haul it out to the old Morgan quarry? It's about 60 feet deep.
Nick.
What?
Sure, we can put him and the girl in the car and push it off.
They're going to kill us.
Easy, Betsy. We're not dead yet.
That's the idea. Yeah, just a nice, clean accident. Okay, goodbye. Well, Carter, you can pick up the dame again. The four of us are going for a little ride. But only me and Rocky are coming back. Gee, Carter, you sure make a pretty picture standing there on the edge of the quarry holding that dame in your arms. Hey, Rocky, give me a hand back here. Yeah, okay, Ace. I'll be right with you.
Nick, they've got the car balanced right on the edge of the quarry.
Means they won't have to push it very far once they get us inside.
Oh.
Betsy, how about a little swim?
But why, Nick, are you...
The quarry's almost filled with water. You can see it ripple in the moonlight.
Yes. It's only about 20 feet from the top.
Okay. We're going to pull a fast one on these thugs.
Okay, Carter, we're all set. Now, if you...
That's what you think, Ace. Hold tight, Betsy.
Hey! Hey, you can't... Hey, Rocky, they jumped into the quarry.
All right, Betsy?
I guess so.
Now, take it easy now. Make as little noise as you can. They can't see us, but they might judge where we are by the sound.
I think you're a wise guy, don't you, Carter? Well, see how you like this.
And here's some more for good measure, Carter.
Well, for the moment at least, Nick and Patsy have beaten the crooks at their own game. But they're not out of danger yet. We'll see what happens next in just a moment. Now, back to the case of the Lucrative Wrecks. Today's adventure with Nick Carter, brought to you by Old Dutch Cleanser. We pick up our story with Nick and Patsy in the water in the old quarry. Ace and Rocky, standing at the edge of the quarry, are shooting at them through the darkness.
They've stopped firing. They haven't hit us.
That doesn't mean they won't.
Stay close to the edge of the quarry, Patsy. They're right over us. Can't see us as they move to the other side.
I suppose they do.
My guess is that they have no more bullets. I counted the shots. There were 12, 6 apiece.
Maybe they're reloading.
We better take that chance.
Nick, edge of rock here.
Swell. We can pull ourselves up on it.
Okay,
that wood is cold. Oh, Nick.
Yeah, you'll never get out of there alive.
What are you going to do? Shoot us with empty guns?
You ain't got no gun either, Carter.
That's why you're wrong. I always carry a little spare in a waterproof case.
Quit your kidding, Carter. You're done for.
Call this kidding?
Hey, Ace. Yeah, it's got a gun. I'm beating it.
Yeah, so am I, Rocky. But don't worry, they'll never get out of there. They'll drown like rats in a trap.
Nick, is he right? Maybe we can't get out of here.
Maybe not. But we're going to try. Well, Patsy, that wasn't so bad, was it?
Oh, now that it's all over, it wasn't so bad. But for a few minutes, Nick, I thought we'd never live to get back here to the office.
Well, we made it, and that's all that counts.
Dry clothes help, too. I'm glad I have these extra things here at the office. What now, Nick?
We've got an important phone call to make. As soon as I'm through, I'll get going again.
Okay.
Hello?
Hello, Miss Collins. This is Nick Carter.
Oh, yes, Mr. Carter.
I have an important message for Mr. Benson. He doesn't seem to be home. Could you take it down and try to locate him?
Why, of course. What is the message?
Just tell him that I've identified 3 of the gang and have a police dragnet out for them. Hope to have them in custody by morning.
Well, Mr. Benson will be delighted to hear that, Mr. Carter. I'll see that he gets the message as soon as possible.
Thanks very much, Miss Collins. Good night. Well, that's that. And now I'm going out to find that gang's headquarters.
Find their headquarters? But, Nick, they didn't give us a single clue to its location.
Oh, yes, they did. Just one clue.
Huh?
And I'm going to build that clue into a whole court full of convictions.
But, Nick...
You stay here by the phone. When I call, come running with Sergeant Matheson. And every man he can get his hands on.
Look, you two, the boss will be here in a minute, and I'm doing the talking, you understand?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, we understand.
Yeah, that's the boss now. Open the door, Rocky.
Yeah, sure, Ace. Come in, boss. We're all here like you wanted.
Close that door.
Yeah, sure.
Fools. Bunglers.
Huh? Well, what do you mean?
So you got rid of Nick Carter, did you?
Yeah, sure we did.
And I suppose it was his ghost that just telephoned me.
Just telephone you.
Nick Carter? He did. And he's identified all three of you.
But it ain't possible.
You didn't kill him. So now I gotta kill you. All of you.
Oh, Mrs. Eustace, now wait, listen.
You failed and you put me in a dangerous position. If I let you live, you know what it'll
All
happen.
right, drop that gun, Mrs. Eustace.
Hey, Carl,
where did he come from?
Pretty good act you put on this morning when I came out to question you. But I didn't stay fooled.
You cowards. If one of you won't do something...
I'll shoot the first man that moves.
We ain't moving, Carter.
Good. Now drop that gun, Mrs. Eustace. Kick it over this way. That's better.
Hey, look, Carter, how'd you find us?
You'll find out, Ace. But first, if Mrs. Eustace doesn't mind, I'd like to remove her wig.
It is a wig.
This is going to be quite a shock to Mr. Benson, isn't it, Miss Collins?
Hey, what's this Miss Collins stuff?
Yeah, I thought she was Mrs. Eustace.
She's both. You see, boys, by wearing this gray wig, Miss Collins became Mrs. Eustace.
Well, I'll
Of course,
be...
by the time Miss Collins gets out of jail, she won't have to wear a wig. Her own hair will be gray.
Well, I'll be darned. So Miss Collins was the mastermind of the car-stealing ring.
That's right, Patsy. As Benson's secretary, working right there in the office of the Underwriters Association, she was in a perfect position to furnish the others with the information that made the racket a success.
But why did she play the part of Elma Eustace's poor old widow?
Oh, that was a smokescreen. To hide her real identity from the gang.
Oh.
I imagine her original plan was that when the racket petered out, Mrs. Eustace would just vanish. Since none of the gang knew that she was also Miss Collins, they wouldn't be able to blackmail her later or implicate her in any way.
But I still don't see what made you suspect her.
That one clue I mentioned, Patsy. When Ace phoned from Dillon's place, I counted the clicks as he dialed. 333-444 was the number he called. That was the same number Benson had previously given me in case I ever had to call Miss Collins. That was all I needed to know.
Gee, but it sounds simple. When you explain it. Now perhaps you'll tell me how you found the hideout.
Oh, that was easy. You see, when I phoned Miss Collins and in that way let her know you and I had escaped, I knew she'd head straight for the hideout.
Why, of course.
Well, I got to the place she lives just before she left.
Oh, but how'd you find out where she lived?
Had Matty trace her phone number. He gave me her address this morning.
And where did she live, Nick?
Right smack across the street from where Mrs. Eustace lives.
Well, what do you know?
From there on, it was a cinch. I saw her when she came out of the house fixed up at Mrs. Eustace, and then followed her straight to the hideout. Any more questions?
Oh, yes, teacher. Who owns that spiffy new sedan parked outside of the curb?
That? Well, Patsy, it just happens that was on order for Miss Collins. But since she won't be needing a car for 10 years or so, the underwriters bought it and insisted on presenting it to me.
Well, oh, that's wonderful.
Miss Bowen, may I give you a ride home?
Why, Mr. Carter, it will be a pleasure. It isn't every day that a poor working girl... Oh, Nick, that truck.
It's going to skid right into my car.
Oh, Nick, if that isn't the darnest break.
Here I get a brand new car and don't even get a chance to blow the horn.
Well, Nick, can you tell us the story Old Dutch Cleanser's going to bring us next week?
Most certainly, Bob. Next week, we're going to meet one of the deadliest killers I've ever fought. He was armed with a miniature pistol, and he was an excellent shot.
But he used that little pistol once too often.
And in the wrong place.
Nick trapped him with a trail of phosphorescent blue spots.
Sounds deadly. What do you call the story, Nick?
I call it The Case of the Luminous Spots.
Nick Carter, Master Detective, is presented each week at this time and over these same stations by the Cudahy Packing Company, makers of Old Dutch Cleanser. Nick Nick Carter, Master Detective, produced and directed by Jock McGregor, is copyrighted by Street & Smith Publications, Incorporated. Lon Clark is starred as Nick, with Charlotte Manson featured as Patsy. Today's script was written by Robert David. Original music is played by George Wright. This program is fictional, and any resemblance to actual persons living or dead is purely coincidental. This is Bob Martin saying, when minutes count, use Old Dutch Cleanser. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. Old Dutch Cleanser, famous for chasing dirt, presents Nick Carter, famous for chasing crime. Every week at this time, two great names are joined as Old Dutch Cleanser brings you one of the most resourceful and daring characters in all detective fiction, Nick Carter, Master Detective.
Patsy, get every boy belonging to the club into the gymnasium.
Why? What's up, Nick?
I've got to make a speech to one of them.
To one? Then why make it to 120?
Because one of the boys knows the killer in this case. And I don't know which boy it is.
Now, the case of the Luminous Spots. Today's adventure with Nick Carter, brought to you by Old Dutch Cleanser. There's pandemonium in the gymnasium of the Downtown Boys Club, Nick Carter's favorite charity, for with 1 minute to go in the big basketball game with Delaware House, Nick's boys are trailing by 1 point.
Put it in, boys! We can't let Delaware beat us!
Oh, Nick, only 10 seconds more.
Going to try, Patsy. Come on, Smokey! Make this one good! Make it, Smokey, boy!
Oh, Nick.
Yeah, he missed, Patsy. Smokey missed again.
Oh, and that's the end of the game.
Well, he took a licking. I'd sort of hoped that Smokey Bates could help us lick Delaware this year. It looked like a flash when he joined the club last month. Oh, well.
Oh, don't look so sad, Nick. Think how much worse Smokey Bates feels.
Oh, hiya, Smokey. I've been expecting you. Come in.
Hi, Noonan. Hi. Nice little joint you got here, fella.
Yeah. Place upstairs used to be a dance hall. This is the basement. Costs us $3 a month rent.
Hey, who's the dame?
Oh, that's Fran Hollis. Hey, Fran.
Yeah?
This here's Smokey Bates.
Oh, hello, Smokey.
Hiya, Fran.
Nice game you played tonight.
Thanks.
Say, which reminds me, here's your dough, Smokey. $25. Nice pay for just missing a few baskets now and then, huh?
Yeah, I'll say so.
We cleaned up pretty good on the bets, too. Made some nice dough.
Yeah, boy, this 25 feels good in the pocket.
Ah, that's pin money, kid. Peanuts. We could cut you in on some real dough if you want to play ball.
You mean throw another game?
Wake up, kid. Wake up. Life ain't all basketball games. But if you're the kind of guy that's got nerve and brains and likes plenty of excitement, you could make plenty of dough.
Yeah, Jerry and Jean from your club joined up with Noonan last month.
Yeah?
Well, what do they make a week, Noonan?
Oh, $40-50 easy.
What do you say, Smokey?
I think maybe this is just what I've been looking for. You can count me in, Noonan.
Good, it's a deal. Meet me here tomorrow morning at 7:30, Smokey. Bring 20 newspapers and a screwdriver.
What's the papers got to do with it?
Look, Smokey, here's the pitch. You and me's gonna make like we're newsboys in case we get stopped.
Oh, I get it. We make like we're on a delivery route.
That's right. Only we don't work for no pikers, though, like regular newsies do. This apartment house is next, Bates.
What do we do here? Same as the last place?
Ah, no. We use a different technique in here. It's the first apartment on the right
Ring the bell.
You kidding?
Ring it, I said. This is another of the joints I've been casing. Like I said, it's a cinch to look into first-floor apartments and get the dope. The guy lives here alone. Goes to work every morning at 7.
That's why you rang the bell?
Yeah, just to make sure. Well, he ain't in. Give me that screwdriver, kid. I'm going to show you a fancy way to open locks. Light a match. I want light.
Okay.
This guy keeps his dough in the kitchen. In a sugar can. He's... Watch it, Smokey.
What are you kids doing there?
Nothing, mister. We're just delivering papers.
Who do you think you're fooling, Mac? I saw you working at the lock of that screwdriver. You're a couple of sneak thieves. Oh, no, you don't. Get away, Sonny.
Get your hands off me. Let go.
Cheap little tin-horn gangsters.
You got us wrong, mister. We ain't crooks.
Watch out, Smokey. Get out of the way.
Don't try nothing funny, son. What do you got in your hand there?
The gun, mister.
That little toy pistol. I don't think I'll fall for that, Sonny boy.
You're falling for it, but good, Grandpa.
Nick, what's the rush? Where are we driving to?
I got a telephone call from Matty, Patsy. Insisted I drop everything and hurry up to 120 Amsterdam Avenue. Says my downtown boys club is involved.
It is? How?
Don't know. Matty wouldn't say. Here we are, 120. Come on.
Right.
Oh, all Matty would say was that he discovered a murder.
Murder?
Hey, that you, Nick?
Yes, Matty.
It's a nasty case, Nick. Looks like one of your boys is mixed up in it.
I'd hate to believe that, Matty.
Yeah, well, look here. This corpse is Homer Welland, janitor of the building.
Oh.
Quiet, you boys, will you? Quiet. He was found dead about a half an hour ago. .22 caliber bullet right through the heart. In some kind of scrap before he was shot, Nick.
Yeah, I see the scratches on his hands.
And look what we found inside one hand. A piece of wool torn from a sweater, and on it, a small silver pin with the initials DBC.
Oh, Nick, it's the Downtown Boys Club pin.
Yes, I'm sorry to say.
Oh.
Well, Nick?
Well, Matty, I can't answer for every boy in the club. We've got over 100 members. One or two may be kind to do a thing like this, but... Hey.
Huh?
Who belongs to this screwdriver?
Well, I figured it was the janitor's, but I don't figure all these newspapers.
What happened is obvious. Some boy came in here this morning carrying these newspapers, probably to disguise himself as a newsboy.
Yeah?
Tried to jimmy open the apartment door with the screwdriver.
Oh, wait, Nick. How can you tell?
Screwdriver's brand new, Patsy. And there are flakes of metal on the end of it that match the metal of the door lock.
Oh.
See the fresh scratches on the brass?
Holy smoke, I didn't...
The boy used matches for light. You can tell because there's several burnt paper matches on the floor. Also the match book, which was probably dropped in the scuttle.
Well, that's right.
And the janitor interrupted him. There was a fight, and then a murder. Typical case of juvenile delinquency.
Nick, we got to get down to your club and pick this kid up right away.
Matty, there are more than 100 kids in that club. It'll take a week to question everyone and a month to check their alibis. We've got to work quicker than that.
Well, how can we, Nick?
The wool from the sweater is your lead, Patsy. Check the stores that sell sweaters. It may be possible to trace the sale to the boy who's wearing it.
Uh-huh.
Also check the club. Someone may be able to identify the sweater there.
Right.
Now, what are you going to do?
This matchbook is my lead, Matty. It's got the address of a candy store on Sherman Avenue on it, near the old Sherman dance hall. You know the place.
Yeah.
Gang may be operating from around there. They are. I'll find them. I don't like cheap tin horn crooks, especially in my club.
Close the door, Smokey.
Okay, Noonan. Hi, Noonan.
Hi, Jerry. Hi, Gene. Fran ain't here, huh?
Nope. Hi, Smokey. How'd you make out? Lousy.
Are you kidding? Took $33 in cash and some jewelry. You call that lousy?
I call murder lousy. Murder? Yeah, it's like I've been telling you, Noonan. It's okay swiping a few books, but I don't go for killing. I'm getting out of here right now.
Running out to squeal to Papa Nick Carter, huh? Like fun you are.
Oh!
You need a little slugging around to wise you up, pal.
Okay. You're talking up, too, Noonan. But I can take you anytime. Your wind's bad, Noonan. You're weak. Why don't you play a little basketball, huh?
Easy, Smoke, easy. You'll knock his head off.
Watch out, Smokey. He's reaching for his pistol.
Noonan!
Yeah, I dropped him. He'd have squealed on me sure as anything.
Listen, Noonan.
Now, look, you guys got to help me get rid of the body.
Yeah, get rid of it yourself. I'm getting out of here.
Me too, and don't wave that gun at us, Noonan. It only holds one shot. We'll be gone before you can reload it.
You're in on this killing, too. Remember that.
We're in, but we're getting out. Like Smokey said, bucks is one thing, but murder's something else.
If you guys start to
We
talk...
ain't gonna squeal, Noonan. Don't worry about us.
Just start worrying about Smokey. He'll do more talking dead than he'd ever done alive.
Alone in the basement with the body of Smoky Bates, Noonan begins working desperately to find a hiding place for the corpse. We'll see what happens next in just a moment. Now, back to the case of the Luminous Spots. Today's adventure with Nick Carter, brought to you by Old Dutch Cleanser. An hour after the murder of Smoky Bates, Nick and Mattie cautiously descend the steps leading to the basement of the Sherman Dance Hall.
This is the place the candy store man told us about, Matty. Gang of kids use it for a club.
Maybe, but it's empty now.
Well, there's a smell of fresh cigarette smoke here. Also... Hey, wait a minute.
Huh?
There's water on the floor.
Pitch dark in here. I can't see a thing.
Look, Matty, where I'm flashing my light.
What?
The rest of this place is a shambles. But somebody's been trying to scrub this part of the floor. Wonder why.
Spring house cleaning, maybe.
I doubt it, but we'll find out. I'm going back to my car to get my portable lab kit. While I'm doing that, you get some policemen.
What for?
To watch the entrance of this cellar. Tell them to let anyone in, but not to let anyone out. When I come back, I may have something interesting to show you. All ready, Matty?
Yeah, sure. Hey, what's that thing you got there?
A spray gun. Filled with a derivative of pollic acid.
What? Come again?
Put out your flashlight and I'll show you something.
Okay. Boy, it's black as pitch in here now.
Watch. While I spray this acid on the wet spots where the floors have been scrubbed.
Yeah? Hey, Nick, there's blue spots appearing on the floor.
Glow like phosphorus, don't they?
Yeah. They burn just like a blue flame.
What I expected would happen.
Look, Nick. There are more spots up ahead there.
Yes, come on. We'll follow and see where they lead to.
Right.
See? I just keep spraying. And the spots keep on appearing.
Yeah, sure. But what the dickens is the stuff that's burning?
Blood, Matty.
Yeah. Did you say blood?
That's what I said. Pollic acid is a recent discovery. Makes the hemoglobin in the blood glow in the dark.
Even if it's been cleaned up?
Yes. Enough always remains to react like this.
Hey, Nick, look. The blood spots lead directly to that old ash pile.
Yes. Maybe there's a body buried under the ashes.
What?
There's a shovel, Matty. Take a look.
Yeah, sure, as fast as I can.
I'll hold the flash for you.
Okay.
Come on, Matty. Hurry.
I am.
Wait a minute.
Yep.
What's that?
Good grief, Nick. It's a body.
Yes. Let me uncover his face. So we can... Oh, good heavens.
Nick, you know who he is?
It's Smoky Bates, one of the kids in my downtown boys' club.
Oh, that's too bad.
Poor kid, shot through the heart. Probably by the same murderer that killed Welland.
Nick, he's wearing the sweater that matches the piece of yarn found in Welland's hand.
Yeah.
Hey, fellas, what are you doing back there?
Hey, Nick, it's a girl.
Here, I'll douse the lights so she can't see us.
Yeah, sure, but...
When she comes close, I'll flash the light in her face.
Fella's doing back in the ash bin.
Hello?
Oh, you're blinding me.
Looking for someone?
Who wants to know?
This is Sergeant Matheson of the Homicide Squad. I'm Nick Carter. What's your name?
Francis Hollis.
Looking for someone in particular, Miss Hollis?
No. Oh, well, that is a friend of mine wanted me to meet her here, and
Her? You usually refer to your girlfriends as fellows?
Oh, sure. It's kind of a gag.
What's the name of the friend you're supposed to meet here?
Sally Brown.
Usually meet her here?
No, I've never been here before, Mr. Carter.
And you know nothing about a gang of boys that hang out here?
What's the gang? Oh, no, Mr. Carter.
How old are you, Miss Hollis?
Oh, almost 17.
It's 2 o'clock. Why aren't you in school?
Well, I had a study period, and I kind of slipped out. I guess Sally must have been playing a trick on me.
Yeah, look, you better go back to school, Miss Hollis. You might get into trouble.
Yeah, sure. I'd hate to get caught playing hooky.
Matty.
Yeah.
Have one of your men follow that girl.
Okay, Nick.
And tell him to let her see she's being followed. Also tell him to make sure she goes to school. Then he's to wait and follow her home after school.
Right.
In the meantime, I'll do a little checking on her and then rush down to the club. If Smoky Bates was mixed up with this gang, there's a chance some of my other boys may be, too.
Okay.
Between Francis Hollis and the Downtown Boys Club, we ought to be able to pick up the killer. Everybody here in the gym now, Patsy?
Yes, I've rounded up every last boy.
Good. Let me have your attention a minute, fellows. A few hours ago, Smoky Bates was murdered in the basement of the Sherman Dance Hall. He was shot down like a dog, dragged to an ash heap and buried in dirt and rubbish. He was murdered by a killer without decency, honor, or shame. Now, it may be that some of you here have been mixed up with this killer. And if you have, I can understand why. You saw a chance for some easy money, for excitement and adventure. You figured the law wasn't your friend. It was just another rival to compete with. You thought crime was a bigger, more thrilling game. That's what Smoky thought. And I've told you what happened to him. But crime isn't fun. It's dirty, mean, dangerous. If I were you, whoever you are, I'd be ashamed and scared. Now, whoever it is who's mixed up in this has a choice to make. He can come down to my office and let me help him out of this jam. And believe me, on my word of honor, I'll do everything I can. Or he can try to bluff his way out of it. But if he does, heaven help him.
Mr. Carter.
Oh, hello, Jerry. Come on in. Come in, Jane.
We're the guys.
Yeah.
Well, fellows, I'm glad you came to me. You're in a bad mess. This is the only way to work it out.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
I guess it's like you said, Mr. Carter. We just started off doing it for fun.
But when he killed Smoky...
Who killed Smoky, Gene?
I can't tell you, Mr. Carter.
Oh, look, Mr. Carter, we'll tell you everything we did. We'll pay back every nickel we swiped. We'll do anything you say. But we can't squeal on this guy. We gave him our word we wouldn't.
Okay, Jerry. If that's the way you feel, I'm not going to insist. I'll get him, without your help. But there's one thing I do insist on, fellows. And it's not going to be easy for you. You're going to the police. You're going to confess everything you've done. You're going to take what's coming to you. Understand?
Yes, Mr. Carter.
Sure, Mr. Carter.
Good boys. And if it'll give you any satisfaction, Miss Bone and I are driving to Fran Hollis's home right now. And inside of an hour, the killer of Smoky Bates is going to get what's coming to him.
Nick, how come you know where Fran Hollis lives?
Did a little checking before I went back to the club, Patsy.
Ah.
Matty should be here to meet me by now. This is it. The White Clapboard house.
How much does Fran know about the murders, Nick?
I don't think she knows anything.
You don't?
She wouldn't have come barging into the basement if she did. But she is mixed up with the gang. Maybe we can locate the killer through her.
Nick!
Oh.
Hey, Nick!
Oh, there's Matty standing in the doorway. And is he mad?
I'm all in the house here, and for the love of Pete, hurry it up.
All right. Take it easy, Matty.
That bonehead cop let the Hollis girl get away.
Oh, no.
What? Well, let's have it, Matty. What happened?
He tailed her back to school, then he tailed her home.
Then?
Then about 5 minutes ago, a whole flock of girls trooped in here to see her. A couple of minutes later, they all marched out, and she went with them. And my man didn't spot her.
Oh. At least you've got to hand it to her. She's a smart kid.
Okay. So what? What do we do now?
I'll show you. Come on over here to the telephone.
Hey, wait a minute. How come you know where the phone is?
I was here a little while ago as an inspector for the phone company.
Oh, so that's the checking up you were doing.
Yes. See, I figured Fan was smart enough to spot the cop you put on her tail. That's why she came straight home from school.
Then she let you in the house?
She did.
Oh, my man must have missed you, too.
Looks that way, doesn't it?
But look, how come she didn't spot your voice as belonging to the guy she talked to in the basement of the Sherman dance hall?
Because I used a different voice.
Oh, Nick. Why are you moving the Davenport?
Just so I can pick this up.
Hey, what's that thing?
Looks like a small radio.
Better than that. And I said I was sure Fran would head for home, and she did. She wanted to do some phoning in a hurry. Only I got here before she had a chance to.
Yeah, and then what?
I set this small wire recorder down here on the floor next to the telephone box.
So that's what that is, a wire recorder.
Now, look, Nick, wiretapping is out. It won't stand up in court anymore.
This isn't wiretaping, Ratty.
It ain't?
No. You don't have to attach it to the phone. Instead, you just lay this wire near the telephone wire.
And it picks up what's said over the telephone?
That's right, Betsy.
Well, I'll be darned. What'll they think up next?
I don't know yet, Patty.
But didn't she say you leave the recorder?
I asked her to get me a drink of water, Patsy, and while she was out of the room, I fixed it, and I'm sure she made a phone call the minute after I left the house.
Oh.
Now, let's see.
Hello, Noonan?
Yeah, that's you, Fran?
Noonan, what's happened? There were cops down in your club room snooping around, and there's been a cop following me all afternoon. Are they wise to the racket?
Cops down in the basement, huh?
Uh-huh.
Hey, that ain't so good.
Well, tell me what's up.
Okay, Franny, listen. I'm over at the Sherman filling station.
Yeah.
I just acquired a car. Beat it over here, and I'll tell you what's doing.
But the cops are watching my house.
Look, baby, use your brains. You can figure a way to get out. Just hurry up over here. So long.
Yeah, that's all there is.
It's enough. Matty, you stay here and cover the house. Patsy, come with me. There's not a minute to lose.
Nick and Patsy dash out of Fran Hollis's house, hoping to meet her and Smokey Bates' killer. In just a minute, we'll see whether they left in time. And now for the conclusion of the case of the Luminous Spots, brought to you by Old Dutch Glentor. At the curb in front of the Sherman filling station, Joe Noonan sits impatiently in a new sedan. As he sees Francis Hollis approaching, he calls out softly.
Fran, over here, in the car.
Get away, Noonan. Nobody followed me.
What kept you so long? I'm in a hurry.
I told you on the phone I've been followed all afternoon. And I had to get rid of some kids, and I had to duck in and out of alleys to make sure nobody followed me here.
Okay. How do you like the car, baby?
Oh, it's a beauty, Noonan, but...
Now, listen, kid, the car's taking you and me right out of town for good.
Sure, Noonan, but
I gotta
what?
work fast, baby, so the explanations will have to keep. Now, this is what you're gonna do.
Golly, Noonan, you talk so fast I can't...
We barge into the filling station, see? And as soon as we get inside, you pull a feint.
Yeah?
Just drop right onto the floor, out cold. Do you understand?
Yeah, but...
Just do it, kid. That's all. Just do it. Now, come on.
Hey, you want something, Bud?
Yeah, I gotta have a set of new
Joe,
gaskets.
I feel kind of funny.
Hey, Fran, what's the matter?
Oh.
Fran.
Hey, Bud, she's fainted. Give me a hand. Get her off the floor, huh?
Okay, mister. If you want to help, you can reach.
Why, you?
Get over against the wall.
Wait.
Get the rod he keeps in the register, Fran.
But Noonan...
It'll shoot a lot better than this dinky 22 I got. Grab the dough out of the register,
Hey,
too.
look, kid.
Do like I told you, Fran. We need that dough, and we ain't got all day.
All right.
Don't think this character's going to spill anything to anybody.
Noonan, you don't mean you're going to kill him.
Why not?
Noonan, I won't get mixed up in a killing.
You're mixed up already, baby. I knocked off Smokey Bates.
You killed Smokey?
Why do you think the cops were on your tail?
But, Noonan, I don't want to
Make up your mind. Are you with me, or do you want to get over there against the wall with him?
Oh, Noonan, please, let me out of here, please.
Okay, baby, get over there.
No.
I'll knock the both of you off at the stick.
All right. Take it easy, Fran. Nobody's hurt. I just shot the gun out of your boyfriend's hand, that's all. Sorry I couldn't get her any sooner. It was soon enough to end the criminal career of Mr. Noonan. Well, that's about all there is to the case, Patsy. We've got Noonan for 2 murders, and we've got him cold.
Yeah, but how did he kill Smokey and Welland, Nick? One of the reasons he held up the gas station was to get a revolver.
He had a small single-shot pistol that fires a .22 caliber shell. Would have preferred something better, no doubt, but that was deadly enough at close range.
Oh. Well, if the case is finished, Nick, where are we driving to this morning?
Oh, the case isn't finished, Patsy. As far as I'm concerned, it's just started.
What do you mean?
We're getting out here. Come on.
Oh, but this is the courthouse.
We're headed for court.
I don't get it.
Patsy, you and I are going into that court and put up the fight of our lives for Jerry, Jean, and Fran Hollis.
Oh, but Nick, what can you do?
Get them suspended sentences, I hope. And then we're really going to work on them at the Downtown Boys Club.
You mean Fran, a girl at the Downtown Boys Club?
Oh, I forgot to tell you, Patsy. The Boys Club is opening a girls' auxiliary. And you're running it.
I'm running it. Oh, now see here, Nick Carter.
Now, listen, Patsy. If I do any arguing this morning, I'm going to do it in court. Those kids aren't hardened criminals. And I'm not counting this case a success unless I save them.
Well, Nick, can you tell us something about the adventure Old Dutch Cleanser is going to bring us next week?
Next week, we're going to meet a young war veteran who decided to turn me into a detective college.
Only he unfortunately turned himself into a #1 murder suspect. Nick got him out of it by making him wear gloves.
Gloves and detective colleges. Sounds fascinating. What do you call the story, Nick?
I call it The Case of the Missing Thumb.
Nick Carter, Master Detective, is presented each week at this time and over these same stations by the Cudahy Packing Company, makers of Old Dutch Cleanser. Nick Carter, Master Detective, produced and directed by Jock McGregor, is copyrighted by Street & Smith Publications, Incorporated. Lon Clark is starred as Nick, with Charlotte Manson featured as Patsy. Mattie is played by Ed Latimer. Today's script was written by Alfred Bester. Original music is played by George Wright. This program is fictional, and any resemblance to actual persons living or dead is purely coincidental. This is Bob Martin saying, when minutes count, use Old Dutch Cleanser. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. Old Dutch Cleanser, famous for chasing dirt, presents Nick Carter, famous for chasing crime. Each week at this time, two great names are joined as Old Dutch Cleanser brings you one of the most resourceful and daring characters in all detective fiction, Nick Carter, Master Detective.
Everything's all right, Nick. Steve Evans has escaped.
You sure, Patsy?
I got him out of the subway. He got away from a crowd there.
How about Waldo?
Waldo got him across the river. He's in open country on the way to freedom.
Good work. Now all we've got to do is make sure that he's captured.
Now, the case of the missing thumb. Today's adventure with Nick Carter, brought to you by Old Dutch Cleanser. At 10 o'clock on a Monday night, a man in the uniform of a sergeant of police walks down a dark side street and enters a small hardware store.
Hey, anybody in the store?
Coming, mister, coming. Kind of late for service, pal. We're just about... Holy smoke, the cops.
I'm looking for Laurie Evans.
He's my old man. What do you want to see him for?
It isn't a pinch, kid, just a friendly visit. Laurie and I used to be pals a long time ago.
Oh, I see. They call me Steve. Pop! Hey, Pop, come on out.
Yeah, what is it, Steve?
We got a visitor, Pop. Pull down your glasses and take a gander.
Hello, Laurie.
Yes, Malone.
Say, Pop...
Go to bed, Steve. I'll lock up.
But...
Go to bed.
Oh, gosh. All right. So long, Sergeant.
Good night, Steve.
Well, Gas, you finally located me, huh?
Yeah.
What's the cop's uniform for?
This is a cover-up for a job us two are going to pull tonight.
Oh, can't you leave me alone? I've been straight for 10 years. I haven't done a job since...
Since the St. Louis deal, huh? I lost my thumb in St. Louis, but you lost your nerve.
Maybe. Anyway, I'm straight and I'm staying.
Listen, Laurie, I've been a long time finding you. Don't think I'm going to let you back out now. All I got to do is pass the word that good old Laurie Evans is here running a hardware joint on me.
Okay. What's the deal?
You're going to help me crack a safe tonight, Laurie. Well, there's nothing much in that safe but a list of names.
Names?
20,000 names. You're going to help me grab every one of them.
Is that you, Waldo?
I ain't Waldo, honey, but maybe I'll do.
Oh, I'm sorry Mr. Carter won't be able to see you this morning.
He'll see me good looking. I'm from the government. One side, honey.
Well, see here, you can't force your way into Mr. Carter's office.
What's going on? Oh, who's this?
Nick, this...
Mr. Carter, I'm from the government. I've got important business for you in this dispatch case.
You have, huh? What's your name?
Steve Evans.
Mr. Evans, you're lying.
Huh?
The dispatch case is new. The leather's unscratched and the price tag is still on it. Your clothes are new. Your Army discharge button is new. You're obviously a recently discharged soldier. What are you up to?
Gosh. You sure tagged me.
That's my business.
Mr. Carter, I've got something for you in this case. Here.
Hey, what's this?
Nick.
It's $800 cash, all I saved in the Army.
Well, what's it for?
I decided I'm going to learn how to be a detective. And you're going to teach me, Mr. Carter.
For the love of...
This is my entrance fee. And if it costs more, I'll get more.
Hey, look here, Evans. This is impossible. I'm flattered and honored,
You've
but
got
really...
a duty to us veterans, Mr. Carter.
Of course, but... Well, I really can't discuss it with you now, Mr. Evans. I'm late on a case already. I've got to be running along.
Great. My first lesson. I'll go along.
Oh, all right. Come along. We'll discuss this on the way.
Swell.
Patsy, I'll be down at Irving Place with Matty. Safe burglary and murder.
All right, Casey.
Hi, Matty. I'm here.
Well, it's about time. I've been waiting a half hour for you. Who's this?
This is Steve Evans. He wants me to teach him the detective business.
Huh?
I haven't had time to talk him out of it yet. Steve, this is Sergeant Matheson of the Homicide Squad.
Hiya, Sergeant.
Okay, Nick. Stack the kid in the corner and get a load of this case. It's a Lulu.
Go ahead.
This is the business office of United Veterans Incorporated. It's a veterans organization that publishes a magazine for its boys.
And last night, someone was admitted to this office and broke into the safe.
How do you know he was admitted?
Neither the lock nor the door were touched.
Oh.
You can see the safe there and the body.
Yeah, watchman. Slugged over the head and killed. Maybe he let the crook in and was double-crossed, huh?
Maybe. Now, what's so peculiar about the case?
One little hitch. There was $5,000 in a drawer in that safe, and it wasn't touched.
So?
You know the only thing he lifted? The magazine subscription list. He stole 20,000 names and addresses. That's all.
The guy must have been nuts.
Who asked you?
Sorry.
Let's have a look at the safe. Very neat punch job, huh, Matty?
Yeah. Dial knocked off the sledgehammer, spindle punched back, and the small socket's broken.
Way of cracking a safe I haven't seen in a long time. Oh. Look at the edges of the broken sockets.
Huh?
Traces of rust. Not from the safe itself, but from the burglar tools.
Yeah, it must have been an old set of tools. Huh?
How can you tell?
Look at the way the sockets are broken.
Huh?
2 blows of a chisel to each bolt. Took a strong man to do that.
Yeah, I noticed that.
Learn anything from the body?
No, nothing, Nick. Signs of a struggle, 2 blows on the head, that's all.
Uh-huh. Watchman was either tricked and then killed, or was an accessory and was double-crossed.
Mm.
The killer stole nothing but a list of names from the safe, then that's what he was after. And that makes this a very serious case.
Yeah? Why, Mr. Carter?
Because, Steve, back in 1932, when Washington announced that a bonus was to be paid war veterans, some crooks broke into the office of a veterans publication and stole the subscription list. Right after that, all veterans who were on that list were besieged with commons for every known form of confidence game.
Holy smoke.
Thousands of vets were cheated out of their bonus dollars. And this is the same setup. These stolen names will form a sucker list that'll milk a fortune from veterans who have mustering out pay. The list has got to be located before it starts circulating through the underworld.
Well, how, for Pete's sake, Nick?
With the man who cracked this safe. I'll identify him through my files. Then we may be able to locate him. Come on. Be sure you get every card off, Patsy.
Right, Nick.
Oh, Matty, explain to Steve how we keep files on crooks.
Oh, for
I'm a veteran, Sergeant.
All right. Now, listen, kid. Every crook uses a personal technique on a job, see? He never changes it. It's almost like an autograph.
Here are the cards, Nick.
Well, thanks, Patsy. Now, Steve, we're looking for a burglar who opens safes with a punch technique and who cracks bolts with a chisel rather than a wrench.
Yeah.
His technique is so unfamiliar to me, I'm sure he hasn't been active lately. All right, let's have him, Patsy.
Adams, no record since 28. Specialty blowtorch job. Brookman, no record since 34. Specialty punch job.
Take that card, Matty. He's a possibility.
Okay.
Dennison, no record since 29. Specialty chopping job.
That's a technique, Steve, of turning a safe over and chopping the bottom out. Dennison isn't our man.
Right.
Dugan, 37. Specialty ripping jobs.
That's ripping open a safe with a kind of giant can opener.
No kidding.
Dugan's not our man. What's the matter, Patsy?
You better read this one yourself, Nick. Maybe it's a coincidence, but then again, seeing what happened this morning.
I see. Steve, what's your father's name?
Laurie Evans.
I see. Why'd you come to see me this morning?
Well, I already told you I want to be a detective.
You sure that's the reason? Not too late to tell the truth.
Well, why would I lie to you, Mr. Carter?
Where is your father?
In the hardware store on Mayor Avenue. Hey, what is all this, Mr. Carter?
Explanations will keep. Right now, we're all getting into my car and driving out to the hardware store. I've got to see Laurie Evans fast. This it, Steve?
Yeah.
Come on.
Look, Nick, what's the kid's old man got to do with this?
You'll see, Matty. Open the door, Steve.
Right.
Store's empty. Where's your father?
Oh, he's probably in the back of the store.
Call him.
Hey, Pop, I got somebody here to see you.
Wait a minute, Nick.
Yes, what is it, Patsy?
On the floor here, behind the counter.
Yeah, behind the... Holy smoke. Nick!
Pop, what's happened to him? Pop!
He's dead, Steve. Been murdered.
With his strongest lead to the stolen names murdered, Nick Carter seems farther away than ever from the solution of the case. We'll see what he does next in just a moment. Now, back to the case of the missing thumb. Today's adventure with Nick Carter, brought to you by Old Dutch Cleanser. Behind the sales counter of the Evans hardware store in Brooklyn, Nick examines the body of Laurie Evans while Patsy, Matty, and Steve Evans watch.
Laurie Evans was in a fight before he was killed.
Yeah, look at the scratches on his hands and face.
The fight led behind this counter. See the nail kegs and tools knocked off the shelves?
Yeah.
And he was thrown down here.
I wish I'd been here.
Head struck that sack of plaster of Paris, splitting it open. The killer grabbed a screwdriver and stabbed Laurie with tremendous force. Killed him almost instantly.
But why, Mr. Carter, why?
Steve, you'll have to know the truth sooner or later. Here's the card from my files that led me to ask you about your father.
Laurie Evans, inactive since 1935. Specialty punch jobs. Further characteristics. Crack safe bolts with chisel. Does not... This isn't true. My father isn't a crook. He never was.
Steve, it's the truth.
There's no question, kid. Your old man pulled the veteran job last night.
That's a lie. He's got an alibi for last night.
What alibi?
He was with a friend of his, a cop, Sergeant Maloney.
Hey,
he
that's
came
the
here...
answer to the burglary, Matty. I was wondering how Evans got into that office. The watchman was duped. Evans was with a pal in police uniform.
But, well, how do you know the guy with him was a crook? Why wasn't he a real cop?
Because he left his signature here.
What do you mean?
Look, where the plaster of Paris is spilled on the floor, there's a handprint on it. A right hand with a thumb missing. A policeman can't stay on the active force with a right thumb missing.
You're right, Nick.
Maybe this Malone high-pressured your father into doing this job, Steve, but that isn't the important thing now. The important thing is to find Malone and the 20,000 names he's stolen before he peddles them to every crook in the country.
Now, just a minute. Maybe Steve Evans fooled you, but he hasn't fooled me.
Huh?
Nick, I want to know why he came to you this morning after his old man cracked his safe at Irving Place.
Oh, Matty, that's...
Quiet, I swear. Quiet. This is official, Nick.
But look here,
You
Matty.
can worry about a sucker list of 20,000 names. I'm worrying about 2 murders, and Steve Evans is my number 1 lead. He's
Matty...
coming down to headquarters with me for a long talk.
Now, how about it, Matty? Will you try it my way?
Oh, it's the darndest scheme you've ever come up with, Nick. And if he is guilty...
But, Sergeant, I swear I never...
Well, Matty,
all right. What if it backfires?
It won't if Nick says it's okay.
Now, Steve, listen carefully.
Yeah?
As I've been telling Sergeant Mathis, the only way I can see to locate Malone and those stolen names is for you to escape.
So I gathered, but how do we work it?
We'll fake it. After you escape, take the northbound subway to Isham Park.
Yeah?
Get out at Isham and take the ferry across the river. From the ferry landing, strike north along the Reservoir Road. Got that?
Yeah.
When you reach a town called Hessian Courthouse, give yourself up to the police.
Give myself up? But I thought
you were in the Army. Do you have to understand orders to follow them?
No, Mr. Carter.
Very well. You've got to get through to Hessian Courthouse, Steve. And you've got to follow the route I've scheduled, no matter what happens. Oh, yes, one important thing. Wear a pair of gloves.
A pair of gloves?
Yes.
All right, I'll do it, Mr. Carter.
Here's police headquarters coming up. When we get out of the car, we've got to put on a good show for the benefit of any onlookers. So you hit me in the jaw and then run. I'll make sure to fall against Matty so it looks good. Duck down on the subway and get going.
Yes, sir.
All out, far as we go.
Matty, you're a fool. I don't know whether Steve is guilty or not, but the important thing
You're
is...
not arresting me!
Nick!
Hey, come back here! Watch out, Nick. The kid's getting away. Get off me, will you?
Hey, what happened?
Stop that man! Stop him!
He's gone, Nick.
Good. He's away safely. Now let's get to work. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Nick Carter. I'm broadcasting from my car by shortwave. Your local station has kindly consented to relay this announcement to help in the search for Steve Evans, suspect in the murder of a watchman at Irving Place, and his father, Laurie Evans, in a hardware store in Brooklyn. Steve Evans has escaped police custody and is at large in the city. He is 20 years old, of medium height, red hair, brown eyes. He is wearing gray suit, gray hat, blue overcoat. He has lost the thumb from his right hand. When last seen, Steve Evans was on the subway headed north toward Isham Park. Please communicate any information to me at once. There is a reward for his capture.
Say, buddy, did you hear that announcement on the air?
Huh? What announcement?
I heard it just before I got on at the last station. Nick Carter's offering a big reward for a killer. Whole city's buzzing around trying to grab it.
Yeah? Well, who's he looking for?
Guy named Steve Evans. Killed his old man, they say.
He killed his old man? Carter said that?
Yeah, and a night watchman. Oh, he's a guy about medium height, say like you, and he's got red hair like you too. Say, let me see your right hand.
What for?
Never mind what for. Take off your glove and let me see your right hand.
Sorry, Mac. This is my station. So long.
Hey, stop him! Stop him! That guy's the killer. He's the one Carter's offering the reward for. Somebody stop him. He's getting away.
I gotta hide someplace. Get up out of the station into Isham Park. It'll be dark soon. If I can just hold out a little longer.
Steve.
Huh?
Steve, over here, quick.
Who's that?
Patsy Bowen, Nick Carter's secretary. Get over here on the bench with me. Hurry up.
But how did you...
I was on the train with you. I got out ahead, but I heard the trouble. Steve, this is an emergency. Make like you're my boyfriend. Put your arms around me and keep your head down. Quick, here they come.
All right, excuse me, please.
Did you see a guy go past here, a redheaded guy?
Ah, for Pete's sake, can't people get a little privacy in a park? Yeah, a guy ran past you toward Broadway. Go chase him.
All right, Steve, we can break it up now.
Miss Bourne, there's
Get on the ferry and keep going. Follow Nick's orders.
But he's double-crossing me, telling people I killed my father and offering a reward.
Nick never double-crossed anyone in his life. Just follow instructions, Steve. Keep going.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Nick Carter again. Steve Evans was last seen headed for the Isham Ferry and is probably attempting to cross the river and escape into open country. All officials and citizens in that vicinity are warned to keep a sharp lookout for a red-haired man with a thumb missing from his right hand.
river's mighty pretty around dusk, hey, buddy?
Yeah.
Funny, ain't it? This here river looks so calm and peaceful, but there's a lot happening on it right now. There's armed guards on both sides.
Yeah? How come?
Ain't you heard? There's a killer trying to get across on this here ferry. Killed his old man, he did. Name Steve Evans. Everybody's looking for him.
Yeah?
Yeah, Nick Carter himself is directing the search by radio. Have a cigarette?
No, thanks.
This Steve Evans, he's a veteran, see? He's got red hair, and he... Hey, buddy.
Yeah?
Why are you wearing gloves?
Well, because I'm cold, that's why. Well, I'd better be moving forward. The ferry's due to dock now.
Just a minute, wise guy. You ain't slipping away so easy. You let you see that guy there? He's got a hair.
Spotted again. I gotta find a place to...
Hey, Evans. Steve Evans.
Huh?
This way, lad. What? I'm Waldo McGlynn, Nick Carter's assistant. Get into my truck here. Now, hurry up. Get under the canvas in the back. I'll drive you off the ferry.
But, Mr. McGlynn...
Quiet. They're headed this way. I'll cover for you. Keep this crate overboard here. Burn overboard! Burn overboard! The killer's jumped overboard! Steve Evans is trying to swim to shore!
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Nick Carter again. After eluding capture by swimming ashore from the Isham Ferry, Steve Evans has made for the Reservoir Road and headed north. I want to warn all motorists against picking up hitchhikers. Please report any information to me immediately.
Nine. I gotta keep going. I gotta keep on the Isham Courthouse. I promised Mr. Carter Who's that? There's somebody behind that tree. Oh, it's nerves again. Uh-oh. Car headlights coming up the road. I better duck into the ditch again.
All right, kid. Come out of the ditch.
Malone.
Yeah. Gas Malone.
How did you...
I've been up and down this road a dozen times looking for you, kid. I've been listening to them Nick Carter reports like I was a cop myself.
Listen, Malone.
Come on. Get into the car. And no argument. This rod ain't a water pistol.
Look, Malone.
Get into the car, kid. I'm gonna drive you to my office. It's a quiet place where we can have a nice little talk.
Gas Malone and Steve Evans get into the car and drive off. Does this leave Nick with his plan completely destroyed? We'll hear the conclusion of the adventure in just a moment. Now for the conclusion of the case of the missing thumb. Today's Nick Carter adventure brought to you by Old Dutch Cleanser. 30 minutes after Gas Malone picked up Steve Evans on the Reservoir Road, his car draws up before a small building in downtown New York.
We're here, kid. Get out.
Okay.
And don't get funny, Steve. I'd just as soon drop you now as later.
I'm not trying anything. Not as long as you've got that gun.
Open the door. Go straight upstairs.
You kill my father, Malone.
Yeah, kid. His conscience started bothering him about the way I knocked off the watchman last night. He was all for phoning the cops. I had to shut him up. No hard feeling, kid. It was business.
Yeah, dirty business.
Just like I got nothing against you, kid. Maybe you're a nice guy for all I know. Open the door. Go on in. No, kid. I got nothing against you. But you might make trouble for me.
Listen, Malone.
I got a nice setup here, see? Quiet little office. 20,000 names of ex-GIs. The hottest sucker list an operator ever got his hands on. After I take the cream off the list, I can sell them names for 2 bits each. Why, there's $50,000 in this deal for me, and I sort of got to protect it.
Listen, Malone, you don't have to kill
me. Right
me.
now, the cops want you for the killings. I don't know how you got mixed up, and I don't care. Just as soon leave you to handle the mess yourself, except for one thing.
What?
How come they said you was missing a thumb?
They said I was missing a thumb?
Yeah, how come? What'd you tell them?
I never told them nothing.
Now, look. This is the clutch, kid. We're all alone here. You, me, and this gun. Now, I want some answers. What about the thumb?
Honest, Malone, I don't... Hey.
Missed you that time, Steve, but I'll take better aim the next time. Why'd the cops say you was missing a thumb, Steve?
Said that to trap you, Malone. Don't try to shoot him on me.
I warned you. Pick up his gun, Steve.
Okay.
Sorry I was late getting up the stairs, but the door of the luggage compartment of Malone's car jammed on me. It took time for me to get out.
Hey, Carter.
Oh, stop your whining, Malone. I just put a bullet through your left hand, that's all. Maybe you'll lose that thumb, too. But it won't make any difference to you when you're in the chair.
Mr. Carter, I still don't understand why I had to go through that whole routine.
You were bait, Steve.
Sure, boy, just bait.
But why?
Well, you see, Steve, it would have been impossible to track Malone down in time to stop him from using those stolen names. So instead of looking for him, I made him look for me and lead me to the stolen names.
Yeah, but he was looking for me.
Well, naturally, that's what I wanted. So I stirred up a big fuss, made broadcasts every 15 minutes, kept stressing the fact that you had a missing thumb.
Well, that's what I don't get.
Malone believed the police were after you, but he couldn't understand about that thumb. Finally, his curiosity got the better of him. He had to find you and ask you about it.
Oh.
I made sure he'd know where to find you.
But he might have killed me.
Not until he found out what he wanted to know. And I felt sure he wouldn't try anything where he picked you up because there might be police around. And don't forget, Steve, I followed you up the reservoir road, hiding in the brush behind you.
Then that was you behind that tree.
That's right. As soon as I heard Malone say he was going to drive you to his office, I slipped into the baggage compartment of his car while he was talking to you. Because his office was what I wanted to locate.
I passed you 7 times on the road, Steve. I was in Nick's roadster. My, how fast you dove into the ditch.
And didn't you spot me, Steve boy? Why, old Waldo passed you twice in that truck. Once you hid behind a billboard, and once you got behind a detour sign.
Holy smoke. Hey, Mr. Carter, is this what detectives have to do all the time?
Most of the time. Which brings up the original question of your taking lessons from me. Now, look, Steve.
You don't have to say anything, Mr. Carter. None of this business of being a detective for me. You know what I'm going to do? Get myself a nice, easy job. I'm going to re-enlist in the Army.
Can you tell us something about the adventure Old Dutch Cleanser's going to bring us next week, Nick?
Oh, certainly, Bob. Next week's story is about a crook who stole a vanished fortune. If the fortune hadn't vanished, he would have landed in jail. But it disappeared, so he was murdered.
And it all started with a can of coffee and ended with a box of cigars.
Coffee, cigars, and fortunes that don't exist. What do you call the case?
I call it the case of the stolen earth.
Nick Carter, Master Detective, is presented each week at this time and over these same stations by the Cudahy Packing Company, makers of Old Dutch Cleanser. Nick Carter, Master Detective, produced and directed by Jock McGregor, is copyrighted by Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. Lon Clark is starred as Nick, with Charlotte Manson featured as Patsy. Waldo is played by Humphrey Davis. Mattie by Ed Latimer. Today's script was written by Alfred Bester. Original music was played today by Jack Ward. This program is fictional, and any resemblance to actual persons living or dead is purely coincidental. This is Bob Martin saying, when minutes count, use Old Dutch Cleanser. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. Broadcasting System. Broadcasting System. Broadcasting System. Old Dutch Cleanser, famous for chasing dirt, presents Nick Carter, famous for chasing crime. Every week at this time, 2 great names are joined as Old Dutch Cleanser brings you one of the most resourceful and daring characters in all detective fiction. Nick Carter, Master Detective.
Nick, I don't understand this. Why did I have to get dressed up like a bobby soxer and meet you in front of this candy store? Hey, are you going to buy me a soda, huh?
No, Patsy. You're going to sell magazine subscriptions.
Sell magazines. Why?
To find a pair of killers.
Ladies, in case you missed last week's broadcast, here's the news again. Old Dutch Cleanser's popular silverware offer is back. Now you can get 4 beautiful William A. Rogers A1 Plus quality teaspoons made and guaranteed by Oneida Limited in the lovely Croydon pattern. These teaspoons are pure silver plate, reinforced at wear points, and have a retail value of $4 a dozen. But you can get 4 of them for just 60 cents and the windmill pictures from 2 Old Dutch labels. And then along with your William A. Rogers teaspoons, you'll get an illustrated folder telling how to build a complete silver service for your table, all at a marvelous bargain price. So send for your teaspoons now. Order as many units of 4 as you wish. Just be sure to enclose 2 windmill pictures and 60 cents in coin for each unit ordered. Mail with your name and address to Old Dutch Cleanser, Box U, Chicago 90, Illinois. That's Old Dutch Cleanser, Box U, Chicago 90, Illinois. Price is subject to change without notice. And now, the case of the sunken dollar. Today's adventure with Nick Carter, brought to you by Old Dutch Cleanser. At 5 o'clock Monday afternoon, a heavy-set man and a pretty red-headed girl walk down the twisted streets near Maiden Lane and enter the musty shop of Jason Grange, one of the biggest coin dealers in the East.
Mr. Grange? Mr. Grange, y'all here in the store?
Just 1 minute, please. Just 1 minute.
It's okay. We're the only ones here.
You clients give me a pain, that's what you do. A big, stiff pain. Always coming in at closing time. Never give a man a chance to have dinner. Now, what is it, please? What is it?
Isn't it the most cunning man in the whole world?
Huh?
I declare, Daddy told me you were cute, but I never dreamed the famous Mr. Grange would be like this. I got half a mind to give you a great old hug and a kiss.
No, Miss, please.
I'm Sally Ann Mason. You can call me Sally.
Mason? You're related to Colonel Mason of Memphis?
I'm his daughter, Mr. Grange.
Great collector, Colonel Mason. One of the best. So you're his daughter. Well. What are you doing in town?
Daddy sent me up to buy a coin from you, Mr. Grange.
He did, eh? Well, think of that.
He wants to buy the 1804 silver dollar.
Well, I never thought he'd get around to it. Price is $10,000, you know.
Yes. I brought the cash with me.
Cash?
Yes. This is Mr. Brown from the bank. He was sweet enough to chaperone me around the city. Show Mr. Grange the money, Mr. Brown.
Got it right here, Mr. Grange, in 500. But if you don't mind, I've got the responsibility for this little girl. Could I ask why the coin she's buying is supposed to be worth 10,000?
You're interested, eh?
Of course.
Wait, I'll take it out of the safe. You can see for yourself.
Good.
In the year 1804, 19,000 silver dollars were minted, but only 3 are in existence today.
Oh, how's that?
Well, the reason is that the coins were shipped north by boat from the mint. The boat was lost at sea.
Oh, that's
that
so.
makes the 1804 dollar one of the rarest American coins. And here it is.
I declare. Isn't it just too cunning for words? Okay, Louie.
Sure, Hazel.
What's this?
Well, Mary, I hope this is really urgent. You've interrupted 3 reports and a lab analysis with your hurry-up call.
Not to mention making me miss my dinner.
Nick, this is really a mess. Murder with assorted trimmings.
Oh?
Yeah. This is the body of Jason Grange, coin collector and dealer. Murdered about an hour ago. 3 bullets, dead center through the heart.
I see.
Well, what are the trimmings?
In the first place, Grange was shot with the craziest-looking bullets I ever saw.
Huh?
A medical examiner just extracted them. Here, take a look.
Conical slug with the point squared off.
Yeah, you know what it is?
Sure. The square-pointed 9mm Luger bullet, Matty. It's unusual in this country. What else?
Well, whoever murdered Jason Grange stole only 1 single coin.
What coin?
An antique silver dollar dated 1804, worth $10,000.
Oh, yes, the famous lost dollar. Most of them are supposed to have been lost by shipwreck. Well, how do you know the dollar was the only thing stolen, man?
Oh, we checked on that. Checked his stock against his inventory. The only thing we could find missing was that sunken dollar.
Sounds logical.
Mm-hmm. And here's another trimming. Before Grange died, he scrawled the numbers 1804 in blood on the floor. You see it?
Oh, yes.
Gets curiouser and curiouser.
Yeah.
Anything else?
Yep, and this'll kill you. Under the counter, we found the corner of a $500 bill. Looks like it was torn off accidentally. Here.
Ah, this is very interesting. Happen to notice that the engraving is rather fuzzy, Matty?
You got quick eyes, Nick. Took me 10 minutes before I noticed.
What are you two talking about?
This is a piece of counterfeit money, Patsy.
Well, Nick, let's see you put it together. Why did the killer only steal the $1804 when he could have taken a fortune in money and rare coins? And how come the counterfeit 500?
There's just one answer, Matty. This was murder for advertisement.
Murder for what?
The killer or killers deliberately murdered Grange to advertise the theft of the $1804.
Well, how do you figure that, Nick?
Well, in the first place, Grange didn't write 1804 in blood. The killer did.
What?
Grange was killed with 3 bullets through the heart. He must have died instantly.
Oh.
He couldn't have written that date.
Why, sure. That's right.
The killer wants the world to know that the $1804 was stolen. Why?
So he can sell it.
No, I don't think so. Don't overlook the counterfeit money, Patsy.
What's that got to do with it?
The killer probably got Grange to show him the dollar by flashing phony money and pretending to be interested in buying.
But why?
If the killer can counterfeit modern money, he certainly can counterfeit an $1804.
Holy smoke, Nick. You think he's going to counterfeit a whole pack of these sunken dollars?
I do. And with a theft well advertised, he can sell dozens at $10,000 each, pretending each one is the original stolen dollar.
Then what do? We got nothing to go on.
Oh, Matty, you've got plenty. That Luger bullet is a rare bullet. There aren't many dealers in this city who carry it.
No, you're right, Nick.
Then get your squad out. Check every dealer. Try to get a line on recent purchasers.
Right. What about you?
I'm going back to the laboratory and do some research into the fine art of counterfeiting.
Nick?
Hmm?
Oh, it's past midnight. Aren't you ever going to quit?
I'm almost finished, Patsy.
What have you got?
Well, I've been through my counterfeiting samples about 20 times. I think I've eliminated all except 5 of them.
Oh, good.
Each of those 5 closely resembled the work on this note. Get our files on counterfeiters, will you?
Uh-huh. Ready.
First sample, Jerry Hall.
Jerry Hall. Jerry Hall, at present serving 20-year term in Atlanta.
That lets him out. Hal Moore.
Hal Moore. Dead. Killed in 45.
That gets us down to 3. Joe Mitchell.
Mitchell. Out on parole, working in Chicago.
Maybe Joe's gone back to the old racket. Larry Denby.
Alcatraz.
Peter Baker.
Baker. Peter Baker, at large, this city, last known address, 28 East 2nd.
And it's between Pete Baker and Joe Mitchell.
Uh-huh.
All right, we'll check Joe later. Maybe he's still in Chicago. Right now, we'll run down to 28 East 2nd and see what we can...
Oh, the phone. Nick Carter's office, Patsy Bowen speaking.
Patsy, this is Matty. Got a report for Nick.
Oh, just a minute. Nick, it's the sergeant.
Right. Yes, Matty?
Just finished the check on the Luger bullet, Nick. Only person who bought a 9mm slug in the past 6 months is a woman.
A woman?
Yeah. She bought it last week. Couldn't get anything much in the way of a description. She's a pretty redhead, that's all.
Huh. All right, Matty, thanks. Maybe I'll have something to report to you in an hour or so.
Yes, such as what?
I'll know as soon as I've spoken to Pete Baker.
What time is it, Louie? Louie, put down that magazine.
Huh? What'd you say?
What time is it?
1 o'clock.
Hey, Pete. Pete Baker.
Yeah?
How much longer, Grandpa?
Just a couple of minutes, Hazel.
Well, hurry it up.
You know, Hazel, you sound like a pretty cute kid when you put on that southern accent of yours.
Yeah? You mean you don't like me this way?
Oh, sure.
You better. Hey, Grandpa, I'm tired waiting.
All right.
It's the first time I ever made molds for old-fashioned dough like this dollar.
You better do better with that than you did with them phony 500s we flashed on Grange. I thought the old boy was going to get wise. They were so bad.
You got a nerve. Talking like that to the best engraver and molder in the business.
Yeah, maybe it was one.
Okay. Just get those molds finished and we'll...
Just about finished now. Wait a minute. You aim to cast them silver dollars and sell them?
Yeah.
They worth much?
10 grand each, Grandpa. And it's safer than passing regular dough. If the guy that buys an 18-4 dollar finds out it's a phony, he can't squawk. He's already bought stolen goods.
That's pretty smart.
Yeah.
There we are. Yeah. Beauties, ain't they? Yeah. Best job ever done.
Let's see.
Won't be able to tell a coin cast from this mold from the real thing.
Yeah, pretty good.
Okay, wrap him up, Louis. And let's get out of here.
Just a minute, folks. $5 grand was the price for making them molds. You don't take them unless you get paid.
He wants to be paid. Pay him, Louis.
Okay, Hazel.
This is 28 East 2nd, Patsy. Come on.
Uh-huh. Oh, I feel as though I'm walking in my sleep.
It's only a little after 1. We'll be finished soon.
Nick, look at the sign on the door. It says this building's been condemned.
Yeah, so I see.
And we're out of luck, huh?
Not necessarily. Unfortunately, it's not unusual for people to have to live in a condemned building until it's actually torn down.
Yeah, that's true. Certainly be an ideal place for a hideout.
Well, we'll see what we can find anyway.
Mm-hmm. Golly, it's dark as pitch in here.
Get my flashlight out. There, that's better.
Oh, Nick, this place looks deserted.
Maybe. This apartment's certainly empty.
So's this one. Oh, this is a wild goose chase, Nick.
Now, wait, there are a couple of empty milk bottles outside that door down the hall.
Oh, they've probably been there for months.
Not so fast, Patsy. We can't afford to jump to conclusions. Let's take a look in that apartment anyway.
Okay. There's some furniture in here, Nick.
So I see.
Nick, you smell that perfume? Somebody's been in here recently.
Yes. The smell is too strong to be very old. Uh-oh.
Oh, Nick. Is that Peter Baker there on the floor?
Yes. And he's very dead.
In the glare of the flashlight, Pete Baker's body is outlined, sprawled on the cluttered floor. Swiftly, Nick inspects the dingy room. Having discovered Pete Baker's body on the floor of his room, Nick examines the dead man closely.
2 bullet wounds in the chest. Body still warm. Patsy, Baker was killed only a few minutes ago.
Nick, that perfume we smelled. Maybe the woman who wore that perfume killed him.
Possible. Wonder if there's anyone else living in this house who might have seen or heard anything.
Well, there's one way to find out, Nick.
Yeah, I'll see what I can find in here. While I do that, suppose you go through the building. Cover every apartment.
Right.
See if you can find anyone who heard shots about 5 minutes ago and what they did about it if they did.
Nick, I've been to every apartment in the building.
What did you find?
Nothing. They're all empty. You find anything?
I did. There was a woman in here with Baker. I found this long red hair.
Oh.
But I think there was a man with her.
Well, why do you think that?
Found the cigar butt under that chair. Probably where he sat. See all the cigar ashes on the floor there?
Yeah, but couldn't Baker have left it there?
No, I doubt that. Baker smoked a pipe. It's still there on the floor where he dropped it when he was shot.
Yeah. Nick, what do you think happened?
Baker must have been making a mold for them.
Uh-huh.
His blowtorch and crucibles and other apparatus are still warm.
Nick, could he have been making a mold of the 1804 dollar, do you suppose?
Very likely, the way this case ties together. And when he finished it, they killed him and then walked out.
Yeah. You through here now, Nick?
Yeah, I think so. We'll call Matty and go home and get some rest.
Okay, Nick. Here's the final report from the lab.
Fine, Matty. Let's have it.
Well, you figured it out just about right. There apparently was a man and a woman in the place with Baker, and she was a redhead. And chances are she's the same redhead who bought the Luger bullets.
By Jove, Matty. I've forgotten about that.
No, well, we got the man's prints, but the woman wore gloves.
Could you identify the man?
Yeah, we checked the prints he left on this magazine, Nick. He's Louis Larkin, hijacker, gunman, and all-round crook. 2 terms in the state pen. Here's his file photo.
Ah, that helps.
Yeah?
Hey, what's this slip of paper in the magazine, Matty? Something of yours?
Huh? No, just an ad the dealer must have stuck in before he sold it. Says if you want your newspapers forwarded to you while you're on vacation, leave your name at the store.
Matty?
Huh?
You say you found Larkin's prints on this magazine?
Yeah.
Look at the dateline.
What?
This magazine was put on the stands only yesterday.
Yeah? How does that help?
Only see the name on this ad?
Oh, Rogers Candy Store, 100 Park Road. So what?
Oh, Matty, don't you see? That's the store this magazine came from.
Well, what was it doing in Baker's place then?
Hey, that's right. Park Road is way across town from where Baker lives.
Sure.
Maybe Baker didn't buy the magazine. Maybe Louis or the girl bought it.
Yeah. Maybe Louis and the girl are hiding out somewhere near this Rogers Candy Store.
That's what I was thinking. Well, if they are, Patsy and I will find them.
Louis,
Yeah, Hazel.
got the bags packed yet?
Just now finished, Hazel.
I've been going over the list of coin collectors, Louis. Got a nice schedule worked out.
Yeah?
Yeah, we hit Chicago first. There are 3 collectors there. 10 grand each makes 30 grand.
Hey, swell.
And St. Louis, Cleveland, New Orleans, El Paso, L.A., Frisco, and Seattle. The way I figure it, we'll split 300 grand. Easy.
Yeah, we sure should.
Pretty cheap for knocking off a couple of punks, huh?
You said it, Hazel.
You remember to get the train tickets yesterday?
Oh, sure. They're on the dresser there in the envelope.
Right. Yeah, I gotta hand it to myself, Louis. It's a foolproof racket. Some of these collectors are crazy guys. If they're daffy enough, they don't mind buying rare coins, even when they know they're stolen.
What I like about it is that they gotta keep it secret because they're buying stolen goods. They gotta cover up for us.
It's foolproof, Louis. 100% fool. Hey,
What's the matter?
come to the window, quick.
Well?
Down on the corner in front of the candy store.
Yeah.
See that tall guy standing there with magazines under his arm?
Yeah, I see him.
That's Nick Carter.
Nick Carter.
Yeah. Huddle up with that packing, Louis, and let's get out of here.
Yeah, I'll say.
Maybe Carter's around just by accident, or maybe he's on to us. Either way, we're taking no chances. Not for 300 grand and a murder rap, we ain't.
Over here, Patsy. Hurry up.
I got here as soon as I could, Nick. Do I look enough like a bobby soxer for you?
Oh, you look fine.
Well, I still don't understand. Why do I have to get dressed up like a bobby soxer and meet you here in front of Roger's Candy Store? Hey, you going to buy me a soda, huh?
No. You're going to sell magazine subscriptions.
I am?
Yes.
Why?
In order to find a pair of killers.
Okay, Nick, give with the plan.
Well, you remember, one of them left a magazine at Pete Baker's workshop, and I traced it to this candy store?
Yes?
The proprietor says he's sure the man who bought it lives in that house across the street. But he doesn't know who he is or in what apartment he lives.
And so I'm going to sell subscriptions from apartment to apartment until I find him.
Right. His name is Louis Larkin. Here's his picture.
No beauty, is he?
And there may be a red-headed girl with him. The one with the perfume.
I'll remember the perfume.
Now listen, Patsy, just find out where they're located. Don't try anything else. They're a little too dangerous to play with.
Yeah?
Good morning, sir. I represent the All States magazine.
Beat it.
Well, that wasn't Louis Larkin. And no perfume yet. Good morning, madam. I represent the Universal and which is helping me work my way through college by the sale of magazines in which I'm sure you won't be interested.
Well, why shouldn't I be interested in literature? Come on in, honey. Come in.
Thanks.
The All States Magazine Company publishes...
I thought you said Universal.
Huh? Oh, yes, I represent both. I tell you what. I left my subscription blanks down in my car.
Yeah?
Wait till I get down and get them.
Grab her, Louie.
I got it.
You're Nick Carter's girl, aren't you? Yeah, we saw you chewing the rag downstairs.
Hazel, Carter's hep to us. He knows we bumped Baker and Grange, and he knows we're here.
You're not telling me anything.
Well, what do we do?
I'm thinking.
Okay, so while you're giving the think tank a workout, I'll take care of this chick. Take it easy, sister. All I do is pull the trigger, and you won't feel hardly nothing at all. Pleasant dreams.
Patsy struggled helplessly as Louis Larkin aims his Luger automatic at her heart. We'll see what happens in just a moment. Now, please listen carefully, for here's how to send in for the 4 lovely William A. Rogers A1 Plus quality teaspoons Old Dutch Cleanser is offering. Order as many units of 4 as you wish. Just be sure to enclose 2 windmill pictures from Old Dutch labels and 60 cents in coin for each unit ordered, and then mail with your name and address to Old Dutch Cleanser, Box U, Chicago 90, Illinois. That's Box U, Chicago 90, Illinois. And remember, besides the 4 lovely William A. Rogers teaspoons in the beautiful Croydon pattern, you'll receive an illustrated folder that tells how to build up a complete matching service at a sensationally low cost. So, ladies, don't delay. Send for your 4 teaspoons now. Remember, enclose 2 windmill pictures from Old Dutch labels and 60 cents in coin, and mail with your name and address to Old Dutch Cleanser, Box U, Chicago 90, Illinois. Price is subject to change without notice. Send now. And now for the conclusion of the case of the Sunken Dollar. Today's adventure with Nick Carter, brought to you by Old Dutch Cleanser. As Louis Larkin's finger tightens on the trigger of his automatic and Patsy struggles helplessly, Hazel suddenly knocks the gun aside.
Cut it out, Louie. Everyone in the house would hear the shot. You wouldn't stand a chance.
You mean we'll let this dame go?
We'll take her with us to run interference. Carter will be too busy looking for the girl to worry about us.
Yeah, maybe he won't.
And he'll be too busy worrying about the girl to make a move. She's like a hostage, Louie, get it?
Yeah.
While Carter's watching the front door, we're going out the back way. Take a cab to the station.
Well, what about the dame?
Stop worrying.
But we can't take...
Look, Louie, we've got a compartment on the train. And somewhere along the way, we'll push her out the window. With a bullet in her head.
Okay, Hazel, but I think you're nuts to do it.
Shut up, Louie. Let her go.
Now, look here, you...
And you listen to me, sister. One false move and Louie lets you have it here and now, understand?
I understand.
We might as well burn for 3 murders as for 2.
There's a hack coming, Hazel. Hey, taxi! Taxi!
Get in, honey.
Okay.
The train terminal driver. And will you please close the glass partition? I'm awfully cold back here.
Terminal? Okay, lady. I'll close the glass.
Okay, we made it. Carter will wait for the girl to come out, maybe 10 minutes. Then he'll start looking.
Yeah, and he won't find nothing. What a lamb.
We'll take the first train out.
Hey, maybe that don't go to Shy.
And we can always get to Shy later. Maybe we'll start on the West Coast for now, huh?
It's okay with me. The further from Carter, the better.
Look, I'll make a bet with you. $100 to 1 cent that you don't get away from Nick.
We've already got away, sister.
Is it a bet?
It's a bet.
Only trouble is you won't be around to collect even if you win.
Hey, where are we? What's he stopping for? This isn't anywhere near the terminal.
Step right out, lady. Let me help you with your bags, mister.
Oh, we all don't want to get out here. I said the train terminal. This isn't the terminal.
You're crazy? What is this place?
Police headquarters, Louis.
What?
What'd you say?
Don't move. Come on, Patsy, you get out first.
Okay, Nick.
Nick Carter?
Yes, Hazel. The name is Nick Carter. I will just pile out of this cab, luggage, gun, molds, and all, and walk quietly into headquarters. Sergeant Matheson wants to talk to you about some assorted thefts and murders. All out, please.
Oh, before I forget, 1 cent, please, Hazel. I not only win the bet, I'm here to collect.
Oh, it was a beautiful job, Nick. Beautiful. But there's just one thing I don't figure.
What's that, Matty?
How in blazes did you know enough to get around to the back street and borrow that cab?
I have ears, haven't I? I heard Hazel and Louie making their plans.
But you heard them? How?
I was outside the apartment door. You don't think I'd let you walk into that murderer's den alone, do you? I was right behind you all the way.
You were right behind me?
Yes, Betsy.
Then why didn't you bust in and capture those two crooks right then and there?
Didn't want to take any chances on anyone in a crowded apartment house being hit by stray bullets.
But they might have killed me before they left.
Patsy, you may be sure that I waited until I knew they were going to take you with them before I did what I did.
What?
Say, that was quite an act. All state magazines, Universal magazines.
You didn't trust me to do it all by myself. You treat me just like a baby.
No, Patsy.
I hate you, you mere man.
Now, Patsy, easy. You know, if it comes to that, how come you were so positive Nick would get Hazel and Louie? Oh, I heard all about the bet. $100 to 1 cent.
Oh, that.
Yeah, you were betting on a sure thing yourself now, weren't you? You knew Nick was the cab driver.
Well, I did not. I never recognized him.
Then how come the bet?
Because I knew I could trust Nick, which is more than he can say for me.
But, Patsy, if I hadn't followed you to protect you, I wouldn't have been able to win that bet for you.
Well, all right, you win. Heaven knows you always do.
Nick Carter, Master Detective, is presented each week at this time and over these same stations by the Cudahy Packing Company, makers of Old Dutch Cleanser. Remember, when you go shopping tomorrow, get the cleanser preferred by more women in America than any other. Old Dutch Cleanser. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. Broadcasting System. Broadcasting System. Broadcasting System. Old Dutch Cleanser, famous for chasing dirt, presents Nick Carter, famous for chasing crime. Every week at this time, two great names are joined as Old Dutch Cleanser brings you one of the most resourceful and daring characters in all detective fiction. Nick Carter, Master Detective.
A gambling ship, Nick. That sounds exciting.
If you call losing your money exciting, Patsy, you're right. But I'm not going out there for the fun of it.
Oh, I suppose you'd rather go fishing.
I certainly would. And I'd rather fish for fish than for a murderer.
Now for the case of the missing piano player. Today's thrilling Nick Carter adventure, brought to you by Old Dutch Cleanser. Our story begins in the roulette room of a gambling ship which is anchored off the Atlantic coast. Several customers are gathered about the large roulette table as the croupier prepares to spin the wheel.
No more bets, ladies and gentlemen. That's all. No more bets.
Hey, Bill, stop playing a minute.
Yeah, Gus?
No more music. The boss wants to see you in his office.
Oh, okay, Gus. What's wrong?
Come on.
What's wrong, Gus? Can't you tell me?
The boss will talk about that. Inside, Bill.
Okay.
Hello, Edwards.
You wanted to see me, Mr. Simmons?
Yes. Why haven't you been following my orders?
I was hired to play the piano, not the customers.
You knew what you were supposed to do when you took the job.
I took the job because I needed it, but I've been thinking it over, and I've decided that a crooked roulette wheel is not in my line.
You knew the wheel was fixed when we hired you.
That's why you was hired. Now you're welching on the deal.
And I want to know why.
Well, I got a sister to take care of.
What's that to us?
Just this, Mr. Dutch Simmons. I've decided to quit.
Don't you know nobody quits this racket once he's in it?
I just want to get out of here. My sister's a swell gal, and I just can't afford to stay around here and end up behind the 8 ball.
You're behind the 8 ball right now, Edwards.
And it's mighty black, too.
I don't want to...
Take care of things.
Sure, boss. Sure.
Well, what are you going to do?
You're going for a little walk, Edwards. A little walk with Gus. Up to the bow of the ship.
Patsy,
Yes, Nick.
you about finished with our case histories?
Don't worry, Mr. Carter. They'll all be nicely typed and ready for filing before you go away on your vacation. I don't see why I had to go. Oh, someone at the door, Nick. I'll go.
Thanks, Patsy.
Homicide, Sergeant Matheson.
Oh, hello, Matty.
Oh, hi, Nick. What cooks?
Me, I'm off for a vacation, fishing.
Yeah?
Just called to say that Patsy will know where I am if anything develops that requires my attention.
It won't. Where you going?
Sandy Point.
I wish I was going along with you.
So do I, Matty. Well, I'll be seeing you.
Okay, Nick. Have fun.
Nick, this is Mr. John Reardon.
How do you do, Mr. Reardon? Sit down.
Thank you, Mr. Carter.
Mr. Reardon has a problem, Nick. I told him you were just about to go away, but he's very anxious to talk to you about one of your pet hates, gambling.
Oh, is that so? Well, just what's your difficulty, Mr. Reardon?
A gambling ship. I've lost a great deal of money on it.
But why come to me about that?
I'm convinced that the roulette wheel on the ship is crooked. If I can prove it, that is, if I can get you to prove it, I may be able to get back some of my losses.
Sorry I can't help you, Mr. Reardon, but I'm off on a fishing trip.
Mr. Reardon, if you're convinced that this gambling ship is crooked, why don't you go to the police?
Well, in the first place, I can't afford the publicity, and in the second place, the police would merely raid the ship and shut it down, and I'd have no chance to get back my losses.
Oh.
Mr. Carter.
Yes?
I've heard about your big hobby, your downtown boys club.
Well?
If you'll look into this matter for me, I'm prepared to make a very substantial donation to your boys club.
What? Oh, Nick, that would be wonderful.
Yeah. Where is this gambling ship?
Anchored off the coast, reached by launch from the town of Thompson's Cove.
Thompson's Cove? Why, that's only a few miles from Sandy Point, where I'm going for my week of fishing.
Well, then...
Tell you what I'll do, Mr. Reardon. I'll take a look at this gambling ship. If I find anything, I'll take your case.
I can't ask for any more than that.
But, just why do you think this gambling ship isn't on the level?
Mr. Carter, I'm convinced the roulette wheel is fixed. Trouble is, I don't know just how it's done.
That kind of evidence isn't very satisfactory in a courtroom.
Well, if we can just find out how it's done, I can confront the gambling syndicate with the facts and...
Get back your money and close up the ship.
That's it.
Well, Mr. Reardon, I'll take a run out there and have a look. Suggest you meet me at the hotel at Thompson's Cove in a couple of days, and I'll give you my decision.
I'll do that, Mr. Carter. And I'm grateful to you.
Well, don't be grateful yet. Good day, Mr. Reardon.
Good day, Mr. Carter. Miss Bowen?
Goodbye, Mr. Reardon.
Well, Patsy, you better hurry up and finish those case histories.
Oh, Nick, why do I
I'll need you with me when I go out to that gambling ship tomorrow night.
Well, why didn't you say so? That's different. You mean we don't have to pay to ride on this launch?
No. The gambling ship provides free transportation to its guests.
Oh. Hey, there are some prosperous-looking people on board, Nick.
They have to be to play roulette.
Nick?
Hmm?
You see that young girl over by the rail? She can't be over 18.
Pretty, too.
I wonder why she's going out to the ship. She seems to be alone.
You know, Patsy, I think it might be a good idea if you try to find out. She's not the gambling type at all.
Right, Nick. I'll strike up a conversation with her as soon as we get aboard. Nick, I want you to meet Miss Edwards, Mr. Carter.
How do you do, Mr. Carter?
Delighted to meet you, Miss Edwards.
I noticed you coming out on the launch.
Well, it's always flattering to be noticed by a pretty girl.
Thank you.
Miss Bowen and I were both wondering why a girl like you would be visiting a place like this, alone.
See that piano over there in the roulette room?
Yes.
My brother Bill played that piano until last night.
Oh, did he lose his job?
I don't know.
You don't know?
No. All I know is he didn't come home last night. You see, we live together in Thompson's Cove. I have a job there.
And you've come out here to find out what happened to your brother?
If I can, Mr. Carter. I'm terribly worried.
Well, possibly I can be of some assistance.
Oh, if you only could.
think the first step in that direction is the present piano player. I'll go over and have a chat with him.
No more bets. No more bets. You want to join the game? Number 13.
Why'd you stop playing the piano so abruptly, son?
I don't like that number much.
How about playing June's Bustin' Out All Over?
I don't like that one either.
You're new here, aren't you?
Kinda.
What happened to the former piano player? The one who played here last night?
I got no idea.
Any idea who could tell me about the other piano player?
Say, why don't you mind your own business?
Why, I'm just curious to find out. Why do you stop right in the middle of a tune?
Listen, Nosy, you come out here to gamble or talk to me?
I like to see what...
Mr. Carter.
Yes, who are you?
Never mind.
But you know my name.
Sure, so does the boss. Matter of fact, the boss wants to see you in his office right away.
I'll be delighted to meet the boss. As a matter of fact, I was just about to ask someone for a proper introduction.
Okay, follow me. I'll introduce you good and proper. Here's Mr. Carter, boss.
Hello, Nick Carter.
How do you do? Don't believe I've had the pleasure.
Simmons the name. Dutch Simmons.
Glad to know you. And your friend here?
My name's Gus. Gus Jones.
Well, gentlemen, now that we're acquainted...
Quarter, I want to know what you're doing on this ship.
Isn't my money as good as any other sucker's?
I don't like that crack, Carter. This is an honest ship.
I never heard of a gambling ship that was honest.
How would you know whether or not we're honest? You haven't been gambling. We spotted you the minute you got aboard. And we know you're a private eye giving us the once-over. Who are you working for?
Why, you should know that it's unethical for me to divulge the name of a client.
That's a laugh. A private dick talking about ethics.
Some of us are on the level.
And by the way, who are your two girlfriends?
One is my assistant, Miss Bowen. And the other is a Miss Ethel Edwards, whose brother played the piano in your roulette room. Until last night.
Oh, yeah. Bill Edwards. Nice kid.
What happened to him?
How should I know?
He didn't go home last night. Strange, a youngster should just vanish.
So you're working for the kid's sister?
Could be.
Well, you're entirely too inquisitive, Mr. Carter. And if I ever see you on the ship again, maybe you'll vanish, too.
Tough, aren't you?
Tough enough to handle you. Gus.
Yeah, boss?
Take Carter and his assistant and his new girlfriend to the next launch.
Okay.
And see that they get back to shore.
Well, that was quite a ship.
Yeah. Fantastic, isn't it? The way people flock to a place like that just to lose their money.
My brother Bill says they do a big business.
Expensive layout, all right. Now we've got to figure out how to get back there. Miss Bowen and I have been barred.
Barred?
Uh-huh.
Why?
Miss Edwards, I'm a private detective, and Miss Bowen is my assistant.
Oh.
I'm investigating something on the ship for a client. But when I heard about your missing brother, I decided I'd look into that, too.
Thank you, Mr. Carter. Hope you can find out what's happened to him.
I will, if it's at all possible. And I think I'll start by having a chat with the pilot of this launch.
Oh, we'd better wait for you back here, Nick.
All right, Patsy. It'll only be a moment.
Okay.
Nice night, Skipper.
Nice enough.
Suppose you sometimes get rough weather.
Sometimes.
What do you do when it gets really tough?
Don't run.
But how do the customers get back and forth to the ship, then?
They don't.
Oh. And I suppose you decide if the ship will be open for business each evening.
Yeah, that's about it, mister.
Ah. I should think the owners of the ship would certainly value your services.
Not too much. I've been working here for more than a year and got no raise yet.
Oh? Well, how about the men who work on the ship? Do the bosses treat them pretty well? Financially, I mean?
I wouldn't know, mister. You know somebody back there on the ship?
Just a kid who plays the piano.
Who's that?
Bill Edwards.
Nice kid. Haven't seen him in a couple of days.
You mean he didn't come back with you last night?
No, he didn't, and he usually writes... Say, why are you asking me all these questions?
Thanks, Skipper. See you again.
Yeah, wait a minute. What can I do?
Well, Nick, learn anything?
Miss Edwards, the pilot tells me your brother didn't return to shore last night. Unless he swam.
But Bill isn't a very good swimmer. And he wouldn't try to swim ashore. It's too far.
That's what I'm afraid of, Patsy.
He's dead, Mr. Carter. I just know it. I had a feeling...
Don't cry, Ethel. We don't know what's happened to him yet.
Mr. Carter, you said you'd help me.
And I will. I'm going through with this investigation now, no matter what happens.
So, a casual look into a possible gambling swindle on Nick's part suddenly turns into a murder investigation. Or is it murder? We'll see in just a moment. Now, back to the case of the missing piano player. Today's Nick Carter adventure brought to you by Old Dutch Cleanser. It is the following morning. Nick is in John Reardon's hotel room at Thompson's Cove, where Reardon has come to hear Nick's first report.
Mr. Reardon, that gambling ship is run by a group of dangerous men.
I thought so.
They warned me not to return to the ship, or I'd vanish.
Well, why?
Because I think I may be on the track of a murder.
Murder?
That's right. A young piano player named Bill Edwards.
I remember him.
Why?
Why, I liked his music.
Well, this kid was playing the piano in the roulette room until the night before last. Then he vanished.
How do you know?
Miss Bone and I met his sister on the launch going out to the ship.
And?
From what she told us, Mr. Reardon, young Bill Edwards is a prisoner on that ship. Or dead.
You notified the police?
No, because I'm not sure of anything yet.
Well, in the meantime, how about that roulette wheel? Is it crooked? Is it fixed?
Shouldn't be at all surprised after my conversation with Mr. Dutch Zimmern and his pal Gus. I also think it may have something to do with the piano.
Piano, eh?
Yes. But right now, my main problem is getting back to the ship.
And how do you intend to do that?
I've decided to take your case.
Good, very good.
But I'm afraid it's going to cost you some extra money for a bribe.
How much?
Possibly 500, possibly 1,000.
That's nothing compared to what I've lost out there. Agreed.
Thanks for the vote of confidence.
Your call, please.
Thompson's Cove, 7386, extension 8.
7386, extension 8.
Right.
One moment, please.
What are you doing, Carter?
Calling the ship. Phone number was on the guest card I got from this hotel. The extension I recall from Mr. Dutch Zimmern's phone in his office.
Hello?
Hello? Is Gus there?
This is Gus. Who's this?
This is Nick Carter.
Nick Carter. What?
Gus, how'd you like to pick up an extra 500?
For what?
Thought that for $500 you'd see that I got back on that ship.
That's a tough thing to arrange, Carter. The boss don't like you. I can't guarantee what'd happen.
All right. How about 1,000?
Okay. It's a deal. But I won't promise what'll happen after you get aboard.
I'll worry about that. Just meet me in Curran's Bar and Grill in Thompson's Cove this afternoon at 4. Have another drink, Gus?
Might as well. What's the matter? You ain't touched yours.
I will later. Waiter?
Yeah.
Another of the same.
Yeah, coming up.
This booze sure tastes funny.
Just your imagination. Gus, what do you know about Bill Edwards?
Nice kid. Good piano player, too. It's too bad.
What happened to him?
He disappeared.
Where? Isn't he somewhere on the ship?
Here you are, mister.
Oh, thanks, waiter.
Right.
Well, Gus, drink hearty.
Yeah. Sure.
What happened to Bill Edwards, Gus?
Bill Edwards?
Yes. Where is he?
He's dead.
Where?
Got funny tasting booze in this joint.
How did Bill Edwards die, Gus? Where's his body?
There was Old anchor on the bow of the ship. Been there for years. Ain't there now. We had to use it. Yeah. We used it.
So that's the answer.
Huh?
Thank you, Gus. You've helped a lot.
Homicide, Sergeant Matheson.
Hello, Matty. Nick.
Nick, where are you?
Thompson's Cove Hotel. Matty, can you come out here right away?
What's up? Thought you were on a vacation.
Been interrupted by a murder, and I need a little police cooperation, and fast.
Can do, Nick. So happens I know the police officers out there very well.
Fine. Can you come right out?
Sure. Things are quiet here in town.
Thanks, Matty. And be sure to wear your old clothes.
Why?
I've arranged a fishing expedition for you.
Big crowd here tonight, Nick.
Yes, but it's amazing the way people like to get rid of money. Good evening, Tex.
Ah, you here again?
This is Miss Bourne.
Hi.
Hi. I enjoy your playing very much.
Thanks.
Miss Bourne and I were wondering why you don't use the entire keyboard.
Your bet, please. I don't get you.
You never seem to play on the extreme bass or the extreme treble. It's such a fine instrument, it's a shame not to use the whole keyboard.
Why don't you two go away and play games?
Come off it. I told you to stay off this ship, Carter.
Oh, hello, Dutch. Oh, this is my assistant, Miss Bourne.
How do you do?
Carter, this thing you feel in the middle of your back is a gun.
That's what I thought.
Start walking to my office.
Mind if I come along?
You stay here. I'm going to have a little talk with your boyfriend. Alone.
I guess you're not wanted, Patsy. See you later.
All right, Nick. I'll be waiting for you.
You were a fool to come back, Carter. I warned you.
I remember, Dutch. You used to said if I ever came back here, I'd vanish. Like Bill Edwards.
That's what you're going to do.
Yeah?
Yeah. Open that door.
Ah, come in, Mr. Carter.
Mr. Reardon.
Yes. Close the door, Dutch.
Sure, Reardon.
And no sudden moves, either of you. I've got you both covered. I wouldn't want any trouble.
Well, that is certainly an unexpected turn of events. We'll see what happens next in just a moment. And now for the conclusion of the case of the missing piano player. Today's adventure with Nick Carter, brought to you by Old Dutch Cleanser. We pick up our story where we left off, as Reardon says to Dutch and Nick.
No sudden moves, either of you. I've got you both covered. I wouldn't want any trouble.
What's the idea, Reardon? Why the gun?
Looks like he's gone screwy, Dutch.
Shut up, Gus. I'll do the talking.
Reardon, what are you doing here?
This is my office, Carter.
Our office.
So you boys are partners in this racket.
Nice deduction, Carter.
I wondered how long it'd take for you to come out in the open, Reardon. But why the gun?
Gus and Dutch are going to do some explaining.
So you hired Carter?
Correct. I hired him to check up on you two.
Why, you...
Now, perhaps you'll tell me why you've brought Carter in here at the point of a gun?
He's too nosy.
Been asking too many questions. He knows too much.
That's right. He knows too much about a crooked roulette wheel.
You mean to say that this smart aleck has been telling you...
Let's listen to what Carter has to say, Dutch. Speak up, Carter.
Gladly, Mr. Reardon. But first, inasmuch as you seem to know Dutch so well, will you be good enough to tell him to take that automatic out of my spine?
You heard him, Dutch. Drop the gun on the floor.
You'll be sorry for this, Reardon.
Thanks.
Well, Carter, how about that roulette wheel?
It's fixed.
That's a lie.
Prove it.
Quiet, both of you. All right, Carter. Prove it.
You'll take that piano apart, you'll find the answer. There are wires under the rug from the piano to the roulette wheel. As the wheel starts spinning, the piano starts playing. At a signal from the croupier, the piano player who faces the croupier stops playing abruptly.
You're crazy, Carter.
Go ahead, Carter.
I noticed that the pianist never touches the extreme treble or bass keys except when he stops playing. Then he does press a certain key at one end or the other. A key in the bass for black, a key in the treble for red. It's as simple as that, Reardon.
So much for the mechanics. What else?
This fact should also be of interest to you. Some of the customers are very pally with the croupier, and they're always the same customers.
Listen, Carter, you...
And these customers walk away from that table with some handsome winnings. Winnings in which you do not share, Reardon, but in which Dutch and Gus do.
Reardon, are you going to believe this bum Carter or us?
I'm going to believe Carter. Carter doesn't lie.
All right, Reardon, what are you going to do about it?
Just this, Dutch. I'm going to dissolve our partnership here and now.
Hey, Dutch, he's gonna...
What's the idea of knocking me over, Carter? Huh?
You don't want to be a killer, too, Reardon.
Don't move, any of you.
Oh, hi, Matty. It's good to see you.
You all right, Nick?
Right as rain.
What's the score, Nick?
My client here decided to become a killer, so I tackled him and the shots went wild.
What's this all about, Carter? Why are the cops?
It's about a murder. Matty?
Yeah?
Did you and the local police find that anchor?
We did, Nick. Under the bow of this ship. With young Bill Edwards' body tied to it.
There are your killers, Matty. Dutch Zimmern and Gus Jones.
Nice going, Nick. Take them away, boys.
You can't take me.
This guy's crazy.
And if the bullets you guys pumped into young Bill Edwards before you dropped him over the side don't finish putting you in the hot seat, I'll turn in my badge. Let's go.
Well, Nick, another case history to type. Just as I had everything in the office cleaned up and ready for filing.
I'll give you something to do while I catch some fish.
Oh, you. Oh, you know, Nick, you haven't told me how you knew where to find Bill Edwards' body. I'll need the facts for the file.
Scopolamine, Patsy.
Huh?
Scopolamine. It's a truth serum.
Oh.
The kind of stuff the Germans used to get information out of their prisoners during the war.
I don't follow you.
You recall I had a date with Gus in a bar?
Yeah?
Well, scopolamine is a drug that makes a man unable to avoid telling the truth. I put some in the drinks I bought for him.
Oh.
Then I asked him about young Edwards. The minute he mentioned the anchor, I knew the answer. I called the local police. When they dragged the bottom under the bow of that ship, they found what they were after, unfortunately.
And you found more than you bargained for.
Yes, very true, Patsy. I realized that Reardon had a little private grudge to settle as soon as he recognized the name of Bill Edwards.
Uh-huh.
But murder, that's something more than we bargained for.
Well, now that that's settled, I suppose you're going back to Sandy Point.
Right, Patsy. Back to Sandy Point and some fishing. And this time I hope to catch nothing but fish.
Well, Nick, can you give us a hint or two on the adventure that Old Dutch Cleanser's going to bring us next week?
Certainly can, Bob. It started out with a dish of macaroni in a one-arm lunchroom.
A dish which contained more than macaroni, I might add.
And which led us into strange and devious paths. First, we landed in an unused heating furnace.
Then a trash can on the corner.
Wait a minute. What were you looking for?
A small metal capsule that was worth a fortune.
And that turned into a miniature bomb at the end.
It certainly sounds unusual. What do you call the story, Nick?
I call it The Case of the Wandering Macaroni.
Nick Carter, Master Detective, is presented each week at this time and over these same stations by the Cudahy Packing Company, makers of Old Dutch Cleanser. Nick Carter, Master Detective, produced and directed by Jock McGregor, is copyrighted by Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. Lon Clark is starred as Nick, with Charlotte Manson featured as Patsy. Matty is played by Ed Latimer. Today's script was written by Bryce Disk, Jr. Original music is played by George Wright. This program is fictional, and any resemblance to actual persons living or dead is purely coincidental. This is Bob Martin saying, when minutes count, use Old Dutch Cleanser. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. Old Dutch Cleanser, famous for chasing dirt, presents Nick Carter, famous for chasing crime. Every week at this time, two great names are joined as Old Dutch Cleanser brings you one of the most resourceful and daring characters in all detective fiction, Nick Carter, Master Detective.
This is the silliest business I ever heard of, Nick. Ordering a dish of macaroni just so somebody else won't get it.
Yes, Patsy, but it's this particular dish that holds the fortune.
But what if you don't get it before Green Hat does?
Then I failed in what I promised to do.
But what happens after you get the dish of macaroni, Nick?
We search it for what it contains.
And after that?
Anything can happen.
Now, the case of the wandering macaroni. Today's adventure with Nick Carter, brought to you by Old Dutch Cleanser. It's been a busy day for Nick Carter, who's been cleaning up the routine business that has piled up on his desk. Now it is late afternoon, and Nick is still dictating letters to his recording machine while his secretary, Patsy, sits at her desk and taps her foot impatiently.
Dear Mr. Gaylord, I received your letter dated January 17th, semicolon. However, it is not my policy to accept cases of this nature, period. I find
Nick.
that activities of the sort you suggest are incompatible with a general standing
Nick.
that I have attempted to... Hey, Patsy, you turned off the machine.
That's right. It's 5:30. I won't transcribe those letters till tomorrow anyway. And besides, it's my birthday.
But I only
Oh,
have
Nick
a few...
Carter, you promised me 6 months ago that we'd go out to dinner to celebrate my birthday, and I'm going to drag you away from the office. I have to use a blackjack.
All right, Patsy. I didn't forget. We'll close up the office right now and go out and celebrate.
Well, that's better. Which do you think would be nicer, Nick? The penguin room or the moonlight roof?
Your choice, Patsy. You're the birthday child.
I think the penguin room. They've got that big name band and all the...
The door.
Oh, no. Not another case. Let's keep very quiet and maybe he'll go away.
I'd like to, but it might be important. Don't worry about the dinner, Patsy. I'll see to it that you...
Mr. Carter?
Come in.
You're Nick Carter, the detective?
That's right. This is my secretary, Miss Bowen.
Oh, how do you do?
How do you do?
What can I do for you?
I want you to get me a dish of macaroni.
Beg your pardon. I thought you said macaroni.
I did?
What?
Well, perhaps I'd better explain.
Well, I should think so.
My name is Griswold, Ben Griswold. Years ago, I used to work as a contact man for your father, Sim Carter, when he needed an inside track on unusual circles.
Say, wait a minute. Ben Griswold, I remember you.
I hoped you would.
Why, you used to come to the house when I was a boy and help me with arithmetic.
That's right, Nick. But I need your help now. I can't go to the police. I can't afford publicity of any sort. It would ruin me.
I'd be glad to do anything I can, Ben.
Well, I'll pay any fee you ask.
Now, don't worry about that. For an old friend of my father's that's on the house.
But you said you wanted a dish of macaroni.
Yes. Now, here's the whole setup. At 7:03 tonight, a man wearing a green hat will go into the cafeteria at 47th Street and Avenue M.
Yes?
Exactly 1 minute later, he'll drop a glass on the floor and break it.
But why?
That's an identification signal. Then at 7:05, he'll go to the steam table. There'll be 3 dishes on top of the counter. The middle one will be macaroni, Nick, and I want you to get that dish before the man in the green hat does.
Well, what's in it? And why is it so important?
Well, in that macaroni dish, you'll find a metal container. Now, I can't tell you what's in it, but I'll meet you here tomorrow, and before you hand it over to me, I'll give you legal proof that it's really mine. I can't go myself, Nick. They know me by sight.
I see. Now, let's see now. Green hat comes in at 7:03.
Yes?
At 4 after, he breaks a glass.
Right.
And I'm to beat him to the macaroni at 5 after.
That's right. And be careful, Nick. It'll be dangerous.
All right, Ben, you've got yourself a detective. I'll get that macaroni for you. May even bring back some salt and pepper for seasoning.
But, Nick, you promised to take me to the penguin room for dinner. It's my birthday.
Oh, that's right. Well, never let it be said that a Carter broke a promise. We're off to dinner.
At the penguin room?
No, Patsy, at the cafeteria.
Baked beans for a birthday dinner.
We'll make it up later, Patsy. We'll take in the penguin room and the moonlight room. Oh, there he is.
Green hat, where?
Behind you. There by the water cooler.
I see. He's looking at his wristwatch. He's awfully big, Nick.
Yeah, looks as though he could walk upstairs with a piano under each arm. I don't like that bulge in his coat either. That's a shoulder holster.
There goes the broken glass right on schedule. Have you got enough change?
A whole pocketful. Come on.
Right.
You keep away from Green Hat, Patsy. When you see me start for the door, get going fast and meet me outside.
Right, Nick.
Now, wait a minute.
Can I help you, Bud?
Coffee, black, and plenty hot.
Draw one.
What do you want coffee for now, Nick?
Might come in handy.
There you are. 5 cents. Thanks.
Now down to the steam table.
Here comes Green Hat fast.
We'll beat him. Here's the macaroni in the counter. I'll drop a quarter and grab it.
Hey, you give me that macaroni.
Why should I? I paid for it.
Hand it over. Hey, look out with that coffee. Look out. Oh, hey.
Come on, Patsy, beat it.
With you.
Walk as fast as you can. The hot coffee I spilled on Green Hat will keep him busy for a while.
Did you get the metal container out of the dish?
I had a fish and a macaroni for it, but I found it.
What's in it?
We'll see when Griswold comes for tomorrow. Round this corner, quick.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Okay, Wine Sky, up with the hands.
Green Hat.
Yeah, this must be my lucky day. I come out the side door, and there you are like a pair of sitting ducks. Careful, Bud, this ain't a water pistol.
Yes, he's got us, Patsy. Oops.
Oh,
Hey, what?
Nick, you made me drop my purse.
Sorry, Patsy.
All right, punk, pick up the lady's bag and come on. We're going visiting, and don't try nothing. Because after that hot coffee stunt, I'm liable to get a little trigger happy. Okay, Bud, this way.
Where are we, Nick? I couldn't see out of the car he brought us down here in.
Down by the docks. Looks like an empty warehouse.
Shut up, you two. All right, in this door.
Oh, there you are. Did you get it?
Well, Colonel, you see, this punk here and a dame, they beat me to the macaroni. I figured something was phony, so I brung him along. He was packing this.
Army 45. Did he have the container?
Well, I couldn't go over him good in the car.
What are you waiting for now?
Yeah, sure. Okay, punk, off with your coat.
Now, take
Come
it easy.
on, take it off, I said. There. Now, let's see. Keys. Notebook. Wallet. Nope. All right. Lift them hands. Come on. Yeah. He's clean, Colonel. Unless he swallowed it.
Perhaps he handed it to the young lady. You'd empty your pocketbook out on my desk.
Nick.
Do what he says, Patsy.
All right. There.
Gee, it ain't there, Colonel.
Well, Mr. Hand me his wallet.
Yeah, here, Colonel.
Mr. Carter, I think you owe us an explanation. Seems you've hidden something that belongs to us.
I paid a quarter for the macaroni, if that's what you mean.
You check back at the cafeteria. The container wasn't that dish of macaroni, and you're hiding it, Mr. Carter. Well, we'd very cheerfully murder you and the young lady to get what we want.
See here.
Think it over, Mr. Carter. I'll lock them up in the storeroom.
Sure, Colonel. I'll take care of them. Now, don't get lonely, Carter. We won't be gone long.
Well, Nick?
There must be some way out of here.
Oh, but Nick, I just love it here. This is just the place for a birthday party. Pitch black, dusty drams, drafty.
Patsy, that's it.
What do you mean?
There's a draft in here. It's got to come from someplace.
Oh, that's right. There must be an outlet.
Well, let's see. Maybe if I run my hands over the walls. Here it is.
Is it open?
No, but it's plenty big. There's a grating about a yard square. See if you can find something we can pry the grating off with, Betsy.
Okay. But it's sure like looking for a needle in a haystack.
Oh, it's so dark in here, it's even worse.
Nick, how come you didn't have the metal container when they searched you?
Please, Betsy, one thing at a time.
Oh, all right, but... Hey, I found something.
What is it?
I don't know. Here.
A strip of some kind of metal. Well, let's see whether it'll work.
I sure hope it does.
I think maybe it's going to...
Are you getting it?
Pretty sure I...
Wonderful.
Look out for your toes.
Huh?
Oh.
What's the matter?
Oh, I just got a mouthful of dust.
It's not surprising in a place like this.
All right, come on, Betsy. The trick is to follow me down this old stovepipe, or whatever it is. And believe me, it's not going to be a pleasure trip. Careful, Patsy.
What?
I said careful. The vent goes straight down from here.
What are you going to do?
Jump.
Oh, but Nick.
Nothing else to do. Okay, here goes Geronimo.
Nick, are you all right?
I'm fine. It's about an 8-foot drop. Come on.
Hey, see. Oh, golly.
You won't get hurt. I'll catch you.
But you can't see
No,
me.
but you'll land in a pile of ashes. Come on, Patsy. We haven't time to talk things over.
Well, okay. Here goes nothing. Oh, Nick. Oh, dear. Where the dickens are we?
My guess is that we're inside a furnace.
Well, we're certainly lucky that this is summer. Otherwise, you and I might be fairly well done by now.
There's a streak of light over there.
Yeah, that's right.
Probably the fire door. If it is...
Oh, gee. We're lucky this is a big furnace.
That's a fire door, all right.
Good.
Wait. There. All right. Now I'll help you out.
Boy, that's just the way to treat a new pair of nylons.
There's a door, Patsy.
It's open, too.
I think it leads to an alley. Yes, it does.
Fresh air.
Careful. The green hat may be around someplace.
Oh, dear.
What's the matter?
I've got ashes in my shoes down the back of my neck.
So have I.
The first thing I'm going to do is go home, take a shower, and get into some clean clothes.
Oh, no, you're not.
Why, I am, too.
Right now I got a phone call to make.
But...
And I'm running a race, a very important race.
A race? Nick, are you feeling all right?
Never felt better.
But this race...
Going to run a race, Patsy, with the Department of Sanitation.
Covered with dust and ashes, Nick and Patsy hurry through the city on a mysterious race. Their goal, the secret of the container in the wandering Macaroni. As their cab careens through the streets, Nick wonders what lies behind the struggle for this puzzling prize. We'll see how he finds the answers in just a minute. Now back to the case of the wandering Macaroni. Today's adventure with Nick Carter, brought to you by Old Dutch Cleanser. Covered with ashes, Nick and Patsy hail a cab and hurry back uptown. It is after midnight when they are dropped on a corner, and now they hurry along the dimly lighted, deserted street. Patsy is still trying to brush the dust out of her hair.
Nick, I don't see why I can't go home and clean up.
Later, Patsy. We gotta hurry now. There's the cafeteria down the street.
Oh, but just look at my stockings. There isn't enough left of them to make a pair of bobby socks.
Here we are.
Why, this is the same corner where Green Hat held us up. Nick, what are you diving into that trash can for?
A container from the Macaroni. I ditched it in here when I was picking up your purse.
So that's why Green Hat couldn't find it when he searched you.
I was afraid the sanitation department would get here first and empty it again. Oh, blast it.
What's the matter?
Who puts banana peels in here?
You find it?
No, not yet. Wait. Yes, here it is.
Good.
Our little macaroni-covered friend.
Nick, there's a car pulling up, a police car.
I know. Sergeant Matheson.
Huh?
Said he'd meet us here when I phoned him.
You know, one of these days, Nick Carter, I ain't gonna come running when you call.
Hi, Sergeant.
Hiya, Patsy. Hey, what have you been doing? Playing hide and seek in that garbage can?
In a way.
We've been chasing a dish of macaroni.
At this time of night?
Uh-huh.
You've both gone off your rockers. Now, just stay nice and quiet, and Uncle Matty'll call the wagon.
Don't be funny, Matty. I'm on a case. I need your help.
And how?
I'd like to look through your files and check a few things.
Okay, Nick. Hop in back, and I'll take you downtown. Now, what's all this about?
I can't tell you much now, Matty, but I have a hunch we're on a trail of something big.
All right, sit down, Nick. Carter will have those fingerprints for you in a minute. Where'd you get them?
From my notebook cover. The ape with the green hat had his paws all over it when he searched me.
Huh?
They kept the wallet, but he gave me back the notebook.
What about the other guy?
The colonel?
Yeah.
There, Matty, is a smooth operator. Didn't touch anything. And tried to keep his face in the shadow, but he leaned forward when he reached for my wallet.
Why don't you check through our file, Nick, and see if you can spot him from the photographs?
Good idea. Patsy saw him, too. She can help. Hey, where is Patsy?
Down the hall, washing up. You could use some soap, too, Nick.
No, I haven't time. Gotta crack this before tomorrow morning when I see Grizzle.
Any luck in the file?
Not so far. No one that even looks like the colonel.
Come in.
There's a record on those prints, Sergeant. Mr. Carter was right. This guy's got a record as long as your arm.
Okay, Carter, thanks.
Now, read it off to me, will you, Matty? I'll keep looking for the colonel.
Now, let's see now. Oh, quite a guy, your man in the green hat, Nick.
Yeah.
Name Shiv Garson. Convictions 3, 6, 9. Everything from dope and hot cars to making book. Wanted by the Treasury boys for smuggling. I better have him picked up.
What's the latest they got on him?
Well, here he's been spotted down in South America. Port of San Luis Oro. Looks like the Treasury's been keeping a close eye on that baby, Nick.
Well, Hey, I'll be...
Well, what is it, Nick? You find the Colonel's picture in the files, huh?
No, I found my client's picture.
What do you mean?
Here on this card. Ben Griswold, convicted 1923, illegal stock manipulation. Served 2 years and stayed prison.
Ben Griswold. Say, I remember that case. I was a rookie when it broke.
Remember anything about him, Eddie?
Well, now, let me see. Yeah, he was a research scientist, but he got mixed up with a couple of stock-juggling wizards and took the rap.
Oh?
He's been going straight ever since, as far as I know, though, Nick.
So that's what he meant when he said he was a contact man for my father in unusual circles.
Huh?
Must have been an underworld agent after he got out of prison.
Could be.
Matty, after I check these files, I want to borrow your laboratory for a while.
All right, sure thing, Nick.
I've got a little special work to do.
All right, I'll have Carter open it up for you. But how about the container from the Macaroni?
We can't wait till morning for the unveiling. Can you pick Griswold up tonight if we need him?
That's no problem. We'll find him somehow.
Good. And if you can get him down here and hold him till I call, I think we can break this tonight. Well, back at the office at last, Patsy. You're sure you don't want to go straight home?
No, I couldn't sleep anyway. It isn't every girl that gets kidnapped on a birthday instead of being taken to dinner.
Oh, I'm sorry about that, Patsy. Maybe I shouldn't admit it, but I was looking forward to that party, too.
Thanks for telling me.
Well, here we are.
I think I'll finish those letters before I... What's the matter, Nick?
Didn't you leave the light on when we went out?
I don't know. I think I did. I guess I turned them out, though.
It's dark now.
Nick, do you think something's wrong?
I don't know. There's only one way to find out. Wait a minute. I got the right key.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Come on, Patsy. I'll get the light.
Think it's Green Hat.
Yes, and he's dead.
Good evening, Mr. Carter.
The Colonel.
Yes, my dear. The Colonel. I've been waiting for you. Sit down at your desk, Carter. Don't bother reaching in the drawer. I've removed the revolver from it. I warn you, I shoot quickly and accurately, so don't attempt any heroics.
You think of everything, don't you, Colonel?
I try to. I find it necessary in my business.
Your business?
Perhaps I should say profession. I'm a smuggler, and a very good one. Don't move, Miss Bowen. I've no scruples against using a gun on a lady.
I'm sure you haven't.
What's that?
Air conditioning.
Oh.
Works on an automatic thermostat.
I see. Mr. Carter, I think I'd better convince you that I mean business.
Oh, we're convinced of that already.
The container you managed to get out of our hands holds microfilm plans. Plans photographed on small film.
Oh, we know what microfilm is.
What are those plans of, Colonel?
A new and secret process for casting aluminum.
Which doesn't belong to you.
Legally, no. You see, old Griswold discovered the process in South America, but he wasn't too careful about guarding his property.
You mean you hijacked it off him?
You could call it that. I knew it would be worth millions to the automobile industry, which would pay heavily to the first man to secure an American patent. I planned to have a front man patent it.
But you couldn't get it into the country because the Treasury men were watching your gang too closely.
Precisely. That's why we had to adopt that complicated method of delivering the container. And I might add, your shrewd guess decreases your chances of surviving this meeting.
You're pretty careless with murder, aren't you?
I'm afraid there's been a trail of death following that container. Starting with the original inventor of the process in South America and ending in our unfortunate friend in the green hat. He failed, and I was forced to remove him. And he may not be the last, Mr. Carter.
You won't get clear on that rap, Colonel.
On the contrary, it's a perfect setup. Griswold couldn't call the police. Any publicity would call attention to the new process before he could patent it.
You'll slip, Colonel. It won't work.
I've told you this, Carter, to convince you that I'm deadly serious. I'm going to get those films, and I don't care particularly how I go about it. I think that corpse cooling on your threshold should prove that.
Looks as though you're holding all the aces, doesn't it?
Exactly. Now the container, please. I grow impatient, Mr. Carter. If you don't hand it over by the time I count 3, I shall proceed to shoot your secretary right between her very pretty eyes.
Nick sits watching the unwavering gun in the colonel's hand. He must act now, or the soft-spoken murderer will kill again. We'll see what he does in just a minute. And now for the conclusion of the case of the wandering Macaroni. Today's adventure with Nick Carter, brought to you by Old Dutch Cleanser. Nick's office is quiet as the colonel covers Nick and Patsy, his finger tightening on the trigger. The only sound is the colonel's voice.
1, 2.
Hold it, Colonel. I don't see why I should stick my neck out for a client.
Nick.
Last you show intelligence, Mr. Carter.
Nick, how can
Patsy,
you...
the container I gave you.
But Nick, he'll...
Don't argue. Give it to me.
All right. Well, what's the use of hiding it in the heel of my shoe if you're going to double-cross your client anyway?
Very clever, Carter. I see the heel unscrews.
Here it is.
Well, guess there's nothing left to do, Colonel. Here's your container.
Don't leave your chair. Put it on the desk.
Okay.
Now sit back. Don't move, Carter. Glad you finally displayed reason. Now, before we decide what to do with you, we'll see whether this is the real container. It opens on this end. It's stuck.
My eyes! Out of the way, Patsy, quick! Let go, I've got the gun now, Colonel. And now we'll see how you like looking down the barrel.
Well, it's all set, Nick. We got the colonel booked. Murder in the first.
How about the rest of the gang, Matty?
All locked up. As soon as you called and told me Green Hat was dead and you had caught the colonel, Griswold led us to the guy who tipped him off about the macaroni deal, and he squealed on the rest.
Good.
I turned the plans over to Griswold, and he's got them in the bank vault.
And you better get the patent papers filed in a hurry before anybody else gets any ideas.
You know what burns me, Nick? That rat, the colonel, will probably hire 6 genius lawyers.
Oh, no, he won't, Matty.
He talked plenty before you got here.
When he was trying to scare me into handing over the container, he even confessed to murder.
Oh, that's fine, but can we prove that to a jury?
We could let them hear the confession with their own ears.
With that... What?
Just before he started talking, I kicked the switch on my recording machine under the desk.
Well, I'll be...
Got everything he said.
He thought the noise was the air conditioning, but he was really dictating his own death sentence.
But, Nick, how the devil did you get out from under that gun? The colonel looks like a pretty cool customer to me.
Yes, Nick. Just what happened. First, I'm looking at that gun too scared to breathe, thinking you were double-crossing your client, and then the colonel screaming that he can't see.
Well, I knew the colonel would come to visit me sometime. He had my wallet with my address in it.
Well, that's true.
The only way he could locate the container was to come after me. So I stopped in the police laboratory and fixed a surprise for him.
While I was washing up?
Yes. I took the films out of the container and rigged a little booby trap inside it with tear gas.
Well, I'll be doggone.
But that stunt with the heel of my shoe.
Well, Patsy, he'd have suspected me if I'd just had it in my pocket.
Oh.
I knew he'd open it up immediately to check, and that's exactly what he did. He got it right in the eyes.
Well, there's still one thing I'm not satisfied with, Nick.
Oh, what's that?
My birthday dinner.
Oh.
Even if we do go to the Penguin Room, the head waiter will probably get murdered, and you'll take the case.
Well, then, how about going back to the cafeteria for a dish of macaroni?
Oh, Nick.
Well, Nick, what about the adventure Old Dutch Cleanser's going to bring us next week?
I'll get to that in just a moment, Bob. First, I wish to call attention to the fact that this is the first day of National Farm Safety Week. I want to remind every farmer I possibly can that the best way to prevent accidents on his farm is to be sure that everybody knows his job. Safety records in industry are achieved by training and watchfulness. The same thing is true on the farm. So don't take chances. The life you save may be your own. Now, Bob, next week we're going to meet a man who was murdered because he was cured of a disease he didn't have.
And the most amazing thing about him was the fact that his face could take pictures after he was dead.
A man's face that could take pictures after he was dead. That sounds fascinating. What do you call the story, Nick?
I call it The Case of the Dead Camera.
Nick Carter, Master Detective, is presented each week at this time and over these same stations by the Cudahy Packing Company, makers of Old Dutch Cleanser. Nick Carter, Master Detective, produced and directed by Jock McGregor, is copyrighted by Street & Smith Publications, Incorporated. Lon Clark is starred as Nick, with Charlotte Manson featured as Patsy. Mattie is played by Ed Latimer. Today's script was written by Ernest Kanoy. Original music is played by George Wright. This program is fictional, and any resemblance to actual persons living or dead is purely coincidental. This is Bob Martin saying, when minutes count, use Old Dutch Cleanser. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. New post-war Old Dutch Cleanser, famous for chasing dirt, presents Nick Carter, famous for chasing crime. Every week at this time, two great names are joined as new post-war Old Dutch Cleanser brings you one of the most resourceful and daring characters in all detective fiction, Nick Carter, Master Detective.
Nick, isn't there any way out of here?
I've gone over every inch of it, Patsy. There's not a chance.
It's like being buried alive. I almost wish he had shot us. It would be better than dying like this.
I'm going to make him wish he'd shot us, too.
What?
In fact, I'm going to make him come back to do it. Right now.
And now, the case of the Bearded Queen. Today's adventure with Nick Carter, brought to you by new post-war Old Dutch Cleanser. Today, Scubby Wilson, reporter on the Globe Gazette, finally got delivery on his new car, and is preparing to give Nick's secretary, Patsy Bowen, his one and only girlfriend, the first ride.
Wait till we turn this corner and you get a look at it, Patsy. The slickest, smoothest little convertible that ever came out of Detroit.
No more riding the elevated, eh, Scubby?
No, ma'am. When Scubby Wilson drives by, strong men will turn green with envy and fair ladies will swoon with delight.
Oh, you going to let me drive?
Well, I might let my wife drive if I ever get one. So if you'd care to qualify.
For the umpteenth time, Scubby, no thanks.
Oh, I mean it, Patsy. With a car like that, think of what a honeymoon we could have. Canada, maybe, or the Rockies.
Thanks, Scubby, but I think I'll stay single and a pedestrian.
That's only because you haven't seen the car yet. Oh, and now before we turn the corner, maybe you'd better shade your eyes. It may prove a bit dazzling at first.
Well, let's turn the corner and see.
Okay, my good woman, but don't say I didn't warn you. Now, behold the pride of the motor car industry, the glory of...
Well?
Holy cats! My new car is gone. Somebody's stolen it.
All right, Sergeant. And if the car should turn up this afternoon, will you call me here at my office? Thanks a lot. Goodbye.
What'd he say, Nick?
Nothing yet, Scubby. They put it on the police radio, but it wasn't very encouraging. There's been an epidemic of car thefts lately. And none of the stolen cars has been recovered.
Oh, gee, Scubby, that's tough.
Oh, fine. $1,500, and I only drove it 20 blocks. Brother, that's the most expensive taxi ride I ever had.
Have the police any ideas, Nick?
Yes, they do, Patsy. I think it's the work of a gang of boys about 16 or 17.
Kids that age wouldn't be able to sell the cars if they did steal them, would they?
Oh, well, not unless they were booked up with some crooked used car dealer who had a place where the cars could be repainted and the serial numbers changed.
Exactly. If kids are stealing cars on a large scale, they're working for some adult.
And there's nothing more rotten than a crook who makes criminals out of youngsters.
Some kids seem to be born that way.
Oh, no, they're not, Scubby.
No, they're not, Scubby. It's a matter of environment and training. Remember, these boys grew up with no place to play except the streets under the elevated. Give them a fair chance, and they're all right.
That's true, Scubby. Nick proved it with the Downtown Boys Club.
Right. Why, some of those fellows down there had pretty bad records, and we got them. But now I'd trust them anywhere.
Oh, I know, but at the same time... Oh, let me get it. Hello. Yeah, speaking. Huh? Oh, hey, that's great. They found it.
They did?
Good. Not even scratched, huh? You sure? Oh, swell. Oh, who took it, do you know? Oh, yes. Yes, I know him. Well, thanks, Sergeant. I'll be right down.
Was it stolen by somebody you know, Scubby?
Somebody we all know, Patsy.
Huh?
Danny Walker, Nick.
Danny Walker?
Why, he belongs to the Downtown Boys Club. Are you sure?
Sergeant Brady says they've arrested him, and he admitted taking it.
I can't believe it. Come on. We're going to look into this thing right now.
Oh, lay off, will you, Nick? I told you if I'd known the car belonged to a friend of yours, I wouldn't have took it.
It's you I'm interested in, Danny, not the car. I don't like to see you here in jail. You're the first member of the club who's got into trouble in more than a year. I want to find out why and help you if I can.
I don't belong to your club no more. I quit a month ago when my folks moved over to the west side.
Oh, that's so. I knew you hadn't been around lately, but I didn't know you'd quit.
Oh, them clubs is kid stuff. I'm 18 years old.
Danny, listen. We've been pretty good friends.
Oh, look, Nick, you're a good Joe, see, even if you are a private eye, but let me alone, will you?
No, Danny, I won't. When you came out of reform school, you gave me your word to go straight. And until now, you have. What's changed you, Danny? What's happened to you?
Well, I lost that job you got me, and I had to get some money quick, see? It was kind of a debt. Of honor, like. So I swiped the car to get the dough, and I got caught, and that's that.
You stole that car for somebody else, didn't you?
No, I didn't. I stole it for me.
Danny, look, I came here to go your bail because we're friends, and because I thought you honestly wanted to go straight. Now, you can help me protect other boys from getting into trouble the same way you did. If you'll only tell me
If I'll turn stool pigeon, huh? Well, I won't do it. No, sir, I tried going straight, and it didn't work. I'll take this rap. But I'll make up for it when I get out. I'll make up for it plenty.
Those elevated trains make so much noise, it's a wonder anyone gets any sleep around here.
You can get used to anything, Patsy.
Oh, there's Scubby in front of that delicatessen. And there's the space where we can park.
I hope he's been able to find out something.
Hello, beautiful.
Hello, Scubby.
Hiya, Nick.
You have any luck, Scubby?
No, not much. There's a gang in this neighborhood, all right, but the kids wouldn't talk to me.
They have any regular place to meet?
There's no settlement house and no boys' club. But some of them hang out at the West Pine Street garage.
A garage?
Now, don't get excited. I know it sounds like a perfect lead, but I met the boss. And if he's a crook, I'm Jesse James.
Well, I'd like to talk to him anyway. What's he like?
Nice old fellow. Name of Bainbridge, but everybody calls him Pops. I think you and he will have a lot in common.
What?
Not you, Nick.
What?
I said I think you and Pops Bainbridge will have a lot in common. Oh, never mind. You'll see for yourself. Come on.
I just don't know what to think, Mr. Carter. Why, Danny used to mind the gasoline pumps for me when I'd go out to eat. Maybe there'd be $30 or $40 in the cash register, and he never touched a cent of it. I'll swear to that.
I see.
Oh, Pops. Any calls?
No, not a thing, Joe. Hey, I want you to meet my friends.
Yeah?
Miss Bowen, Mr. Wilson.
Hello.
And Mr. Carter.
Hello.
Oh, yeah.
Nick Carter.
How do you do?
This is Joe Ferney. He keeps his taxi here, and I take his calls for him.
Nick Carter, the private eye, huh?
Uh-huh.
Heard about you. I'll be up front, Pops, in the office.
All right, Joe. Come on, Mr. Carter. And you folks, too. I want to show you something.
I didn't tell Nick about this, Mr. Bainbridge. I thought you'd like to do it yourself.
All right, in here. We'll ride down the elevator. Now, will you push the button, Mr. Carter? The one marked B. We'll go in the basement.
Oh, certainly. But what's this all about?
You'll see in a minute, Nick. Oh, a cigarette, Mr. Bainbridge?
The name's Pops. No thanks, I don't smoke.
Gubby, don't you see the no smoking sign on the wall?
Oh, sorry.
Golly, these garage elevators are big things, aren't they?
Well, we park cars on the upper floor and use this elevator to take them up.
Oh.
There now. Now, wait till I find the light. There we are.
Why, it's a club room. Oh, look, Nick, a handball court, and there's a dart game.
Yeah.
And a radio, checker games, and chess. Hey, you've done all right here, Pop.
Well, it isn't much, but I've seen a lot of boys get into trouble hanging around the streets, so I...
Hey, here's a deck of cards. Like to try a hand at gin rummy, Nick?
Oh, no, thanks, Hippie.
Oh, look, Nick, somebody's been doing a little artwork on these cards. You see the beard on this Queen of Hearts?
Whoever drew that has talent. Even changed the expression on her face.
Hey, that's pretty good.
I hoped I was helping the boys by fixing up this place, but now I don't know.
Well, why do you say that, Pops?
Well, look what happened to Danny, one of the finest youngsters I ever knew. Now, maybe hanging around the garage here got him wanting a car of his own.
I'm afraid it's not that simple, Pops. Well, thanks for your time. You've been very helpful.
I'm just sorry I couldn't do more.
You've helped me a great deal. A great deal more than you know.
What's the gag, Nick? You didn't come to the jail just to play cards with me.
Oh, yes, I did, Danny. Let me deal you a hand.
Okay.
You know how to play poker, don't you?
Sure, but I ain't got no money.
I'm playing for higher stakes than money. Wait.
Huh?
Never mind picking up your cards. I have you beaten.
How do you know? We ain't looked at the hands yet.
I have 3 aces, and you're holding a pair of 6s.
You a mind reader or something?
Turn 'em over and see.
Well, I'll... Hey, what is this? You stacking the cards on me?
No. I was reading the backs of the cards, Danny.
A mark deck, huh? So what?
See this card?
Yeah?
5 of clubs, isn't it?
Yeah? Hey, show me those marks, will you?
In a minute. This is the 10 of diamonds, right?
Right.
And the 7 of spades? The Queen of Hearts?
Wait a minute. That Queen of Hearts. Got a beard on it.
Has it?
Pete Krovic put that beard on there. I seen him do it.
Oh. So you played with this deck before.
You bet I played with him before. Where'd you get them cards?
Don't you know?
Who gave them to you? Come on, quit holding out on me.
You're holding out on me, aren't you, Danny?
Yeah, I guess I have been. I guess I've been a sucker, ain't I? Taking the rap for somebody who...
Who what, Danny?
Listen, Nick. Did you mean that about going my bail if I helped you crack this case?
Danny, the minute you tell me who's behind these car thefts, you're on your way out of here.
Oh, no. Get me out first, then I'll talk.
All right. May take me a couple of hours to make the arrangements, and I have to see a client at 8. But if I can't be here, I'll send Scubby to bring you to my office.
That's okay. And don't worry about your case, Mr. Carter. I'll crack it for you.
Good boy.
Brother, I'll crack it wide open.
That's Nick's house over there, Danny.
Okay.
You better park on this side, Scubby. Nick's car's in front of the house.
Sure. Only be here a few minutes anyway. Got to meet a guy for an interview pretty soon.
Well, come on. Nick's waiting for us.
Gee, I feel like the mayor or something with 2 of you bringing me here.
Well, Nick didn't want to take any chances.
On me running out, huh?
No, on anything happening to you. We're your bodyguards.
But guarding me from what? Nobody even knows Nick sprung me.
Maybe not, but I still think that green sedan was following us.
That green sedan must have been your imagination, Patsy. Either that or we lost him in the last block or 2.
I hope so. We're here, Nick.
Oh, hello. Is everything all right?
Yeah, hi, Nick. Everything's fine.
You bring the reports on the other car thefts, Patsy?
Well, oh, Nick, I'm sorry. I left them in the car.
Oh, I'll get them for you, Miss Bowen. It won't take a jet.
No, Danny. Let Scubby do it.
Danny, look out!
Good grief! He ran into him on purpose.
Come on.
It was that green sedan I saw following us before.
Patsy, call an ambulance.
Right.
Scubby, head off any traffic.
Sure, Nick.
Here, Danny. Here, Danny. Let me put my coat under your head. Danny, can you hear me? It's Nick. Nick.
It was him, Nick.
I know, Danny. Don't try to talk.
Got to tell you about those cars.
All right, son. What about them?
The eye.
What eye? What do you mean, Danny?
Look for the eye in the
Danny.
Oh, the poor kid. He's fainted.
No, Scubby. He's dead.
The I in the L. Can Danny's dying words be the clue that will lead Nick to the head of the car thieves and Danny's killer? We'll see what happens in just a moment. Now, back to the case of the Bearded Queen. Today's adventure with Nick Carter, brought to you by new post-war Old Dutch Cleanser. Back at the office, Nick, Patsy, and Scubby are puzzling over the connection between the automobile thefts and Danny Walker's dying words. Look for the I in the L.
Nick, the only way I can figure it must be some detective on duty around the elevated trains.
Naturally.
Scubby Brady, and ask him confidentially if any L detective has shown sudden prosperity since these car thefts started.
Sure, Nick.
If only we could have got the license number of that green sedan.
Yes, well, at least we have the fragments of glass from that shattered headlight. That may help us to identify it.
And the police are checking every garage in town for a green sedan with a broken headlight lens.
I felt sure that car was following us, but I didn't see it when we got here.
Probably parked the car up the street with his lights off and his motor running just in case.
And when Danny started to cross the street alone, the murderer saw his chance and took it.
Right. Well, the next thing is to find out if any older men sat in those card games with Danny.
You think the leader of this gang played cards with the boys?
Not only played cards with them, he cheated.
Oh.
Danny realized it when he saw the bearded Queen of Hearts in that marked deck. So-called debt of honor he stole Scubby's car to repay was a gambling debt.
Well, then maybe the same trick was played on some of the other boys. That might account for the rest of the stolen cars.
The way I figure it. After a boy had stolen one car, it wouldn't be hard to frighten him into stealing more by threatening to expose him.
Well, that's the lowest trick I ever heard of.
I agree with you, Scubby.
Yes. Well, when we find out who won with that marked deck, I think we'll have the leader of the gang and Danny's murderer.
Perhaps Bainbridge ought to know.
Right, Patsy, and that's where we're going. Scubby, as soon as you've talked to Sergeant Brady about the detectives, phone me at the West Pine Street garage.
Well, there are a couple of older fellows who sometimes used to play down there, Mr. Carter, but I don't...
Pops.
Oh, Joe.
What's the matter? No gas tonight?
Oh, I didn't hear you drive up.
Been here 2 or 3 minutes. You're so busy talking to your friends, you didn't see me.
We were talking about Danny Walker.
Yeah, nice kid. Too bad he had an accident, wasn't it? How about putting some gas in my can?
Sure, Joe, sure. Right away. Answer that, will you, Mr. Carter?
Oh, yes. It may be for me anyway. I'm expecting a call.
Oh, maybe it's for me, too, Nick. I'd better come with you. Nick, I didn't want to be left alone with Joe. Did you see the look on his face and how scared Pops was?
Yes, I noticed it. You better stay right outside the booth here.
Yes.
Hello? West Pine Street Garage.
That you, Nick?
Oh, yes, Scubby. What did you find out?
Not a thing. As far as Sergeant Brady knows, there's nothing against any of the detectives around the elevated. Of course, there's been no time for any investigation, but Sergeant Brady thinks we're on the wrong track.
He may be right. But the I and the L is the only thing we have to go on, and I'm going to follow it through.
Okay. Oh, say, will you ask Pops if he found my cigarette lighter? I had him. We were going down to the basement there. Remember when Patsy pointed out that no smoking sign and I...
Scubby! That may be it.
That may be what?
Never mind. You at headquarters?
Yes, why?
I'll call you back in 15 minutes. Give you the whole story for your paper.
Did he find out anything, Nick?
Wasn't anything to find out. Where are Pops and Joe?
They went out to the gas pumps.
Good. I want to take another look at that elevator.
Are we going down to the club room?
Not this time. Must have been blind not to have seen it before.
Seen what?
An elevator made of steel plates riveted together, push-button controls, and a no-smoking sign painted on the wall.
Well, what's unusual about that?
Here's the elevator. Step in, I'll show you. See, Patsy? One of those rivets is right in the middle of the I in no smoking.
The I and the L. The letter I and the no smoking sign in the elevator, of course. Danny died before he finished the word. But, well, how does that...
This elevator is run by push-button controls, Patsy. A button for each floor.
I know, but...
There were another floor, a secret floor. The control button for it would have to be concealed, too. And that rivet in the letter I may be it.
Push it, Nick. Let's find out if... Nick, we're going down to the boys' club room.
Think you'll find we're going past the club room, Patsy.
But we can't go past the basement.
No? Ever hear of a sub-basement?
Huh? Why, of course. Yes, we're passing the club room. There is a secret floor.
Maybe we're going to discover a lot of secrets.
Well, this seems to be it. Whatever it is. Gosh, it's dark here.
There should be a light switch near the elevator. Yes, here it is.
Nick, it's another garage.
A complete paint shop. And mechanical equipment for working over stolen cars.
Look, at the other end of the room, a green sedan with a broken headlight and the fender all dented.
That's the car, all right. The one that killed Denny.
Freeze, Copper. You two, sister.
Joe, I thought you were...
I came down while you was telephoning. I've been standing right behind this pillar waiting for you, baby. You and the boyfriend.
Now, look, Joe.
Carter, take your rod out of your pocket and drop it on the floor. No, don't turn around.
Whatever you say. But you're not playing this very smart.
Smarter than you, Flatfoot. Take that pocket too, sister, just in case you might be packing some heat.
Where's Pops? Have you done something to him?
Me? I don't do nothing to nobody, unless it's an accident. Of course, I do have an awful lot of accidents.
Hit and run accidents, Joe?
Sometimes. But I'll be able to do better than that for you two. Something real neat and artistic.
Now, wait. You don't realize the police know we came here.
So you come here. Then you left, see? Nobody will find this cellar, and nobody will ever find you. So long, suckers. I'll see you again tomorrow, the next day. And when I do, you're going to have one of the neatest little accidents that ever happened.
Nick, isn't there any way out of here?
No. Just this one big bare room. Nothing but the pillars that support the building. These workbenches and garage equipment. And the elevator shaft at the other end.
But it's like being buried alive. I almost wish he had shot us.
Patsy, I'm going to make Joe wish he had shot us.
What?
In fact, I'm going to make him come right back to do it right now.
Nick, why are you taking off your shoes?
I may want to walk quietly before I'm through. Hand me that monkey wrench there.
Oh, that won't be any good against a gun, Nick.
Better than nothing. Let me have it.
Okay.
Now, you get inside that green sedan. Lie down on the floor. You'll be as safe from bullets there as any place.
All right, Nick.
This switch box on the wall contains the main electrical switches for the entire building. One for the lights and one for power. We've got to keep the garage going upstairs as a blind. But it can't operate without lights. So we cut the lights.
Oh, Nick, be careful.
I will. I'll be behind this pillar next to the switch box. Joe will have to get those lights on again and quick. And he'll have to pass me in the dark to do it. I left the power switch on so the elevator still runs.
He's coming. Oh, Nick. I'm afraid.
Don't worry. It'll be over in a minute. One way or the other.
Nick and Patsy wait tensely in the darkness, unarmed, as the elevator descends, bearing a killer with a gun in his hand and murder in his heart. We'll see what happens in just a moment. Now for the conclusion of the case of the Bearded Queen. Today's Nick Carter adventure brought to you by new post-war Old Dutch Cleanser. Trapped in the dark sub-basement of the West Pine Street garage, Nick, armed only with a monkey wrench, waits behind a concrete pillar near the light switches for a killer. Across the room, the elevator comes to a stop. The beam of a flashlight cuts the pitch blackness, and a voice says,
That was very clever to turn off those lights, Mr. Carter. Clever, but fatal. You leave us no choice but to dispose of you and Miss Bowen. Now.
Come on along with that flashlight, Pops. We'll turn the switch on again.
Yeah, not so fast, Joe. Carter probably intends to ambush us, even if he doesn't have a gun.
Yeah.
I'll stay here by the elevator and keep the flashlight on you just in case.
Good idea. When the lights is on, we can finish him off nice and easy. I'll get the switch.
Remember, I have a gun, Mr. Carter, so don't think that you... Joe!
Hey, Pops! What happened to the flashlight? How'd you come to drop it?
Stay right where you are, Joe.
Yeah, okay.
Mr. Carter's very accurate at throwing a wrench. The flashlight's broken. You know where I am, Joe, so if you hear a sound in any other part of the room, shoot.
Don't worry, I will.
Did you get him, Joe?
I couldn't have missed it that range, Pops. But I don't know whether it was him or her.
It was neither.
Joe. Hey, Pops, you don't hear me. Help me. Joe. Joe, you all right? Joe, why don't you answer me?
This is Joe's gun on your back, Bainbridge. He doesn't have any more use for it. You better drop the one you're holding.
Yeah. I will.
All right, Patsy. Find that light switch. We're taking these two crooks to headquarters.
Straight ahead on this street, Scubby. You can't miss the sign out front. The West Side Boys Club, grand opening tonight.
Okay. Oh, say, Nick, when you jumped on Joe Ferner in the dark, how'd you know exactly where he was?
By the flash of his gun when he fired at something across the room.
Oh.
But I still don't know what he was shooting at.
I do.
Huh?
When I heard Bainbridge tell Joe to fire at any sound, I threw my shoe out of the window of the car I was hiding in. And sure enough, he shot at it.
Good for you, Patsy. Very clever. It distracted Joe's attention just long enough for me to jump in.
Great stuff, Patsy. Will you marry me?
Oh, Scubby, please.
Oh, okay, beautiful.
And then after I had Joe's gun, it was easy to find Bainbridge in the dark. He kept calling to Joe, so all I had to do was to follow the sound of his voice.
Uh-huh. This is it, Nick. The new West Side Boys Club. Just look at the crowd. You have your speech.
In my pocket.
Good.
You know, I'm prouder of being asked to speak at the opening here tonight than I would be if I were asked to address Congress.
I guess the other boys who were mixed up with Bainbridge and Ferner will be here, won't they?
Well, of course, Scubby. Nick got them all suspended sentences because of the trickery used to make them steal those cars.
And thanks to clubs like this, those boys will now have a chance to grow up right.
Hey, Patsy, you know what?
What, Scubby?
I just realized. Now that you've ridden in my new car, maybe you'll change your mind about marrying me.
Well, Scubby, I must admit I'm in love with...
Me?
No, darling. Your car.
Nick Carter, Master Detective, is presented each week at this time and over these same stations by the Cudahy Packing Company, makers of new post-war Old Dutch Cleanser. Nick Carter, Master Detective, produced and directed by Jock McGregor, is copyrighted by Street & Smith Publications, Incorporated. Lon Clark is starred as Nick, with Charlotte Manson featured as Patsy. Scubby is played by John Kane. Today's script was written by Jim Parsons. Original music is played by George Wright. This program is fictional, and any resemblance to actual persons living or dead is purely coincidental. This is Bob Martin saying, when minutes count, use new post-war Old Dutch Cleanser. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. Broadcasting System. Broadcasting System. Broadcasting...
Do you know what NPWOD means? Take an A and a C, add TIV, then ATE, and end with a D.
Now, ladies, keep on listening to get the answer you've been missing.
New post-war Old Dutch Cleanser, famous for chasing dirt, presents... Nick Carter, famous for chasing crime. Every week at this time, two great names are joined as new post-war Old Dutch Cleanser brings you one of the most resourceful and daring characters in all detective fiction, Nick Carter, Master Detective.
Patsy, I want you to send Waldo and Scubby to Boontown. Have them kick up a fuss that'll make the headlines.
Well, sure, Nick, but what kind of a fuss?
Give Waldo $500. Then I want him to hold up a bank and put the money in the bank safe.
Hold up a bank and put the money in the bank safe?
Yes.
Well, that'll make the headlines all right, but how will it help you?
It'll help me a great deal. It'll probably save my life.
Now, the case of the two-faced Firemaster. Today's adventure starring Lon Clark as Nick Carter, brought to you by new post-war Old Dutch Cleanser. Two boys in their teens walk up to a small hardware store on the west side. It's after 10 and the store is dark, but one of them pushes the door open, enter, and walk cautiously to the rear, where a small naked light bulb burns dimly.
I'm here, Mr. Gerard.
Oh, hello, Johnny. Where's Fred?
Outside. You got the guns?
Right here. Sweetest pair of 45 automatics you ever saw. There isn't an identification number on them.
$100 each, right?
Yep, that was the deal.
Sure. Mr. Gerard, I ain't got $200 on me right now.
What?
Me and Fred, we figure we'll have the dough for you in about an hour. If you let us have the rods, we got a little deal.
I see. Well? Okay, Johnny. Here you are.
Thanks.
You'll be back here by midnight with the dough.
Sure thing. I'll see you later, Mr. Gerard. This is a stick-up. Don't nobody move. This is a stick-up. You hear me? This is a stick-up.
Why, you young squirt, you can't... Hey!
I told no one to move. Get over against the wall or you'll get the same as he got. Hurry up. Fred, check up the back of the store before you hit the register. Maybe there's someone back there. Who turned on that alarm? Who did it? Fred, for the love of Christ!
Yeah, there was somebody back there, kid. He got your pal. Now drop that gun.
You don't get me so easy. Stay back against the wall, you. Stay inside, all of you.
Get that kid. Don't let him get away. Stop that boy.
You'll never get me, not tonight, mister. Not when I got a car and a rod.
Pull over there.
Look out with that car. Who are you crowding?
Pull over, I said. Get your car over against that curb fast.
Like fun, I will.
Okay, then I'll make you do it.
Nick, you get mixed up in everything. Were you born that way, or is it a result of practice?
I don't know, Brady. Patsy and I were driving down Central Avenue last night, minding our own business.
We just finished the Kendall case, Sergeant.
And that was the moment when Johnny Macklin came tearing out of the place and jumped into his car.
And someone from the store yelled, "Stop him."
And I was the closest, so I cut him off.
Well, Nick, why should you be interested? One kid's dead. We've got the other one cold for attempted robbery. There isn't any case.
It so happens, Brady, that there is a case.
Oh, yeah?
The guns the boys used.
What about them?
Every identification mark and serial number has been removed, and in a professional manner.
So what?
Somebody's in the business of preparing and selling firearms to crooks, and potential crooks, Brady. That somebody's got to be put out of business.
You're right about that.
So, with your permission, I'm cutting myself into this deal.
Okay, Nick, where are you going to start?
Going down to the hospital for a talk with Johnny Macklin. Johnny, I want to know where you got that gun.
Go fly a kite.
Now listen, Johnny. The man who sold you that gun is as much responsible for the jam you're in as you are. And I want to know his name.
Go scram.
You know, I can trace the gun.
Like fun you can. There ain't no number on it.
I said I can trace the gun, and I can. And I can get the man who processed it and sold it to you. But you can save me a lot of time if you'll answer my questions.
It'll make things easier for you, Johnny.
You can't trace that rod, and you know it. You're bluffing.
You think so? Let's have the lab kit, Patsy.
Right here, Nick.
You see, Johnny, the serial numbers are stamped into the metal of a gun, and they're stamped with a lot of pressure. But even if someone very carefully removes those numbers with a file and acid, they can't change one thing.
What, for instance?
The fact that the stamp has hit the metal so hard, it's permanently changed the crystalline structure of the metal.
What do you mean?
I mean that I can drop some of this chemical reagent on the gun where the serial number was originally. Like this.
I'm watching.
And you'll see the original serial number of the gun, your gun, showing up. Fuzzy, but distinct enough to read.
You mean?
There. See? Y28437.
For the love of 'em. So he lied to me. The dirty, lousy crook, he lied to me.
Who is he, Johnny?
Pop Gerard over on 10th Avenue. The Gerard hardware store. Go get him, Mr. Carter.
Homicide, Sergeant Brady.
Brady, Nick.
What you got, Nick?
I've located the man who sold Johnny Macklin his gun.
Great.
He's a man named Gerard, who runs a hardware store on 10th Avenue.
Gerard.
But I've got a hunch Gerard's only the salesman.
So what?
I want the manufacturer.
Sure, but how are you going to get him?
I'm going over there and place an order for guns. Big enough to stir things up. And when I order 'em in my best gangster voice, it's going to start things popping. I hope. You, Gerard?
That's me, mister.
I got $200 for you.
200?
Right here. Fred and Johnny sent their regards with the dough.
Fred and Johnny?
Smart, don't you get it? They pulled a nice job last night, but they figured it'd be safer maybe to lay 'em out of town. So they sent me with the dough.
What's your name, mister?
Kane. Nels Kane, from St. Louis. You don't know me.
Well, I'm much obliged, Mr. Kane.
Listen, Gerard, I like the way you did business with the kids, so I figure maybe you and me can make a deal.
Yeah?
How much for 40 belly guns? 38s.
40?
And maybe a Thompson gun, too.
Mr. Kane, that's one big order.
Well, I run one big organization in St. Louis.
I'll see what I can do, Mr. Kane. Unfortunately, I can't let you know right away.
Look, Gerard, ain't got no
suppose
time.
you come back this afternoon at 3. I'm sure we can do business together fine, Mr. Kane. Real fine.
Patsy, I think we're in.
Is Gerard your man, Nick?
No, my hunch was right. He's just a salesman. So I gave him a big order in my best gangster dialect, and he said he had to find out whether Mr. Manufacturer had enough stock to supply me.
And?
I'll get to the manufacturer through Gerard this afternoon.
Uh-huh. Oh, golly, I forgot. Brady called 10 minutes ago. He said you asked him to keep the story quiet.
I did.
Well, one of the police reporters got hold of the boys' names.
Oh, for the love
And they'll be in the paper tonight. Oh, Nick, if Mr. Manufacturer sees it, your case is shot.
That's no lie.
What do you do now?
Well, I don't know. I only know I've got to find out who's supplying the underworld with guns.
Now for my next question. How old is your firm, Mr. Valance?
Rodney Valance Incorporated is 75 years old. I'm the third Rodney Valance to head this old and respected firm as Firemaster.
Firemaster? What's that, Mr. Valance?
The Firemaster invents and creates the new types of fireworks that are manufactured each year.
Oh, it's very interesting indeed, sir.
Excuse me, Mr. Valance.
Yes, Linda?
Mr. Gerard to see you. He says it's urgent.
Very well, my dear. If you'll excuse me a moment, Mr.
Oh, that's all right, Mr. Valance. I'll wait here.
Well, Gerard?
I think we got a new customer, Mr. Valance. Come to us through Johnny Macklin, who was sent to us by one of our best customers.
Who is he?
Man named Kane, Nels Kane from St. Louis. He wants 40 guns and a Thompson.
40? Well, quite an order.
Yeah. There's just one thing, Mr. Valance.
Yeah?
I don't know this Nels Kane. Never seen him before. Never even heard of him.
And we must be careful, as always. Check the files, Linda.
Yes, Mr. Valance.
Well?
No one by the name of Nels Kane listed here, Mr. Valance.
Nevertheless, such an order is rather too large to throw away on mere suspicion, eh?
That's the way I feel, Mr. Valance.
I'll tell you, Gerard, we'll arrange to test the gentleman's integrity this afternoon. It'll be a simple test, but very effective.
Well, now that Johnny and Fred's names will be in the newspapers, and Valance is already suspicious of his new customer, it looks as though Nick Carter may be up against a tough problem. We'll see how he meets this challenge in just a moment. Now, back to the case of the two-faced Firemaster. Today's adventure with Nick Carter, brought to you by new post-war Old Dutch Cleanser. For the past hour, Nick has been engaged in his favorite pastime while thinking. He's throwing darts at a target set up in his office. Finally, however, Patsy just can't stand not being talked to any longer.
Nick, haven't you thought of anything yet?
Patsy, I guess I'll just have to go ahead and take a chance.
Hmm?
Maybe Gerard and Mr. Manufacturer won't see the hold-up story in the paper until it's too late.
Maybe.
In the meantime, I have a plan that may help.
Oh?
Tell Waldo to pick up Scubby and fly out to Boontown at once.
Okay, but what for?
To carry phony identification with them, identifying them as Johnny Macklin and Fred.
And then?
Out in Boontown, they're to create some wild fuss that'll get them picked up by the local police, something that'll make a big splash in the newspapers. And it's got to be so big that the local papers here will be sure to pick it up.
Well, what should they do?
I want you to give Waldo $500 and tell him he's to hold up a bank and put the money in the bank safe.
Hold up a bank and put the money in the bank safe?
Yes.
Oh, that'll make the headlines all right.
Naturally, I want you to make arrangements to have the bank cooperate.
Well, I should hope so.
On the quiet, of course.
Check.
In the meantime, I've got a 3 o'clock date with Gerard. And I hope he doesn't have a newspaper with him.
All right, Peterson, we've arrived. What time is it, Linda?
3:30, Mr. Valance.
Very good. You understand your instructions, Peterson?
I think so, Mr. Valance.
Gerard has told this Kane person to meet me alongside the trolley power station at 3:30. But you will meet him and, of course, pretend that you are the key man in this deal.
Yes, sir.
Yes, you will also carry this bag.
Okay.
There's a Thompson gun in it, which you will offer as a sample.
I see. And, if this Kane proves to be a cop or something...
Trust me, Peterson. Trust me.
Okay, Mr. Valance.
And I'll be off with you. You mustn't keep Mr. Kane waiting.
Been waiting long, Mr. Kane?
Huh? Oh, yeah. Gerard said...
I know. I'm a little late. Sorry.
You're the big boy?
That's right, brother.
Go ahead. You carry the ball.
What do you mean?
I'm a stranger in town, mister. I'm not taking no chances. You want to do business with me, go ahead and talk.
Okay. Touchy, ain't you? I got a sample here to show you. Now, this here's our Thompson special. It's a rebuilt job, no identification.
Are you crazy?
Love it.
What do you think I am, anyway? A baby? You trying to set up a pinch for me?
Lay off, will you?
Want to beat your head in. You know no better to flash a Thompson gun out in the open where 100 people could see us?
Oh, gee,
Get on your feet, punk. Take that bag and get out of here.
Yeah, but I thought you...
I don't do business with you. You're the big boy in this deal, and I'm the king of Siam.
Hey, Gerard, I want a couple of words with you. What's the idea of sending that mushhead to meet me at the power station?
Come right in, Mr. Kane.
Hey, who are you?
The name is Valance, Rodney Valance. This is Linda.
How do you do, Mr. Kane?
Hi.
Permit me to shake your hand, sir. You positively thrashed poor Peterson.
He had it coming, Mr. Kane. He was clumsy.
Hey, I'm beginning to get it. You're the big guy.
That's quite so.
You sent that mug to try me out, huh?
We have to be careful, Mr. Kane.
Yeah, sure.
Now, to get down to business, you spoke of 40 revolvers and a Thompson gun?
That's right.
And the price will be $5,000 on delivery. All firearms are guaranteed to be in the best working condition and warranted free of all identification marks.
Okay, the price is all right. Where's the stuff?
And at my plant, naturally, you couldn't expect me to carry all that around with me.
All right, how do I get to the plant?
We'll take you there this evening, Mr. Kane. Suppose we pick you up in front of Gerard's shop at, say, 7 o'clock.
Patsy. Right here, Nick. I've been waiting for you. Any luck this time?
You bet. I finally located our manufacturer.
Who is he?
A man named Rodney Valance. I dropped off to check him on the way home. He runs Rodney Valance Incorporated, a firm that manufactures fireworks.
Firecrackers, skyrockets, and stuff like that?
That's right.
Rodney's what they call the Firemaster, the man who designs the fireworks. But it so happens he also designs firearms for criminal use.
But, Nick, if you met him, why didn't you grab him?
Didn't want to. Not until I've located his plant. He's going to take me there tonight at 7.
Good.
Get hold of Sergeant Brady for me, will you? I want to make a few plans.
Right.
And let's hope that Rodney Valance doesn't read the wrong newspaper between now and then. If he does, you may have to start looking for a new boss.
Linda, it's 6:45. Time to be on our way.
Mr. Valance.
We've a busy night before us, Linda. There's Mr. Kane to be taken care of, and... Linda, what's the matter?
Mr. Valance, Gerard said Kane was a friend of Johnny Macklin's, didn't he?
Quite right. Johnny gave him the money to pay for his guns before he left town.
Well, Johnny didn't leave town.
What's that?
Johnny didn't pull off that job last night. Fred was killed and Johnny was caught.
Let me see that paper.
There. Johnny was caught by Nick Carter.
Nick Carter? Well... Thank you, Linda. You're a treasure. Although I don't think Mr. Nels Kane Carter will think so after we've finished with him tonight, eh?
Swiftly, Rodney Valance and Linda leave for their appointment with Nick, who waits in front of Gerard's store. We'll see what happens next in just a moment. And now for the conclusion of the case of the two-faced Firemaster. Today's adventure with Nick Carter, brought to you by new post-war Old Dutch Cleanser. It's 10 minutes after 7. A long black sedan has just pulled up before Gerard's shop on 10th Avenue, and Nick Carter, the collar of his overcoat up close around his neck, has jumped in. Swiftly, the sedan starts its drive through the city.
Sorry to have kept you waiting, Mr. Kane. I hope you'll forgive me.
Yeah, sure, that's okay. You know, just before I come here, I read in the paper about Johnny Macklin and Fred.
No, did you?
Yeah, them crazy kids. Sure get themselves into the goofiest jams. You read what they did out in Boontown today?
Boontown?
Yeah, that's right. See on the paper.
Read it to me, Linda.
Now, turn on the light.
Thanks. 2 thieves, identified as Johnny Macklin and Fred Gummer, attempted to rob the Boontown Bank this afternoon. But for some unknown reason, made the mistake of depositing $500 instead of taking any money. Mr. Valance.
Yes, I heard. Very interesting, isn't it? Now, we'll go into it after we get to the plant.
Hey, what's the matter, Valance?
Nothing at all, Mr. Kane. Just a little problem of conflicting newspaper stories we'll have to settle.
Hey, it shouldn't bother you now, Mr. Kane.
Okay, don't bother me. But there's one thing it does.
Yeah?
You've been driving this car around the streets like you're an eel. I don't like it. We going to your plant, or is this a come-on?
Merely a precaution to shake off anyone who might be tailing us, Mr. Kane.
Thought you already tested me once. Wasn't that enough?
I'm a careful man, Mr. Kane.
So am I. Especially with $5,000 on me. Now, look, we're at 5th and Grand.
Correct.
We was being tailed, we ain't no more. So now either we head straight for your place or I get out while I still got my dough.
We're going there directly, Mr. Kane.
All right, so where is it?
It can't do any harm to tell you now, Mr. Kane. It's alongside the river at First Street. It's the Valance Powder House where most people imagine our fireworks are manufactured.
The Valance Powder House at First Street, right?
Yes, that's right.
We're on the level with you, Mr. Kane. But in 5 minutes, we're going to ask you a more serious question. Are you on the level with us? Well, here we are. Will you get out, Linda?
Yes, Mr. Valance.
Now you, Mr. Kane.
Sure, pal. You should have let me help the lady out first, though.
Hey.
Don't move, Mr. Kane. Don't raise your voice, please.
I won't, sister. Not with a gun in my back.
Mr. Kane, I'll be honest with you. Up until the time you got into our car, I was positive you were Nick Carter.
Nick Carter? That joker?
A certain item in the paper made us think so.
But you showed us another story that seems to confuse the issue. To put it plainly, if Johnny and Fred are really in Boomtown, you're Nels Kane. But if they were captured last night in this city, you're Nick Carter.
Look, if you think
Walk into the warehouse, Mr. Kane. Or Carter. Go ahead.
And you'll wait here until we can check the conflicting newspaper stories.
Yeah?
Yes. If you're Nels Kane, you'll leave with 40 revolvers and a Thompson gun. And our apology. If you're Nick Carter, you'll leave with a bullet in your heart.
Okay.
Be careful, Linda. I'll open the door. Come in, Mr. Kane.
Or Mr. Carter.
Okay.
All right, Valance. Reach.
What is
Mr. Valance, we've been...
You too, sister.
Linda, you've got a gun.
I'm going to use it, too.
Brady, keep Alice covered. I'll grab the girl.
That's what you think, Mr. Nick Carter.
Give me that gun.
I'll kill you with it.
Linda, try to...
Keep your hands up, Valance.
Okay, Linda, if you want to play rough.
Nick, you all right?
I'm all right, Brady. In a half a second, I'll drop that gun. There, that's better.
You beast, I could...
Keep them both covered, Brady.
Right.
I'll get the gun. Okay, that's that. Did you get Gerard and Peterson back at the store?
I sure did.
Then let's wrap up this case and go home. Well, Mr. Valance.
Now, look, Carter, if you think...
I don't think, Mr. Valance. I know. This is the beginning of a long and profitable relationship between you and a prison cell.
Nick, I don't get it.
What, Patsy?
When you got into Valance's car, did you know where his plant was?
No, I didn't have the slightest idea.
Then how come Brady was waiting for you inside the plant? You said Valance shook off anybody who could possibly be tailing you.
Mm-hmm. Patsy, a great many new devices were developed during the war. One of them is a very compact radio transmitter, small enough to go into a large pocket.
Oh, then that's why you wore your overcoat.
That's why. And that's also why I turned up the collar, so that Valance and Linda wouldn't see the throat microphone I was wearing underneath.
Oh, well, I'll be darned. All Brady had to do was listen to what you said to Valance.
That's right. I said it was simple, didn't I? That's how he happened to be waiting for us.
And thus ends that case.
Oh, no, not quite.
Huh? What do you mean? And say, where are we going?
Now, Patsy, don't tell me you've forgotten all about Waldo and Scubby.
Why, Nick, they're still in Boontown, in jail.
And that's where we're headed.
Of course.
After all, when they pulled off that crazy stunt of theirs and confused Valance and Linda, it gave me that extra 5 minutes I needed in order to save my life.
Yes. I guess the least you can do is to get them out of jail.
Nick Carter, Master Detective, is presented each week at this time and over these same stations by the Cudahy Packing Company, makers of new post-war Old Dutch Cleanser. Nick Carter, Master Detective, produced and directed by Jock McGregor, is copyrighted by Street & Smith Publications, Incorporated. Charlotte Manson is featured as Patsy. Sergeant Brady is played by Ted Jewett. Script by Alfred Bester. Original music is played by George Wright. This program is fictional, and any resemblance to actual persons, living or dead, is purely coincidental. This is Bob Martin saying, when minutes count, use new post-war Old Dutch Cleanser. New post-war Old Dutch Cleanser, famous for chasing dirt, presents Nick Carter, famous for chasing crime. Every week at this time, two great names are joined as new post-war Old Dutch Cleanser brings you one of the most resourceful and daring characters in all detective fiction, Nick Carter, Master Detective.
Someone's coming down here in the basement.
So I hear.
Oh, Nick, I'm scared.
Take it easy.
Have you got your gun?
I'm all set.
Nick, is it...
I'm not positive, Patsy.
But if my hunch is right, it's the murderer we've been looking for.
Now for the case of the Hermit Thrush. Today's exciting adventure starring Lon Clark as Nick Carter, brought to you by new post-war Old Dutch cleanser. Our story begins outside an imposing edifice, which 70 years ago was considered beautiful and luxurious. Today, with its boarded windows and air of decay, it is ugly and ominous. A tall, distinguished-looking man stands on the dark porch of the mansion, banging away with the heavy bronze knocker.
Mr. Cavanaugh! Miss Drew, open the door! Mr. Cavanaugh, do you hear me?
Hey, you!
What?
What's going on up there?
Oh, policeman, good.
Don't you know it's the middle of the night? People are trying to sleep, and here you are.
Officer, you've got to help me get into this house.
Are you crazy? That's Mr. Otis Cavanaugh's house. Nobody goes in there.
But, officer,
Mr. Cavanaugh locked himself up in there 15 years ago, and he's never come out.
I know that,
And what's more, he don't let nobody in. Nobody except his housekeeper and his lawyer.
But I'm Otis Cavanaugh's lawyer, Leonard Kelsey.
What? You say you're his lawyer?
Yes, and I've got to get inside this house, even if I have to break in.
Well, you're not breaking in, mister. Not as long as I've got anything to say about it.
But I'm afraid Mr. Cavanaugh has met with foul play of some kind.
Well, what makes you think that?
I phoned here half an hour ago, officer. Eleanor Drew, that's Mr. Cavanaugh's housekeeper, answered the phone.
So what?
She was very excited. She said that she and Mr. Cavanaugh had been quarreling, and she refused to let me speak to him.
Huh?
Then, when I called back a few minutes later, no one answered the phone.
Well, that is funny, seeing as how Mr. Cavanaugh never goes out of the house.
Officer, please. Miss Drew is a woman of violent temper. She hates Mr. Cavanaugh, even though she continues to work for him. We've got to get in there, I tell you. She may have killed him.
Did you try the door?
Of course not. It's always kept locked. Officer, I am...
Wait. The door ain't locked now.
What?
Hey, maybe something funny is going on in here. Come on, let's have a look.
Here, let me find the light. Here it is. Now we can... Good Lord.
Holy smoke.
It's Miss Drew.
And it looks like you've been worrying about the wrong party. It's the housekeeper that's met with foul play, Mr. Kelsey. She's been murdered.
Well, Mr. Kelsey, from what you tell me, the identity of the murderer is quite clear.
His identity, yes, but not his whereabouts.
In other words, all you want Nick to do is to find Otis Cavanaugh. Is that it, Mr. Kelsey?
Precisely, Miss Booth.
Well, the police are quite capable when it comes to locating missing persons, Kelsey.
Especially in a case like this. There can't be many places where Otis Cavanaugh can hide.
Why do you say that, Miss Booth?
Well, after all, he's been cut off from everybody for the last 15 years. I remember hearing about him when I was a kid.
Yeah, he locked himself up in that old place because of a broken heart, didn't he?
Yes, Mr. Cavanaugh was jilted by the young woman he intended to marry. He's been a recluse ever since.
Oh, wasn't he also just beginning a career as a singer? I know the tabloids always refer to him as the Hermit Thrush.
That's right. He was on the concert stage, billed as a high society tenor.
Yes, that's right.
And now he's wanted for murder. Gee, what a wasted career.
Yes, but, Mr. Carter, I think it's tremendously important that Otis be found quickly.
You do? Why?
Frankly, to prevent more murders. I don't believe Otis Cavanaugh is sane.
No?
No man who locks himself in a gloomy mansion and refuses to come out can be in full possession of his faculties. And I'm very much afraid that Otis' derangement has become permanent and violent.
Well, and there's real danger if he isn't caught.
That's exactly my point, Miss Booth.
Oh.
What do you say, Mr. Carter?
Very well, Mr. Kelsey. I'll do my level best to find him. And I hope it won't be too late.
Oh, so that's the Cavanaugh mansion.
How long has this house been boarded up this way, Kelsey?
Why, ever since Otis went into seclusion.
And you and Miss Drew were the only ones who saw him in all those 15 years, huh?
The only ones, yes.
Oh, there's Sergeant Matheson, Nick.
Oh, hi, Matty.
We're allowed the... What are you doing here?
Why, Mr. Kelsey here hired me to lend a hand on the Drew killing. Any objections?
A lot of good it'd do me to object. Okay, come on in.
Thanks, Matty, for the cordial invitation.
Oh, this is really a dirty old place, isn't it?
Yeah, this Drew dame may have called herself a housekeeper, but, brother, she never kept house.
She was Otis' private secretary, his cook, and his nurse as well. And how she hated him.
Huh?
She hated him, yet she continued to work for him? rather odd.
Well, although Otis was a recluse, he wasn't a miser, Mr. Carter. He paid her very well.
I see. Well, where's the body, Matty?
In the next room, Nick. Come on, I'll show you.
You sent out an alarm for Kavanaugh?
Yeah, we got every man on the force on the lookout for him.
Any chance that he's hiding somewhere in the house?
We searched every inch of the joint from top to bottom. He's not in here. Well, here she is.
Hmm. Got it right through the heart, didn't she?
Yeah.
How horrible.
Matty,
Yeah, Nick.
you have any reason to believe it wasn't Kavanaugh who killed her?
Nick, there's only one way it adds up. Now, look. Kavanaugh don't budge out of the house for 15 years, and then when he does blow, he leaves a body behind. To me, it's open and shut.
Well, that sounds reasonable, Nick. Especially since Mr. Kelsey spoke to Miss Drew just a few moments before she died, and she and Kavanaugh were having a quarrel.
You know what they were quarreling about, Kelsey?
No, she didn't say.
Oh. Hey, why'd you call Kavanaugh?
Oh, it was about his monthly annuity check.
His annuity check?
Yes. Mr. Kavanaugh's father left his money tied up in trust, and Otis received an annuity.
Well, why call so late at night?
Time meant nothing to Mr. Kavanaugh, and I'd been working late at my office, so I phoned to see whether he'd mind if I stopped by with this check. Save me a trip tomorrow morning.
Well, couldn't you have mailed it?
Oh, no. Otis Kavanaugh always insisted that I deliver it to him in person.
Uh-huh. Matty, did you find the murder weapon?
No, not a sign of it, Nick.
What about fingerprints?
Boys are working on them. We'll have a report by morning.
Good. Well, looks as if the only question is where Kavanaugh could be hiding.
Well, I might make one guess. We found this in Miss Drew's pocketbook.
Why, it's a telegram.
Now, let's see. It's addressed to Otis Kavanaugh.
Yeah.
Says, arriving steamship Montevideo Monday.
Monday? Well, that's today.
We'll go straight to Granger's tourist camp on Highway 47. Must see you. Signed, Oliver.
Oliver?
Who's Oliver, Kelsey?
Why, I don't know, Mr. Carter. I never heard Mr. Kavanaugh mention anyone by that name. Well, whoever he is, what made him think Kavanaugh would leave the house even to meet him somewhere?
I don't know, Matty. But there's one place where we might get the answer.
Sure. Granger's tourist camp.
Right. Come on, let's go. Come on, Matty. Step on it.
Look, Nick, I got her up to 60 now. I want to get there in one piece.
Okay. But if you hadn't been so bullheaded about phoning headquarters before we left the Kavanaugh place, we...
Nick, how many times do I have to tell you? I ain't one of you private eyes. When I start going places, I got to let people know.
Well, I suppose you're right, Matty.
Nick, what do you expect to find when you do get to this camp?
Otis Kavanaugh, I hope.
Maybe we should have brought Kelsey along to identify him, huh?
If you don't mind, I'd rather work without Kelsey around.
Why? You think he's mixed up in this?
I didn't say that.
Ah, Nick, the whole deal's as plain as the nose on my face. Kavanaugh and the dame had a fight. Kavanaugh plugged her and then beat her. And that's that.
Maybe, Matty. Maybe. But then again...
Matty, look out!
Huh?
Those headlights coming out from that side road.
Hold on, Matty. He's cutting right out in front of us.
That darn...
Oh, Nick, he's shooting at us.
Watch it, you two!
With the tire shot out from under him, Matty tries to control the careening automobile. But it's too late, and with Nick and Patsy huddled together in the back seat, the speeding car plunges into the ditch at the side of the road. We'll see what happens next in just a minute. And now back to the case of the Hermit Thrush. Today's adventure with Nick Carter, brought to you by new post-war Old Dutch Cleanser. As we pick up our story, Nick, Patsy, and Sergeant Matheson are just recovering from the shock of having their car skid off the road at high speed.
Patsy. Patsy, are you all right?
I think so, Nick.
Well, I ain't all right. Look at this bump on my head.
Oh, golly. Well, thank heaven whoever was shooting at us wasn't a better shot.
I don't think those shots were meant to kill us.
Huh?
They were supposed to delay our arrival at Granger's camp.
Well, they certainly succeeded. We'll have to wait until morning to get out of this ditch.
We can't wait until morning. I don't want to take a chance of having a homicidal maniac like Kavanaugh running around loose.
Well, maybe we can hitch a ride after Granger's.
That's just what we're going to do, Matty. If necessary, we'll commandeer a ride. Come on. Are you the proprietor of this tourist camp?
Yes, that's right. I'm Robert Granger.
Well, my name's Nick Carter. This is Sergeant Matheson of the Homicide Squad.
Yeah, we're looking for a man who may have checked in here sometime yesterday.
What was the fellow's name?
Oliver.
Was that his last name?
I don't know. You have a register?
Yeah, sure. Here's a book. Here are the folks that came in yesterday.
See anything, Nick?
Yes, Niles. Oliver Niles. And that's the only Oliver here.
Where is he, Nick?
In cabin 26.
26 is straight on back. Last one to your left.
Thanks, Granger. Okay, we shall see what we shall see. Mr. Niles. Mr. Niles.
No soap, Nick. Nobody in there.
There ought to be. The lights are on.
Well, how about looking in the window?
I guess we better.
Nick, you don't think we're too late, do you?
I hope not.
We can see in through this window, Nick.
Uh-huh. Have you seen her?
Oh, Nick.
Holy smoke. There's a guy laying on the floor. And would you look at his face?
Well, that answers your question, Patsy. We are too late. That man's dead. And you say you're not sure whether this man is Oliver Niles, Ranger.
No, I ain't, Mr. Carter. You sure can't tell much from his face.
Not after somebody shot him point blank with a shotgun.
Oh, it's awful.
Hasn't been dead more than an hour, Nick.
Only there was some sort of identification on him. Take a look around, will you, Patsy? Go through everything. See what you can find.
Okay, Nick, I'll look.
I don't get it, Nick. We already know who he is.
Do we?
Why, he was Oliver Niles, of course. It's perfectly clear what happened.
Yeah? What?
Sure. Kavanaugh found out where we were heading and beat us to the punch. Took a couple of pot shots at us on the road and came out here and knocked off Niles.
But why, Matty? Why? What's he up to?
I don't know. He probably don't know that himself. Didn't you yourself call him a homicidal maniac?
Nick?
Yes, what is it, Patsy?
Nick, look. He was in his bed. Under his pillow.
Uh-oh. Watch.
Let me see. Well.
Something engraved on it, Nick?
Yes. From MV to OC. Christmas, 1932.
OC? Why, that stands for Otis Kavanaugh.
Well, Matty, what's this do to your neat little theory?
Oh, brother, it knocks it into a cocked hat. Nick, this guy ain't Oliver Niles at all. It's Otis Kavanaugh. Oh, boy, we finally caught up with him.
Nick Carter's office, Patsy Bowen speaking.
Miss Bowen, this is Leonard Kelsey. I've just come from the morgue.
Oh, yes, Mr. Kelsey.
Will you tell Mr. Carter that there's no doubt in my mind whatsoever about the man's identity? It is Otis Kavanaugh.
I see. Well, thanks, Mr. Kelsey. I'll tell him.
Thank you.
Well, Nick, it looks as though you're out of a job.
Kelsey identified him, huh?
Uh-huh. And since we were hired just to find Kavanaugh, it looks as though we're about to be fired.
Patsy, I don't like it. Don't like it one little bit.
What do you mean?
It doesn't add up.
There's something wrong someplace.
I don't see what's wrong.
No? Tell me again what happened, Patsy. Start from scratch, and I think you will see.
Well, Kavanaugh had a quarrel with Eleanor Drew and killed her.
Yeah, go on.
Then he lit out for the tourist camp, planning to lie low there. When he found out we were heading for the same place, he tried to stop us.
But how did he find out where we were going?
What? I don't know.
And why didn't he kill us when he had the chance?
Well,
And why did Niles shoot Kavanaugh in the face with a shotgun? Do killers usually do that?
No, of course not.
No. Now, Patsy, there are too many holes. Too many murders and attempted murders for no apparent reason. There's something missing. I want to find out that
Wait a minute. Nick Carter's office, Patsy Bowen speaking.
It's me, Patsy. Let me talk to Nick.
Oh, just a second. Here, Nick, it's Sergeant Matheson.
Oh, thanks. Hiya, Matty.
I suppose you know Leonard Kelsey identified the body, Nick.
Yeah, I know.
Well, I just thought I'd check with you before I gave the story to the papers.
Hey, Matty, what about the fingerprints?
Fingerprints?
Yes, you have a report on the ones your boys found in the Kavanaugh house?
Oh, those? Yeah.
Any of them jive with the dead man?
No, they don't, Nick.
None of them?
No. I don't see why you're getting so hot and bothered about that. After all, the body's been identified by the man who knew Kavanaugh best.
Look, Matty.
And what's what? Huh?
How could Kavanaugh live in that place for 15 years and not leave a single fingerprint?
Hey, you got something there.
I think I have. And I don't think we've found Otis Kavanaugh.
Gee, Nick, this Kavanaugh mansion is even spookier in the daytime than it is at night.
Well, don't worry. We're only going to be here long enough to take a look through Kavanaugh's private papers.
To see if we can find out who is Oliver Niles, maybe?
Maybe. Yes. This looks as though it might have been a study. In here. See, what's the matter?
That window there, that crack in the shutter. Oh, Nick, I could have sworn there was a man's eyes looking in at us.
Well, there's no one there now.
Yeah. Well, maybe this creepy old house is making me see things. Forget it.
Okay. All right, let's have a look in this file cabinet.
Oh, my goodness, Nick. Millions of papers. It'll take us forever to go through all those.
They're all old, too. Turning yellow, in fact.
Yeah. Oh, here's a scrapbook, Nick.
Oh? Now, let me look at it.
Those are reviews. The critics' comments on Kavanaugh's debut as a concert singer.
Uh-huh. And back here are some society columns.
Huh?
Oh, here's a picture of the whole family on a yacht.
I wonder which one's Otis.
Oh, wait a minute. Let's see. Reading from left to right. Mrs. Roger Hobart, Mr. Roger Hobart, Mr. and Mrs. James Niles.
Niles?
Yes, and the two sons, Mr. Oliver Niles and Mr. Otis Kavanaugh.
Yes. They're two sons? What does that mean?
Just what it says. Mr. and Mrs. James Niles and their two sons, Mr. Oliver Niles and Mr. Otis Kavanaugh.
Then Oliver Niles and Otis Kavanaugh were half-brothers.
Right. Otis Kavanaugh's mother must have been married twice, the second time to a man named James Niles.
Of course, Nick. Look at that picture. Otis and his half-brother look very much alike.
They certainly do.
Good heavens, Nick. This means that the man we found at the tourist camp could have been Oliver Niles.
Yes, could have been that.
It also explains how Kelsey could have been mistaken.
Patsy, it may explain a lot of things.
Oh, Nick, we've got to find Otis Kavanaugh. If we don't... Oh,
just the telephone.
Oh, but who could be calling up here?
I don't know. Well, I'm going to find out. I wonder where that phone is.
It's over there, in the alcove under the stairs.
Oh, yes, I see it. I'll get it. Hello?
I warn you to give up your investigation, Carter.
Who is this?
If you don't, you'll meet the same fate my housekeeper met.
Your housekeeper?
Yes, mine. This is Otis Kavanaugh.
Hello? Hello? He's hung up.
Oh, Nick.
And you heard what he said?
Yes. Kavanaugh must have seen us come in. That must have been his face I saw at the window. Then he went somewhere nearby.
Patsy, wait.
What?
Let me think. Yes. Of course.
What is it?
Come on. We've got to hurry.
Where are we going?
To try to find Otis Kavanaugh. I think I know where he is.
Nick, are you crazy? Otis Kavanaugh couldn't be down here in the cellar. You just talked to him on the phone.
That wasn't Kavanaugh.
That was... How do you know it wasn't?
Patsy, don't you remember how Otis Kavanaugh was billed as a concert singer?
Yes, as a high society tenor.
Well, is it likely that a man who had sung tenor could speak in a deep bass voice like the one we heard on the phone?
Of course not. But that still doesn't prove that Kavanaugh's down here.
Well, maybe it doesn't prove it, Patsy, but we're going to keep on looking. I have a feeling that we're going...
What's that?
The door. The head of the cellar stairs.
Someone's coming down.
Yeah.
Nick, I'm scared.
Take it easy.
Have you got your gun?
I'm all set.
Nick.
I'm not positive, Patsy. But if my hunch is right, it's the murderer we've been looking for.
Nick and Patsy wait tensely in the basement of the old Kavanaugh mansion while someone descends the cellar stairs. Whether or not it's the killer and who he is, we'll find out in just a minute. Now for the conclusion of the case of the Hermit Thrush. Today's adventure with Nick Carter, brought to you by new post-war Old Dutch Cleanser. Huddled closely together in the basement of the old Kavanaugh mansion, Nick and Patsy wait as someone slowly descends the stairs.
Here he comes, Nick. Aren't you going to let him know we're here?
I think he already knows it.
Hello there.
What? Why, it's not Otis Kavanaugh at all, Nick. It's Mr. Kelsey.
Yes. Come on in, Kelsey.
Oh, Mr. Carter. And Miss Bowen, too. What in the world are you doing down here?
We've been looking for Otis Kavanaugh.
In the cellar? I'm afraid you'll never find him here.
You're mistaken, Kelsey.
You mean you found his grave?
So he is buried down here.
Yes.
Nick, look out. He's got a gun.
My hunch was right, Kelsey? You and Eleanor Drew buried Kavanaugh down here 15 years ago.
Knowing that won't do you any good now, Carter.
Nick, please, he's got us covered.
And I'm going to kill you both. I can't afford to have my secret known.
That why you killed Miss Drew and Oliver Niles?
You figure everything out, don't you? All right, I did kill them. Doesn't matter that you two know now, because neither one of you will live to testify against me.
I'm not so sure of that, Kelsey. Okay, Sergeant Matheson, you can come out now. Here's your killer.
Sergeant Matheson?
Okay, Kelsey, go! Why, you go! Patsy, get his gun.
Okay, Nick. Gosh, he's out cold.
Oh, that's the same. Pick it up.
Oh, gee. He sure fell for an old gag looking around when you call Sergeant Matheson, who isn't within 5 miles of this place.
Oh, they do it nearly every time. Now, our next job is to get our murderous little friend here down to headquarters and have him booked for murder.
Well, Nick, you were right. I got a complete confession from Leonard Kelsey.
Good.
Just as you figured, Nick, the whole story was a phony. Otis Kavanaugh never locked himself up in that house 15 years ago. He died 15 years ago.
He did?
Yeah.
How?
Apparently, it was a natural death, Patsy. But Kelsey, who was the executor of the Kavanaugh estate, saw a chance to keep on collecting Kavanaugh's large monthly annuity.
That's right.
But where did Eleanor Drew come in?
Well, Kelsey apparently needed her help. First, to bury Kavanaugh in the cellar after he died, and second, to maintain the fiction that Otis was alive all those years.
Well, I still don't see why he killed Eleanor Drew.
All right, I'll get back to that in just a minute. You see, Oliver Niles had been living in South America for 20 years.
Yeah.
So he, like everybody else, thought Kavanaugh was alive. But then when he returned to this country, Kelsey's game was threatened. He had to kill Niles.
But the Drew dame wouldn't go for that.
That's right. She probably figured that fraud was one thing, murder another.
So they quarreled, and Kelsey killed her.
And he saw a perfect out for himself by claiming Kavanaugh killed her.
All he had to do was murder Niles and identify Niles' body as Kavanaugh.
Sure, that way the case would be closed, he thought. The reason he came to me was to be sure Niles' body would be found.
Yeah, but that telegram in the Drew woman's purse, didn't he know that would be found?
Ah, that's where he slipped up.
Yeah, he probably thought she destroyed it.
Yeah. And Kelsey was the only one who could have known we were headed for the tourist camp, wasn't he?
That's right. And then there was that watch. It was the only identification in the cabin.
Sure, Kelsey planted it there.
And that's what made me ask myself why somebody wanted me to think that Otis Kavanaugh was dead.
But what about that phone call, Nick? Why did Kelsey call you?
Because if he succeeded in killing me, he wanted you to testify that I'd been threatened by Kavanaugh.
Oh. Nick, I'll never forgive you for one thing.
Why, what's that, Patsy?
For not telling me that Otis was dead, and for not pointing out his grave in the cellar.
I didn't find his grave.
Then that was all a bluff?
Sure.
Well,
I thought I was right, but I didn't know. I had to get Kelsey to tip his hand. Of course, I'm sure Kavanaugh's grave is down there now.
Yeah, it is, Nick. We found it.
Ah, good for you, Matty. But, Patsy...
Oh, what, Nick?
Don't ever accuse me of holding out on you again. After all, you wouldn't be able to stand me if I were the kind of guy who knows everything all the time.
Nick Carter, Master Detective, produced and directed by Jock McGregor, is copyrighted by Street and Smith Publications Incorporated. Charlotte Manson is featured as Patsy. Today's script was written by Ken Pettis and Lou Schofield. Original music is played by Henry Silverne. This program is fictional, and any resemblance to actual persons living or dead is purely coincidental. This is Bob Martin saying, when minutes count, use new post-war Old Dutch Cleanser. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. New post-war Old Dutch Cleanser, famous for chasing dirt, presents Nick Carter, famous for chasing crime. Every week at this time, two great names are joined as new post-war Old Dutch Cleanser brings you one of the most resourceful and daring characters in all detective fiction, Nick Carter, Master Detective.
Nick, you just took a $10,000 fee from a client and then accused him of murder.
That's right, Patsy.
But I don't understand. How could he have committed the murder?
I don't know, but I'm going to find out.
But he was with us when it happened.
Yes, I know. You and I, Patsy, are his alibi. And yet I'm positive he killed William Lasher.
And now, the case of the perfect alibi. Today's adventure starring Lon Clark as Nick Carter, brought to you by new post-war Old Dutch Cleanser. It is almost 8 o'clock in the evening, and Nick Carter and his assistant Patsy Bowen are bound for the theater. It's one of those rare evenings when Nick is not working and Patsy is happy enough to sing.
Oh, Nick. First the theater, then supper and dancing. Oh, we won't get home until morning.
Well,
get home
Patsy,
until
it's
morning.
worth taking an evening off to see you so happy.
Oh, I am happy, Nick. There'll just be us tonight. No policemen, no crooks, no anybody.
Hey, look at that fool.
Dickie's driving right at us.
Hey, Patsy, brace yourself. Why,
Oh, that driver must be drunk.
Crazy fool. If he's not injured, I'll tell him a thing or two. Hey, you in there? You hurt?
No, I'm okay.
Well, get out. Let's have a look at you.
It was my fault entirely. I'll be glad to pay all the damages.
What's wrong with you? Plenty of light on this street.
You must have seen us coming.
I know. I said it was my fault. Here's my license and my registration. I'll call my attorney in the morning, and he'll get in touch with you.
You're Paul Sanders?
Yes.
You must have just started out. The radiator of your car isn't even warm.
Well, I was traveling slowly. I was just driving.
With your eyes shut. Well, my name is Nick Carter. You'll need that in your accident report.
You're Nick Carter? Really?
He certainly is, really.
Mr. Carter, I need your help, desperately.
For what?
Mr. Carter, a man is going to be murdered tonight, and I'm the man with the strongest motive in the world for killing him.
You have the strongest motive?
Yes, I have. Mr. Carter, you may be the means of saving my life and the life of William Lasher as well.
William Lasher?
Yes.
Not the man who used to be district attorney.
That's right. He represents certain clients who are after my scalp. Naturally, that makes him my enemy, too.
So what?
I phoned him just a little while ago. I argued and pleaded with him, but it was no use. He can ruin me, and he's going to do it, if he lives.
You don't make sense yet. Go on.
While I was talking to him on the phone, he received a letter by messenger. He read it to me and accused me of sending it. It said that Lasher was going to be killed tonight.
Nick, isn't Lasher that DA who was so tough they refused to let his name go up for re-election?
Yes, Patsy. Stepped on too many toes.
Oh.
I must have a reliable person who will swear that I couldn't have killed Lasher. Will you take the job, Mr. Carter?
You know, Mr. Sanders, I think maybe I will.
I'll pay you any fee you ask, anything.
The fee will be $10,000, Mr. Sanders.
$10,000?
Well, that's pretty steep, but okay, I'll pay it.
All right. First thing to do is to establish the fact that Lasher's alive right this minute. Suppose we use my car, Mr. Sanders. Mine will run. Yours doesn't look as if it would.
Very well.
I don't like this, Nick.
Neither do I. Why do you think I accepted this case? Well, come on, Mr. Sanders. Let's look into this murder you say is going to happen. For your sake, Mr. Sanders, I hope Mr. Lasher is alive.
I hope so, too, even though I detest the man.
I think someone's coming, Nick.
Yes?
I'd like to see Mr. Lasher. I'm Nick Carter.
You're Nick Carter, the detective?
Yes, may I see him, please?
Well, gee, I'm sorry, but he left strict orders that he wasn't to be disturbed under any circumstances.
In spite of his orders, I want to see him whether he's all right. We have reason to believe he might be murdered tonight.
Murdered? Why, well, all right. I'll knock on the study door. He gets awful sore when I disobey him, but, well, I'll try it.
Who's he, Mr. Sanders?
Name's Joey Wilson. Nice boy. Lasher's his guardian.
Oh.
Mr. Lasher? Mr. Lasher?
Go away. I told you I don't want to be disturbed.
You see?
Here, let me try. Mr. Lasher, this is Nick Carter. I want to talk to you.
I said go away. I'll see no one tonight.
Well, I'm afraid you're going to see me because I want to see you.
Confound you! Get out of here!
Oh, what happened, Nick?
Oh, he threw a book at me. Fortunately, his aim was bad.
Then he's still alive.
Yes, Sanders. Luckily for you, he's very much alive. Oh, Joey, do you know Mr. Sanders here?
Why, yes, sir. He comes to see Mr. Lasher sometimes.
When was the last time he came to this house?
Let me see. He hasn't been here in a long time. At least for 2 months.
Yes, at least that.
I see. Well, it's now 8:32. Remember that, all of you. Lasher is alive now. What's more, Sanders?
Yes, Mr. Carter?
We're going to take further precautions to see that he stays alive, at least as far as you're concerned. Come on.
But, Carter, what's the idea of bringing me here to police headquarters?
Because I want to look in on my friend, Sergeant Matheson, before we go back to Lasher's place.
Well, at least the last 2 hours have passed quickly. Seeing your offices and laboratory was quite an experience, Carter.
Well, at least it was one way of killing time while we were establishing your alibi.
Here's the sergeant's office, Nick.
Hi, Matty.
Oh, hi, Nick. Patsy.
Hello.
This is Mr. Sanders, Sergeant Matheson.
Hi, Sanders. You. Any further word from Lasher, Nick?
No, Matty. I called Joey half hour ago. He reported Lasher was still very much alive.
Good. I sent 4 men up there, as you suggested, just to cover the house and sort of keep a watch over Lasher.
Thanks, Matty.
I also did some checking down here. You know, Nick, Lasher was about the toughest DA we've ever had.
Yeah, so I recall.
One of the boys he put away, and one who hated Lasher like poison, got out of prison yesterday.
Well, that's interesting. Who is he?
Pete Arnold. Lasher got him sent up for 15 years for armed robbery. And the day he was sentenced, Arnold swore he'd get Lasher for sending him up.
I think I remember him. Wasn't he a big, powerful fellow?
Yeah, mean. And dangerous, too. You know, Nick, I think we ought to go see Lasher again, whether he likes it or not.
I think you got something there, Matty. Let's go. Come on, Sanders.
All right. Where you go, I go. For tonight, at least.
You've got your men well hidden, Matty. Didn't see one anywhere.
They're here all right, Nick. Don't worry about that.
Hello. Oh, it's you again, Mr. Carter.
Yes, Joey, and this time we're going to talk to Mr. Lasher, orders or no orders.
Well, it's at your own risk, Mr. Carter.
I know, Joey. Mr. Lasher, I'm coming in. I want to talk...
Hey.
Nick, he's dead.
Oh, no, he can't be.
He's dead, all right.
Dead, is he? Well, everyone stay right where you are. Don't touch a thing.
Here, let me see.
There's no blood, Nick.
No. No sign of a struggle either.
Just that terrible expression on his face.
To me, that means just one thing, Patsy. Lasher was poisoned.
Nick, someone was here with him. Look at that bottle of liquor, and there's 2 glasses here on the desk.
And the glass beside Lasher's hand is empty.
But the other one's full.
I'll call the medical examiner and the homicide boys. Now, you 4 go back in the living room. I don't want anything disturbed in here, intentionally or otherwise. Hey, Nick. A little while ago, 2 of the men I got outside saw someone peering through the window of the study where we found Lasher's body.
Did they catch him?
No, they lost him in the darkness.
Oh.
They said he resembled Pete Arnold in size. So the window's being dusted for prints, and so are the bottle and glasses.
Oh, those glasses are hobnailed, Matty. They're too rough to take an impression.
Yeah, I'm afraid you're right. Well, I'm going back in the study, Nick. You carry on, huh?
Okay, Matty. Joey, why did Mr. Lasher insist upon being alone tonight?
I don't know. All I know is that every once in a while he'd clear everybody out of the house except me. And my job was to see that nobody disturbed him.
Mm-hmm. When was the last time that happened?
Well, I'm not sure. About a year ago, I guess.
Hey, Nick.
Oh, yes, Matty.
Yep, there were prints on the window. They match Pete Arnold's.
That's so.
And the medical examiner says he thinks it's poison.
Just in the glass that Lasher drank from?
No, in both glasses. The murderer must have slipped the poison into the bottle before it was poured.
I see.
Well, one thing is sure. Sanders didn't kill him. He was with us all the time.
Thank you, Miss Bowen, for those kind words.
Well, I'll get back to headquarters in case something breaks down there.
Okay, Matty. You'll phone me just as soon as the poison's identified?
You bet I will, Nick.
Good.
Minute I find out.
Well, two lucky things happened to me tonight.
That's so.
Lasher is dead, and I'm saved from bankruptcy. Also, I ran into Nick Carter, who furnished me with a perfect alibi. I'm not even suspected of the murder.
Well, you're a lucky man, Mr. Sanders. Now, there was something said about a fee?
The fee? Oh, yes.
Uh-huh.
Yes, I've got the cash right with me. Here, in $500 bills.
Oh, looky.
Yes, there you are, Mr. Carter. $10,000 for 3 hours' work.
Sanders, how does it happen you're carrying all that money around?
Well, I always carry a lot of cash.
Wouldn't be that you purposely had that much on you so you could wave it under my nose if I didn't want to take the case.
Why, I didn't even know I'd meet you.
No? When you collided with me, the radiator of your car was almost cold, yet you said you'd been driving around.
Well, I had been.
I doubt that. I believe you were parked at the curb until you saw Patsy and me start away from my house. I believe you were waiting for us.
Are you trying to say that I framed that smash-up?
I am. You deliberately planned to have me furnish you with an alibi.
I suppose next you'll say that I actually murdered Lasher.
Yeah, I think you did.
Oh, Nick, how could he?
Carter, that's crazy. How could I have been with you and be at this house at the same time?
I don't know the answers yet, but I'm going to find them. I'm sure you killed him.
I don't have to stand here and listen to slander.
You're not free to leave yet, Sanders, so stick around.
Don't worry. I'll be around if you need me.
Nick, what's going on here? You just took a $10,000 fee from a client and then accused him of murder.
That's right, Patsy.
Well, I don't understand. He was with us when it happened. You and I are his alibi.
Yes, I know. But in spite of that, I'm positive Sanders killed William Lasher.
As the case moves swiftly to a climax, Nick and Patsy serve as the alibi for the man Nick accuses of murder. In just a moment, we'll learn whether Nick can make this accusation stand. Now, back to the case of the perfect alibi. Today's adventure with Nick Carter, brought to you by new post-war Old Dutch Cleanser. It is a short time later. The police are gone. Nick and Patsy are upstairs investigating Lasher's bedroom.
Well, nothing here that gives us any clue.
You really think he murdered Lasher?
I do.
Well, what about Pete Arnold? He swore he'd kill Lasher someday.
Pete Arnold didn't do this job.
Well, how can you be so sure about that?
Look, Patsy, Lasher knew Arnold was dangerous. Would he have invited him in for a drink?
No, I don't suppose so.
Besides, men like Arnold don't use poison when they kill. Yes?
It's me, Joey.
Oh, come on in. Yes, Joey?
Well, I thought I'd see if there was anything I could do.
Oh, yes, perhaps there is, Joey. Lasher was obviously a hot-tempered man. Was he always that way?
Oh, no, sir. That was just on the surface. Underneath, he was a swell guy.
Oh, that's so.
Why, he built a new wing on the hospital, and it cost him $250,000. That's the Blythestone wing.
Why'd he use that name?
Because he didn't want his own name on it. He didn't even want anybody to know he'd paid for it.
Well, who was Blythestone? Anyone special?
Oh, yes. Mr. Blythestone saved Mr. Lasher's life in the First World War, and he was nearly killed doing it.
Oh.
He used to come here every year to talk about the war and old times and stuff. It was sort of an anniversary.
You know where Blythestone is now?
Oh, he died 5 years ago.
Must be Matty calling about the poison, Patsy.
Oh, I'll get it.
Okay, thanks. About this Blythestone...
I'm coming. Oh, drat dark stairways like...
Are you all right, Patsy?
Oh, Patsy. Nick, I tripped.
Now, never mind. Are you all right?
Are you hurt, Miss Bowen?
No, I don't think so. There was something stretched across the stairway. I felt it hit my ankle, and then I lost my balance.
Gee, that's too bad.
Sanders did that.
Huh?
Getting scared. He knew I expected a phone call and wanted me to break my neck, but he tripped you instead.
But what was it that tripped me?
This is an open stairway with a railing on both sides. You could have passed a wire or a cord across the step, pulled it up as you came down, then pulled the cord free and got away.
Oh, gosh, what a dirty trick.
I'll say. Help me up, Nick.
Okay.
I'm all right.
All right, let me help you to the studio, Patsy.
Mhm.
Sit down there and rest for a bit.
Thanks, Nick.
How's your foot? Okay?
Much better.
All right, there you are. Take it easy now until you feel okay.
I will. Oh, Nick, that Sergeant Matheson probably wondering what on earth's wrong.
Shall I answer it?
No, I'll get it. Nick Carter speaking.
Look, why don't you answer the phone? I was getting all set to come out there and see if you were still alive.
I'm sorry, Matty. Patsy tried to answer your first call, but she fell down the stairs.
She fell. She didn't hurt herself.
No, I don't think so. Nothing serious.
Oh, good. Well, your hunch was right, Nick. The autopsy shows the liquor was poison. That was potassium cyanide in the bottle and both glasses.
So that's why it worked so fast.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, you better watch out for Pete Arnold. My boys never did see him leave the place.
Thanks, Matty. I'll do that.
What'd the sergeant say, Nick?
Says it was poison. Cyanide.
Oh.
Hey, Joey, were there any more glasses to this set Mr. Lasher used?
Not that I know of. I never saw more than 2 of them.
I see. Hey, this brandy. It's imported from France. More than 40 years old.
Golly, it must be priceless.
It is if you go in for that sort of thing. Now, to whom would Lasher serve 40-year-old brandy? Have to be somebody very special.
Mr. Carter, I remember now.
Yeah, what?
Mr. Blystone, every time he came here, that bottle of brandy would turn up.
Well, now.
And about a year, once about a year since Mr. Blystone died, I'd found the bottle here on the desk again with the 2 glasses.
Did Lasher drink much?
He never drank, Mr. Carter, except, well, maybe the times I found the bottle left on the desk.
Nick, come here quickly, by the window.
Yes, what is it, Patsy?
The 2nd floor of the garage. Watch that window right in the middle.
Yes. Someone's looking out. Someone with a cigarette in his mouth.
Could that be Pete Arnold?
I don't know, but it won't take me long to find out. Watch it now, Patsy. You may... Get down.
Nicky!
Look, you stay right here. Don't move.
But what are you going to do?
I'm going around the other side. He's out of the garage now and around the west corner. I saw the gun flash.
Oh, Nick, please be careful.
I'll be careful. Now, if I can just make it to the... Still shooting over the other way. Now, if I jump in fast... Drop that gun! Why, you... That'll hold you.
Nick, did you get him?
I did. He'll be with us as soon as he wakes up.
Oh.
Having trouble, Mr. Carter?
Mr. Sanders.
Yeah, Sanders, where have you been while all the fireworks were going on?
I was just walking around, thinking.
Okay, suppose you take all of Pete's legs. We'll carry him into the house. Then we'll all do some thinking. Together. Okay, 1 handcuff around this wrist, the chain behind the steam pipe, and the 2nd cuff on his other wrist.
Which takes care of Pete Arnold for the time being.
Carter, why did you bring Arnold upstairs? Why not just turn him over to the police?
Because there are no police here at the moment, Sanders. Matty took his men away. Figured that whoever had been prowling around had gone by now.
Pete's waking up, Nick.
Where am I? All right, cut it, Pete. You're not fooling anyone. I'm Nick Carter. You try to kill Patsy and me.
Oh, what a sap I've been. What a sap.
Pete, did you kill Lasher?
No. I was going to, but when I looked in the window, he was sitting there, dead.
Then what happened?
I heard the cops moving around, so I hid in the garage.
Why?
Because I had to. If the cops seen me here, they'd have framed me for the job.
Nobody's framing you, Pete. But the police are going to ask you a lot of questions.
Well, I guess I'll be here when they come.
Is this all you're going to do, Carter? Sit here in the study and wait? Aren't you going to send for the police?
I'll be glad to, Sanders. You decided to confess?
You're crazy, Carter. Here you have a man who swore he'd murder Lasher, who even tried to shoot you. Don't you know when you've caught a killer?
Sanders, there's an old photograph hanging on the wall here behind Lasher's desk.
Huh?
Looks like some of the men from Lasher's old infantry company.
Yes, that's what it is, Mr. Carter.
Oh, I know that picture. I've got a copy of it.
Uh-huh. You're the third one from the left, aren't you?
Yes.
Who are the others? Can you name them?
Yes, most of them. Brown, Myerson, Kelly, Blystone.
Then you knew Blystone.
Of course I did.
Oh.
He's my sergeant. But if you're trying to tie him into this, you're wrong. He's been dead for 5 years.
Yeah, so Joey told me. Oh, Patsy,
Huh?
come into the living room a minute, will you?
Of course, Nick.
You too, Joey.
Sure, Mr. Carter.
Now listen, both of you.
Yeah?
I'm going to accuse Sanders of murder again, point blank. And I'm going to show him how I can prove it.
Gee, can you do that?
I'm going to try.
I get it. You want to make him so desperate he'll do something that will give himself away.
That's it.
Oh, but what about Pete Arnold?
I've told you, Patsy, nothing as far as Lasher's murder's concerned.
But if Pete didn't do it, and Sanders was with us, who was with Lasher when he was killed? Somebody had to be.
Patsy, when Lasher died, there was no one with him except possibly a ghost.
But a ghost? Nick, are you trying to tell me this is a supernatural case?
No, simply the work of a murderer who planned every move well in advance.
Oh.
Now, let's get back to the study while I tell Sanders how he murdered Lasher without even being present.
Well, be careful, Nick. Sanders may have a gun.
I shouldn't be surprised. That's where Joey comes in.
Me? Oh, gosh, I'll do anything I can.
Okay, Joey, take one of those heavy bookends off that table. Go out of the house and around to the back. You have 3 minutes to reach the windows looking into the study.
But then what do I do?
Joey, when the time comes for you to act, you'll know it without me telling you.
Oh.
Well, you back again, eh, Carter?
Yes, Sanders. Want to establish some facts.
Oh?
You knew Lasher and his dead friend Blystone from World War I.
Suppose I did.
You knew that Blystone saved Lasher's life, and that Lasher and Blystone made a pledge after the war was over to meet once a year and celebrate the rescue.
Does that make me a murderer?
Now, Lasher never used liquor except once a year, when he and Blystone each drank a small glass of this fine old brandy, and that celebration always took place on the same day, the date of Lasher's rescue, a date you knew because you were there when it happened.
So, 2 men celebrate an anniversary, and that makes me a murderer.
It does because you knew about it. Joey tells me the bottle and the 2 glasses were kept in plain sight in the cabinet over the desk. You must have seen them many times. It's been very easy for you to come here to see Lasher, and then, while you were waiting here in the study for him...
So that's it.
Get it, Patsy?
Of course. Sanders poisoned the bottle of brandy when he was here over 2 months ago. He knew it wouldn't be used until tonight, and he planned to set up an alibi for the exact time when Lasher would be killed.
All right, both of you, put your hands up fast.
Oh, I told you he had a gun, Nick.
Get him up. Thank you. So you found out about me.
I did. You were too anxious to have Patsy and me be your alibi, and you were too eager to pay too much money for such a small job.
I'm admitting nothing, Carter. But don't move, either of you. I have plans for you.
Sanders backs away, his finger tightening against the trigger. We'll see what Nick does about this in just a moment. Now for the conclusion of the case of the perfect alibi. Today's adventure with Nick Carter, brought to you by new post-war Old Dutch Cleanser. Sanders slowly levels his gun at Nick and Patsy as he says,
Here's where you and Miss Bowen get it. I hope you're ready.
Down, Patsy!
Oh, nice going, Nick. That was some haymaker you landed on his jaw.
Well, he won't do any more shooting for a while.
Was it okay, Mr. Carter?
Ah, you were marvelous.
You were wonderful, Joey.
Oh, gee, thanks, Miss Bowen. Boy, is he out cold.
Well, Nick, your plan seems to have worked.
Yeah. When Joey smashed the window, Sanders reacted just as I hoped he would.
And that gave you a chance to go for him.
Yeah. Well, Matty will have 2 prisoners now. Pete Arnold and Sanders.
Gosh, it's hard to believe. Sanders killed Lasher and wasn't even here when it happened.
That's right.
Then Blystone was the ghost who was with Lasher when he was killed.
Right.
Oh, gosh, Nick, that was a clever scheme.
Yes, and safe, too. The brandy was never used for anything else.
He simply set a murder trap and waited for the reunion to set it off.
Right. Which is murder in the first degree, as he'll find out very shortly.
pay to the order of the community chest. $10,000. Nick, this is the first time in a long time a murderer's money has helped a worthy cause.
A murderer's money? Well, I like that. That's my money, Patsy. I earned it by giving Sanders the alibi he wanted.
Oh, that's right, you did. Now, if you'll just sign the check, I'll get it into the mails right away.
All right, then you can go home. It's too bad you had to miss the play, Patsy.
Yes, it's a shame. It was a mystery, Nick. Honestly, I love mystery plays more than any other kind.
Nick Carter, Master Detective, is presented each week at this time and over these same stations by the Cudahy Packing Company, makers of new post-war Old Dutch Cleanser. Nick Carter, Master Detective, produced and directed by Jock McGregor, is copyrighted by Street & Smith Publications, Incorporated. Charlotte Manson is featured as Patsy. Ed Latimer plays Matty. Today's script was written by Norman A. Daniels. Original music is played by Henry Silverne. This program is fictional, and any resemblance therein to actual persons living or dead is purely coincidental. This is Bob Martin saying, when minutes count, use new post-war Old Dutch Cleanser. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. New post-war Old Dutch Cleanser, famous for chasing dirt, presents Nick Carter, famous for chasing crime. Every week at this time, two great names are joined as new post-war Old Dutch Cleanser brings you one of the most resourceful and daring characters in all detective fiction, Nick Carter, Master Detective.
Carter, something terrible has happened.
So I found out too late to stop you, huh?
What do you mean?
You're going to tell me that you've had another period of temporary insanity, aren't you?
Yes, that's right. I don't remember what happened, but when I came out of it, I found this knife in my pocket.
Yes, I expected that.
Those stains on it. Carter, they're blood.
Now for the case of the Barefoot Banker. Today's adventure starring Lon Clark as Nick Carter, brought to you by new post-war Old Dutch Cleanser. It's 4 o'clock on a Monday afternoon, and Arthur Colby, portly, dignified, and respected, walks through the huge bronze doors of the Colby Trust Company and crosses to the curb where a uniformed chauffeur opens the door of his limousine.
I won't need the car just yet, Marvin. I think I'll walk a few blocks before going home.
Yes, Mr. Colby.
Don't close the car door yet, though. I want to get in for a moment to take off my shoes.
I beg pardon, sir?
To take off my shoes. It's such a fine day. I think I'll walk barefoot.
Mr. Colby, barefoot on Park Avenue?
Yes. Good idea, isn't it? I can't imagine why I never thought of it before.
Such a thing. You, of all people.
I tell you, I don't know, Lord. I can't even remember it. It was like waking from a sound sleep to find myself in the street, crowds laughing at me.
Can you blame them?
Richard, keep quiet.
Yes, sister dear.
And that newspaper photographer, I tried to smash his camera.
And you only succeeded in giving him a better picture than he'd hoped for. It's on the front page of every tabloid in town.
Don't remind me of it.
You with your Homburg hat, striped trousers, and bare tootsies swinging that gold-headed cane at the camera.
You shut up.
Arthur, dear, please don't get excited. We'll all forget that it ever happened.
Yes, why don't you relax, old boy? Here, have a cigarette.
One of those Turkish atrocities of yours? No, thanks. I'll stick to my pipe.
Sis?
Not now, Richard. Aren't we swanky these days?
Monogram cigarettes, no less.
Yes. They're not paid for either, by the way. Could you let me have a couple of hundred, Lorna? I'm stone broke.
When are you going to quit sponging on your sister?
Well, if you'd make me a decent allowance, it wouldn't be necessary.
Richard, you should be ashamed. Arthur's done a great deal for you.
I know. And he never lets me forget it.
Well, if you don't like living in my house...
Oh, but I do. It's very convenient to have a sister with a rich husband, even though he is a bit eccentric.
Well, I am not eccentric.
Well, I was trying to be polite. Most people would have said balmy.
Richard, that's enough.
Well, it's not as if this were the first crazy thing he'd done. How about the way he hides things all over the house? And the time he put the goldfish in the wall safe? If that isn't a sign of something not quite...
Get out of here! Get out of here!
Very well. I'll go. You'd better watch out, sis, or you may wake up some morning with your throat cut.
Wait,
Arthur, dear. Now, don't pay any attention to him.
Yes. Maybe he's right. Perhaps I am losing my mind.
Oh, that's nonsense. You're only tired and nervous.
Well, what if during one of these mental blackouts I should harm you?
Don't even think about it. Tomorrow we'll see Dr. Henderson.
Lorna.
Arthur, what's the matter?
There's something in this humidor. Something buried in the tobacco.
Buried in the tobacco?
Look. It's my watch. The one I lost 2 days ago.
Well, maybe you didn't put it there, darling. It might have been Richard playing a joke on you.
No. I hid it there myself. I remember now.
But, Arthur, why?
I don't know. Heaven help me, Lorna. I don't know. I should like to buy a knife.
Yes, sir? A kitchen knife?
I believe so. Yes, a kitchen knife should do nicely.
What kind, sir?
What kind?
Oh, yes, sir. Paring knife, butcher knife, carving knife?
Butcher knife. Yes, a large butcher knife.
Of course. Now we have them at various prices.
The price doesn't matter. Just so it has a sharp edge. A very sharp edge. You see, it's for my wife.
And that was the knife they found under your pillow, Mr. Colby.
Yes. I don't remember putting it there. I don't even remember buying it.
And you want Nick to protect your wife against what you might do in the future, Mr. Colby?
No, I told you all this, Carter, so that you'd understand the circumstances. What I want you to do is find the sum of money I mislaid during another of these spells.
Oh? How much money?
$20,000.
Oh, quite a bundle. When did you lose it?
Yesterday. Teller at my bank said I drew a personal check for $20,000 at about 2:30.
And did you?
I examined the check this morning. It's my signature, all right.
But you don't remember signing it?
I don't remember anything from about 2 o'clock until I arrived home at 5.
Go on.
The bank guard saw me leave the building at 3, but where I went or what I did, I don't know.
Then you don't know whether you were robbed or lost the money or gave it away.
I'm more inclined to think that I hid it somewhere. I do hide things lately.
Well, I'll see what I can do. But frankly, I think there's only one thing that'll get your money back.
What's that?
Luck, Mr. Colby. Just plain sheer luck. Patsy, there's something wrong with Colby's story somewhere.
Huh? What do you mean wrong?
It doesn't ring true. I'm no psychiatrist, of course, but I've always understood these mental cases followed a definite pattern.
Well?
The pattern isn't right. Up until now, he's been hiding little things about the house.
Oh, $20,000 isn't a little thing. Not in my dictionary.
No, mine. But he didn't hide it in the house this time, either.
Yeah.
That's one thing. And this business of buying a knife and hiding it is completely outside the pattern.
Do you think he's lying?
Well, it certainly doesn't make any sense that he should try to railroad himself into an asylum.
Unless what, Nick?
Unless he's planning something big. And all this is just a build-up so that he can plead temporary insanity.
You mean something like murder?
Well, could be. You have the name of Colby's psychiatrist?
Yes, it's Dr. Miles Henderson. He has an office in his home out in Eastview.
Try to get me an appointment with Dr. Henderson. Let's find out whether he thinks Colby might be faking.
Okay.
Oh, and ask him to have Mrs. Colby there, too, will you?
Perhaps she can tell us how her husband acts during these so-called periods of forgetfulness.
Why did you ask me here, Mr. Carter? Has Arthur done anything violent?
Oh, no. No, Mrs. Colby, nothing like that. Yet.
And just what is this all about?
I'm coming to that, Dr. Henderson. You see, Mr. Colby has retained me to recover some money he thinks he's hidden and forgotten about.
That's so.
How much money?
$20,000.
20,000?
Yes. He said he drew it out of the bank during a period of amnesia yesterday afternoon, and he didn't have it when he got home.
Why,
We're going to say something, Mrs. Colby?
No, I was surprised, that's all.
You shouldn't be. I warned you that his condition was getting worse. Will you have a cigar, Mr. Carter?
Oh, no, thank you.
I believe I will.
It's a rather large knife to use as a cigar cutter.
Oh, I don't think so. I picked it up in the Orient several years ago.
Oh, I see.
Yes.
Dr. Henderson, you've been treating Mr. Colby for some time, haven't you?
Only about 2 months. At first, he complained of headaches and absent-mindedness. Then he began to find his personal belongings in odd places with no recollection of putting them there.
Well, how about these periods of amnesia?
They started 3 weeks ago, and they're getting progressively worse. At first, he did silly things, but now his actions are becoming more ominous.
Such as buying that butcher knife and hiding it under the pillow, you mean?
Exactly. For her own safety, I've been trying to persuade Mrs. Colby that her husband should be placed in an institution.
And I can't believe that's necessary. I won't believe it. Not until...
Until it's too late, perhaps.
Richard keeps at me about it, too, until sometimes I think I'll go mad.
And who's Richard?
My younger brother. He lives with us.
Well, I'm afraid Richard's right.
He isn't right. You know what he's thinking of, Doctor. Money.
Just a minute. I'm afraid I don't follow this.
I love my brother, Mr. Carter, but I know his faults. He thinks if Arthur were in an asylum, I'd control Arthur's money.
I see. Huh. Tell me, Dr. Henderson, have you ever observed a case quite like Mr. Colby's before?
In my own experience, no. But the pattern of behavior is not really unusual.
That's what I was really wondering about.
Up to this point, Mr. Colby's condition corresponds exactly to that of a French editor, described by a Dr. Wilhelm Schweigert in his book, Psychopathic Phenomena and Aberrations.
Oh, this other case, did it start and develop in the same way?
Step by step, they are exactly similar. That's why I'm so positive Mr. Colby should be confined.
Why? What happened to the French editor?
He murdered his best friend.
Did you find out anything from your conversation with Dr. Henderson yesterday, Nick?
Just enough to make me even more curious. Patsy, I want you to get me a book. It's called Psychopathic Phenomena and Aberrations by a Dr. Wilhelm Schweigert.
Nick, I'm sorry, but I can't find that book you asked for. I've called every publisher and bookseller in town. Nobody ever heard of it. I don't think there is such a book.
Oh. In that case, Patsy, get me the County Medical Association. I see. Thank you very much, Dr. Wilson.
What'd he say, Nick?
You're right, Patsy. There is no such book. And there never was a Dr. Wilhelm Schweigert.
Well.
Not only that, the Medical Association has no record of any such person as Dr. Miles Henderson.
Carter, you've got to help me. Something terrible has happened.
So I found out too late to stop you, huh?
What are you talking about?
You're going to tell me that you've had another period of temporary insanity, aren't you?
Yes, last night. I started for my club about 8, and I don't remember any more until I awakened in my own room this morning.
And during this so-called period of forgetfulness, what did you do? Murder your wife?
No. No, thank heaven Lorna's all right. But look what I found in my pockets this morning.
Why, that's Dr. Henderson's paper knife. I saw it on his desk yesterday afternoon.
Yes, I must have been there last night.
And these stains on the knife. They're blood.
That's what I mean, Carter. I'm afraid I killed the doctor.
Well,
Instead of being part of Colby's plan to cover up a murder, the false Dr. Miles Henderson, it appears, has himself become Colby's victim. We'll see what happens next in just a moment. Now, back to the case of the Barefoot banker. Today's adventure with Nick Carter, brought to you by new post-war Old Dutch cleanser. When Arthur Colby recovered from his latest period of amnesia, he found in his pocket a blood-stained paper knife belonging to the man who called himself Dr. Miles Henderson, psychiatrist. Nick and Patsy have gone to Henderson's office in his suburban home to see what really happened.
Well, Patsy, he's been stabbed, all right.
I'll say.
You know, with this sort of a wound, it's strange that Colby didn't have any bloodstains on his clothing.
Well, maybe he was wearing something else last night.
Oh, possibly. Huh. Must have talked for quite a while before the killing took place.
Huh? What makes you think so?
These ashtrays. One on the doctor's side of the desk, and another by the chair at this end. Judging by the amount of ash...
What's the matter, Nick?
Patsy, these are cigarette ashes.
So what?
Colby smokes a pipe, and the doctor smokes cigars.
Oh, but Nick, where are the cigarette stubs? There aren't any.
No. At first I thought Colby was framing an alibi. Now I'm beginning to wonder whether someone isn't framing Colby.
What? You mean Henderson might have been stabbed by someone else? Someone who smokes cigarettes?
Exactly.
Oh.
There must have been something unusual about those cigarettes. Otherwise, why would the stubs have been taken away?
But maybe you can tell from the ashes.
Here, wait. Here's a few shreds of tobacco.
Good.
We'll take them down to the police laboratory for analysis.
Okay. Is there anything else to be done here?
I want to take a look in this filing cabinet, labeled Case Histories. See if I can get the names of some of Dr. Henderson's other patients.
I'll get a pencil and write them down for you.
That won't be necessary, Patsy.
Huh?
Looks as if Colby was the only patient our fake doctor had.
You mean the file is empty?
Not quite. Look what I found here.
What? Nick, it's money. A lot of money.
Certainly is. I think we found out what happened to Colby's $20,000.
You mean I gave the $20,000 to Dr. Henderson during my spell of amnesia?
I don't think it was amnesia, Mr. Colby, nor insanity either.
Carter, what are you driving at?
Tell me, how did you happen to start going to Henderson?
Why, met him at the house one night.
Who brought him there?
I don't know. There's a big party. Many of the guests were strangers to me. Friends of Lorna's, friends of Richard's.
I see. Go on.
Well, Henderson mentioned being a doctor and a psychiatrist, so I told him about the headaches I'd been having. He suggested I come to see him the next day, and I did.
And that's when your real trouble started, wasn't it?
Yes, those headaches were the first symptoms, he said.
What kind of treatments did he give you?
Why, the usual routine, I suppose. I'd talk about my problems, and he'd explain the hidden meanings in what I said.
Wasn't there ever anything else?
Well, sometimes he'd give me a sedative first, then he'd talk to me until I fell asleep. He said it relaxed me for the actual treatment.
Ah, yes. And after one of those treatments, you'd pull some ridiculous stunt, wouldn't you?
Are you trying to tell me the doctor was responsible for the spells I've been having?
Colby, he wasn't a doctor. He was a fake.
What?
And unless I'm mistaken, the reason for your peculiar actions was not insanity. You were hypnotized.
This is the garage, sir. My room's directly above.
And if anybody had taken one of these cars out last night, you'd have heard it, wouldn't you, Marvin?
Yes, sir. I did.
You did? Then one of the cars was gone last night?
Yes, miss. Mr. Colby took the convertible about 11:30 and brought it back a couple hours later.
Nick, according to the medical examiner, that's just about the time Henderson was killed.
How do you know it was Mr. Colby, Marvin?
I know the sound of the motor, sir. It's quite different from the others.
I didn't ask about the car. How did you know Colby was driving it?
Because it's Mr. Colby's personal car.
But you didn't actually see him.
Why, no, sir.
That's what I wanted to know. Thanks, Marvin.
Well, Nick, what now?
We're going up to the house, Patsy, for a little friendly conversation with a killer.
Isn't this rather useless, Mr. Carter? We all know what happened. My brother-in-law killed Henderson in a fit of temporary insanity.
I still want to know whether anyone left the house last night at 11:30. Can you tell me, Mrs. Colby?
No, I'm afraid not.
My room is in the east wing. Too far away to hear the front door.
How about you, Mr. Ames?
It's 11:30. I was sound asleep.
I'm sorry we can't be of more help.
Will anyone have a cigarette?
No, thanks, Richard.
Mr. Carter? Miss Bowen? These are rather special if you like all Turkish tobacco.
Nick, don't you...
Oh, no, thanks. I don't smoke. I wonder whether I may make a phone call, Mrs. Colby.
Well, of course. Richard will show you where the phone is.
Yeah.
Well, while you're making that call, Nick, I'm going to work on a little idea of my own.
What sort of an idea, Patsy?
Oh, never mind. But I may have a surprise for you. I hope Marvin doesn't come in the garage and catch me snooping around Mr. Colby's car. He might think I'm stealing it. But there must be an ashtray in the car. And if there are any stubs from those special cigarettes in it, the kind Richard smokes, it'll prove who took this car out last night. Ah, here's the ashtray. Oh, darn it, it's empty.
Going for a ride, my dear?
Mrs. Colby,
I thought I'd like to watch a detective at work. So I followed you.
Oh, well, that is, Nick's the detective, not me. I just wanted to see what it felt like to sit behind the wheel of such a beautiful car.
Do you like it?
Oh, it's wonderful. Why, how funny.
What's funny?
The rear view mirror. I can see through the back window perfectly.
That's what rear view mirrors are for, isn't it?
Yes, but Mr. Colby is tall. If he'd driven this car last night, the mirror wouldn't be adjusted to fit me.
Get out of that car.
So I was right. It was Richard.
How clever of you, Miss Bowen. But I can't let you tell anyone what you've learned.
Mrs. Colby, put down that wrench, please.
Nicely done. The skin isn't broken. Her hair will cover the bruise. I'm afraid your meddling has caused an unfortunate accident, my dear. So foolish to start a motor in a closed garage. People die that way.
And as Mrs. Colby closes the garage door, Patsy lies unconscious behind the wheel of Arthur Colby's car with the motor running. We'll see what happens in just a moment. Now for the conclusion of the case of the Barefoot Banker. Today's adventure with Nick Carter, brought to you by new post-war Old Dutch Cleanser. Leaving the motor of her husband's car running, with Patsy slumped unconscious behind the wheel, Lorna Colby closes the garage door and starts toward the house.
Oh, just a moment, Mrs. Colby.
Oh, Mr. Carter.
I've been looking for you.
You have?
Thought you might like to know that your brother did not kill Henderson.
Well, of course he didn't. My husband...
No, Mrs. Colby, not your husband either. You killed him.
I killed... Oh, well, that's utter nonsense.
I don't think so. And you're not leaving me just yet, Mrs. Colby.
Let go of my arm.
You took your husband's car and went to see Henderson late last night, didn't you?
No, I didn't.
You called with him about the $20,000 he stole from your husband.
I don't know what you're talking
Then
about.
you picked up the paper knife from his desk and stabbed him.
That's not true. It was Arthur who did it.
Remember the blood, Mrs. Colby? The blood that stained your dress?
No.
I found that dress with a blood stain still on it.
You're lying. I burned it this morning.
Thanks for the confession, Mrs. Colby. Perhaps we'd better drive down to headquarters now and make it official.
It was a trick. You didn't know anything.
Oh, yes, I did. But I had no proof until you gave yourself away. Come on, let's go.
No, not to the garage.
I'm going to let you drive me to headquarters.
I won't go in there. I won't.
Oh, yes, you will. Wait till I open this garage door.
Let me go. Let me go.
Where's the motor of that car running?
I don't know.
There's someone in it.
No.
Good heavens, it's Patsy.
Well, Nick, they say I can leave the hospital tomorrow. Isn't that wonderful?
Wonderful that you're alive, Patsy. Another couple of minutes in that garage and you'd have been my late lamented secretary.
Oh. Well, I'm sure glad you came along when you did. But tell me, Nick, how did you know Mrs. Colby killed the doctor?
I knew because Richard smoked turkey cigarettes. But the laboratory analysis of those shreds of tobacco in Henderson's ashtray proved that they came from some ordinary popular brand.
Oh, and that eliminated Richard.
Yes. Colby smoked a pipe, so he was in the clear. So it had to be his wife.
I don't follow that, Nick. Couldn't it have been some completely unknown person?
But you're forgetting that the knife was found in Colby's pocket. And outside of Richard or Colby himself, the only person who could have put it there was Mrs. Colby.
Well, yes, but what was behind all this business?
It was a plot to get control of Colby's money by having him put in an asylum as a homicidal maniac.
Mm-hmm.
That's why Mrs. Colby hired Henderson, an ex-vaudeville hypnotist, mind you, to pose as a psychiatrist.
And by putting Colby under hypnotic influence, Henderson could make him do peculiar things the next day and then forget all about them.
He could and did. And after a few incidents like that, all before witnesses, mind you, Mrs. Colby would have no trouble at all getting her husband put away as a dangerous lunatic.
Then Richard was completely innocent.
Didn't know a thing about it. You know, the whole scheme might have worked out if Henderson hadn't got greedy and used hypnotism to make Colby draw that $20,000 out of the bank and bring it to him.
Yes, that was a fatal error.
I should say it was. Made Mrs. Colby furious.
So that's why she killed him.
That was one reason. She also saw a perfect chance to get rid of the only person who knew her plans and at the same time put her husband in the asylum as a homicidal maniac by putting the blame on him.
What a dirty frame-up.
Oh, by the way, Patsy, you get 50% of the fee on this case, you know.
I do?
Mm-hmm.
Why?
Because you caught the killer before I did, even if you didn't know it.
Well, I hope I never catch another one. Catching criminals is awfully hard on the head.
Well, Nick, how about a little advance dope on the adventure that new post-war Old Dutch Cleanser is going to bring us next week?
Certainly, Bob. But first, I wish to ask everybody who's listening to clean up their plates at every meal. And if anything's left over, don't waste it. Make it do for tomorrow. In this way, we can help save valuable food that is so desperately needed by people who are not so fortunate as we are.
I'm sure we all agree with that, Nick, and we'll do all we can to ease the present world food emergency. And now, about next week's Nick Carter adventure.
Bob, next week we're going to meet a couple of crooks who spent a lot of time looking for a lady that was 6 inches high and covered with jewels.
And Nick had to turn me into a spook to find them.
Spooks and 6-inch ladies. It sounds like a fascinating combination. What do you call the story?
I call it The Case of the Jeweled Queen.
Nick Carter, Master Detective, is presented each week at this time and over these same stations by the Cudahy Packing Company, makers of new post-war Old Dutch Cleanser. Nick Carter, Master Detective, produced and directed by Jock McGregor, is copyrighted by Street & Smith Publications, Incorporated. Charlotte Manson is featured as Patsy. Today's script was written by Jim Parsons. Original music is played by Henry Silverne. This program is fictional, and any resemblance to actual persons, living or dead, is purely coincidental. This is Bob Martin saying, when minutes count, use new post-war Old Dutch Cleanser. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. New post-war Old Dutch Cleanser, famous for chasing dirt, presents Nick Carter, famous for chasing crime. Every week at this time, two great names are joined as new post-war Old Dutch Cleanser brings you one of the most resourceful and daring characters in all detective fiction, Nick Carter, Master Detective.
Patsy, you're magnificent.
Well, thanks.
You've just solved the mystery. All we've got to do now is catch the killer.
Oh, but how do we do that, Nick?
By turning you into a ghost.
By turning me into a what?
Patsy, I'm going to make you up into the scariest ghost that was ever seen. And tonight you're going to haunt a chess club.
Now for the Case of the Jeweled Queen. Today's adventure starring Lon Clark as Nick Carter, brought to you by new post-war Old Dutch Cleanser. In his small basement apartment, cluttered with chess books and chess sets, old Jeremy Hawthorne sits over a chessboard and listens absently while two hard-eyed men talk to him.
Will you listen to me, Hawthorne?
Oh, yes, of course, Mr. He told you his name twice already, pal. This here's my boss, Mr. Monk. Oh, yes, Mr. Monk. I swear if you don't pay attention,
That'll do, Cruz.
Okay. Yes, bishop to queen, bishop... Oh, the only possible move. Unless, knight to rook 5.
Hawthorne, I got $1,000 for you.
Eh? What's that? Well, $1,000? What? That woke him up.
Look, you remember the old National Chess Club, the old marble mansion on East 20th?
Oh, yes, do I not? I'm the last surviving member. Ah, what great old days we had at the club. It's been closed now for, let me see.
For 40 years, and it's been falling to pieces all that time.
Yes, that's right. If it hadn't been for that terrible scandal, the club would still be...
Look, I'm not interested in the club or its scandals. I'm interested in you.
Oh, you're a chess player, Mr...
No, I'm the guy with $1,000. I'll pay it to you.
But for what?
For your right title and interest in the club.
My dear sir, you're cheating yourself. There isn't anything in the club but old books and old furniture. Hardly worth $50, let alone...
Look, I'll pay you $1,000 for everything in the building. Everything that's your property as the last surviving member. All you have to do is sign this release.
Mr. Monk, this is ridiculous. The place is a liability.
Look, maybe so, Hawthorne. You just sign the paper and take this $1,000. I'll take the liability.
Oh, by the way, Patsy, I haven't asked you to marry me for over 2 weeks. How about
it? Oh, please, Gubby. Don't you ever get tired of hearing me say no?
Why, Patsy? Hey, Nick, stop the car, quick. Gubby, for the...
What's the matter?
I just remembered something.
A murder?
Oh, you yelled as though there were 10 murders.
With arson thrown in.
Oh, no, it's nothing like that. I just remembered old man Hawthorne.
Hawthorne?
Yeah, he lives right here. That basement apartment.
Scubby, who, what, and why is old man Hawthorne?
He's a guy I play chess with by mail.
Oh, now I've heard everything.
No kidding, Patsy. I'm up to my neck in a red-hot correspondence game with Hawthorne. And I just remembered I forgot to mail him my latest move.
Hey, get back in the car, chess champion. We're late for dinner already. I'll lend you a postcard.
Won't take a second, Nick. I'll be right back.
Oh. He'll probably fling open the door and howl, check.
And scare old man Hawthorne to death.
Oh, Patsy, did I ever tell you the story about the man who won a chess game because he couldn't talk cannibal?
Another Nick Carter special on the way.
It seems this man was captured by cannibals down in New Guinea.
Uh-huh.
And while they were boiling the pot...
Hey, Nick, hey!
But that's Scubby. What's the matter with him?
No, and it doesn't sound as though he's making a chess move either.
Hey, Nick, you gotta come into Hawthorne's place right away. This is awful.
What's the matter, Scubby? You need advice on your next move?
I'll say I do. Hawthorne's dead.
Oh.
He's committed suicide.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Hawthorne's dead, all right.
He climbed up on a chair and hanged himself from one of the water pipes.
But why, Nick? Scubby says he didn't have a problem in the world.
Well, not outside of chess. Well, he just lived for his chess problems. The old guy was happy. He wouldn't...
Yes. That's what's bothering me.
What?
Look at this note Hawthorne apparently left here on the chess table. Neatly printed in ink. I'm 80 years old and I'm tired. Chess is a bore. There's nothing left.
Nick, why did you say Hawthorne apparently left the note?
Because the note is printed in ink.
So what? Hawthorne's got an ink stain on his forefinger.
True enough, Scubby. But tell me this. Where's the ink bottle?
The what?
The bottle of ink. And the pen Hawthorne used. Or the fountain pen. Or anything that'll write in ink.
Holy smoke, you're right.
I've been through this room thoroughly, and there isn't any ink. So how could Hawthorne write that note?
Well, maybe there's a pen in his pocket.
No. I've searched him. There's nothing on it but some small change and a handkerchief.
Then he didn't write that note.
No, Scubby, he positively did not. Some kind friend obligingly wrote that note for Hawthorne with his own pen, and then kindly helped Hawthorne commit suicide.
Well,
You mean that someone murdered him?
Go to the head of the class, Betsy.
Oh.
But he was harmless. Why would anyone want to kill a nice old man like that?
That, Scubby, is what I'd like to find out.
So would I. Where do we start?
Well, here's the picture as I see it. Now, someone was here with Hawthorne just before he was murdered.
Uh-huh.
Someone who had the pen that Hawthorne used to write with.
Accounting for the ink stain on the finger.
Right.
But what did Hawthorne write?
Well, certainly not the suicide note. That was written for him after he was killed. Now, when this Hey, this is interesting.
What?
Here on the floor under Hawthorne's feet. The rhinestone medallion, see? With the letter M in the center.
A medallion with the letter M.
Recognize it, Scubby?
Sure I do. That's from the Club Monk.
The nightclub on the west side?
Yeah. There's a dancer there named Jenny Valentine. She does a solo tap dance and throws the souvenirs to the customers.
Oh, but what would an old chess player be doing in a nightclub catching souvenirs?
You mean, what would a nightclub dancer be doing in Hawthorne's rooms playing chess?
Nick, maybe that medallion's the key to this murder.
Could be, Scubby. Hey, look, you kids stand by and wait for Matty and the homicide squad.
Uh-huh. Well, what are you going to do?
I'm going down to the Monk Club and try to catch a souvenir.
I can't give you anything but love, baby. That's the only thing I've plenty of, baby. Dream a while, scheme a while, we're sure to find happiness and
Mr. Monk. Mr. Monk.
Oh, hiya, Hopkins. Come on in.
Is it okay, Mr. Monk?
Is what okay?
Well, the money I owe you, the $5,000.
Oh, no.
But I told you how to get the queen. Didn't you believe me?
Yeah?
Well, did you see Hawthorne? Did you buy it from him?
Yeah. You owe the club $6,000 now.
What do you mean?
Now, listen, Sonny. You come here to the club and you drop $5,000. You can't pay, so you hand me a story about this bequest your uncle left to the chess club.
Well, it's true. I swear it. The club was closed before they had a chance to find out what he gave them. They never knew what they had. Mr. Monk, that queen is worth $20,000, maybe $30,000.
Okay.
Well, that was the deal. If I steered you into it, you'd cancel the money I owe you.
Listen, punk, the word was if.
Yes, but you said...
Now, look, I haven't got the queen yet. It cost me another $1,000 already. If I get it, you're clear. Get that through your head, Hopkins. I don't sucker so easy for fancy stories.
Well, sure, but after all, I went to...
Mom, quit yelling, will you? Everybody in the club can hear you. You're making so much noise.
Oh, hiya, Jenny.
Hello, Hoppy.
Hello.
Oh, Hoppy. Don't you love me anymore?
No.
Now, that's a man for you. Chasing after me for 3 months solid. And all of a sudden, bump, the freeze. Don't be mad at me, Hoppy.
You played me for a sucker, Jenny. $5,000 worth of sucker.
Why, Hoppy?
Go ahead and grin. I'm going to the bar, and I hope I never see you again.
Darn. Monk, baby.
Yeah?
Get the dope from Hawthorne?
Everything's okay, honey.
When do we get the queen?
Tonight, baby. I'm going over with Cruz.
Are you gonna take care of it?
You just leave that to me, honey. From tomorrow on, it's just going to be you and me and $40,000.
Go, Monk.
Look, better go up to your dressing room now. Cruz may get ideas if he sees us. Huh?
Say it again. Say it again about you and me, Monk.
You and me and $40,000.
Oh, honey. You say the sweetest things.
Oh, this dressing room smells like a perfume factory. Hope I don't asphyxiate before she's through with her dance.
Valentine?
Yeah.
The doorman told me it'd be all right to wait in your dressing room.
Are you, shall we say, an admirer?
Perhaps, in a way.
Very good looking. You, like my dance?
I haven't seen it, so I wouldn't know.
Well, what are you hanging around my dressing room for?
Miss Valentine, I'm Nick Carter.
The detective?
That's right.
Now get out of here.
I'm not quite ready to leave yet, Miss Valentine. I'd like to ask you about this medallion.
Well, what about it?
Why'd you give it to Jeremy Hawthorne?
Jeremy, hey, look, I throw hundreds of those things around every night, but how should I know who catches them?
Of course, Miss Valentine, but you do know Hawthorne.
But I throw...
Don't deny it. You showed it on your face when I mentioned his name.
Get out of here.
I came up here to ask you what you know about a chess player who had the misfortune...
Janet Carter, I'll ask the questions around here.
Oh, hello, Monk. Do I also say hello to the 45 you're playing with?
Make one fancy play, Carter, and you can get intimate with a slug.
Don't you knock when you sneak into dressing rooms?
No. Besides, you and I are going to sneak right out.
Monk, I think
now, look, this is my play, Jenny. Let me take it.
Okay, but listen...
Get on your feet, Carter. We're going up to my office.
All right.
It's nice and soundproof up there. We can play just as rough as you want to. And if you want to play some parlor games, that's all right, too.
There's just one game I'm not in the mood for, Monk.
Oh, what's that?
Two men play it with a gun or a rope. It's called murder.
So Nick was right in his guess that Hawthorne was known to both Jenny and Monk. We'll see where that leads him in just a moment when we hear what Monk has to tell him in his private soundproof office. Now, back to the case of the Jeweled Queen. Today's adventure with Nick Carter, brought to you by new post-war Old Dutch Cleanser. At the point of a gun, Nick is ushered into Monk's soundproof office on the second floor of the Monk Club. Monk closes the door sharply and...
Sit down, Carter.
Thanks.
Now, listen. I had trouble with you before. I know you're a smart cookie, and I know you're dangerous. That's why I use a rod when you're around.
Put your cards on the table, Monk.
Carter, this is one deal that's on the level.
What deal?
The deal with Hawthorne.
Oh? Well, this is very interesting. Go ahead, Monk. Sing your song.
Well, a rich kid named Hopkins got in the red for me for $5,000. So he couldn't pay. And so his old man wouldn't hand over the dough. So Hopkins steers me into a deal to square it.
What deal?
You go in for history, any?
I've read a book or two.
Well, get a load of this. Back in the 1500s, there was this English queen, Elizabeth.
I've heard of her.
Well, now, there was a tournament held in her honor once, a kind of joust. Now, Elizabeth was impressed with the way a guy by the name of Sir Charles Blount fought. She was so impressed that she sent him a present the next day. A chess piece. It was a jeweled queen.
I think I've read the story.
Well, now, according to the books, Essex was so jealous of the gift, he ups and fights a duel with Blount, and afterwards, the chess queen disappeared.
So I've heard.
Now, Carter, that queen's worth a fortune, and I own it. All legal, all fair, all square.
How so?
Well, Hopkins' uncle uncovered it 50 years ago. He sent it to the National Chess Club as a bequest, along with some books and stuff.
Well?
But he died right after that. Then the club went bust before they knew what they owned. That jewel queen is stored away somewhere in the club cellar.
And you own it?
I do. I bought it fair and square from the last living club member, old Jeremiah Hawthorne. I got a bill of sale of the club property signed by him this afternoon for $1,000.
So that's how he got the ink stain on his finger.
What?
Nothing.
Now, tonight I'm going down to the clubhouse and get what I own. All legal and above board, right?
Except for one little detail, Monk.
Name it.
Somebody murdered Hawthorne.
Well, Get out of here. It's a dirty double-crossing fight.
Hawthorne's been murdered, and he didn't have $1,000 on him.
I told you to get out. And if you know what's good for you, Carter, don't try to hang this rap on me.
I won't have to, Monk. I'll just help you hang it on yourself.
Your hat, Mr. Carter.
Thanks.
Don't you like the Monk Club, Mr. Carter?
Sure. Like it fine. But I don't like the people in it. Good night.
Good night, Mr. Carter. Come again soon.
Just a minute.
What? Well, Mr. Alfred Cruz, isn't it? How are you, Alfred? Last time we met...
Carter, what do you want with Jenny?
Take your hand off me, Alfred.
What was you doing in Jenny's dressing room?
Don't see why that's any of your business.
It sure is. She's going to be my wife.
Is that so? When?
In a couple of months. She's a beautiful kid. Everybody's chasing her. Like that kid Hopkins, even Monk. I don't want you around her, too.
I have no intentions of chasing her, Alfred. Now, will you please get out of my way?
You don't bluff me with fancy talk, Carter. I swear I'll break your neck if you go near her. You want a sample?
You don't step aside, Alfred.
Yeah, see how you like this.
I really hate to do this, Alfred, but... When you get up again, I hope you'll have more sense.
Hey, Nick, come over to your car, quick.
What's the matter, Scubby?
I was coming down to meet you, and I saw your car just now, and we'll take a look inside.
You don't tell me you've discovered him. Good heavens. It's Jenny Valentine. Dead. Oh, what a mess. What a confounded mess. First Hawthorne, then Jenny Valentine.
Oh, stop pacing, Nick. You're making the office whirl around in circles.
Nick, I'm scared. Why'd you bring Jenny back in the car? Why haven't you reported her murder to Maddie?
I'm going to just as soon as I figure this out.
Oh, but Nick...
Maybe I was meant to find her and report it.
But she's still out in your car. If anybody finds her...
I know. Found it. She was in the back seat with her neck twisted, strangled. It's as though she'd come to the car and was waiting to speak to me after I left the club.
Only the killer came along and spoke to her first.
Nick, you've got to do something.
I know I do. I'm trying to think.
Well, my money's on Monk. He's our meat.
Maybe.
Oh, did Jenny tell you anything that could help?
No. Although she was friendly enough till she found out who I was.
This I already know.
How?
Oh, I know a clue when I see it. See that big smudge of powder and makeup she left on Nick's sleeve?
Powder and makeup on my... Patsy, you're magnificent. You've solved the case.
I've solved...
You've just told me who murdered Hawthorne and Jenny Valentine. Now all we've got to do is catch him.
But how?
By turning you into a ghost.
By turning me into a what?
Patsy, I'm going to make you up into the scariest ghost that was ever seen. And tonight you're going to haunt a chess club.
I guess Hopkins guessed right, Cruz. And all through this old chess club. Stuff must be stored down in the cellar.
Okay, come on.
Look, Hawthorne said it's in a big packing case. It's stenciled Hopkins.
Yeah, it is, if the rats ain't ate the print off.
Well, rats can eat books, but they can't eat gold and diamonds.
You keep telling yourself.
No, take it easy. This is the bottom. Hey, flash around your light. Huh.
Hey, Monk.
Yeah?
Over there against the wall. See? On a case. It says Hopkins.
Okay, come on. It's falling to pieces. Come on, get it open.
Easy, Monk. Only take a second.
A blue velvet box. That's what the kid said. The size of a cigar box.
Keep your shirt on. I'll find it if it's here. There it is.
Okay. All right, hand it over.
What's your hurry? I'm as much interested in what's in here as you are.
Look, I got news for you, Cruz. You're not taking it out of here.
What?
I'm taking the Queen, Cruz, and I'm leaving you behind.
Oh, you dirty... Put away that rod.
Look, Jenny wants it that way, Cruz. It's too bad, pal. Give me the queen.
Dirty double-crossing. You and Jenny ain't gonna cross me up, Monk. For the love of... Cruz, look! At the top of the stairs, Cruz, look!
Monk and Cruz stand in the depths of the cellar, staring up at the head of the stairs in horror. We'll hear what happens next in just a moment. Now for the conclusion of the case of the Jeweled Queen. Today's adventure with Nick Carter, brought to you by new post-war Old Dutch Cleanser. As Monk and Cruz stand transfixed in the cellar of the National Chess Club, Nick whispers to Patsy, who stands at the head of the stairs in a glowing green drape. And Patsy...
Cruz, look! At the top of the stairs, look! It's a dame. She's coming down the stairs.
She's coming down towards us.
Hey, wait a minute, Monk. She looks like...
Holy smokes, it's Jenny. Hey, for the love of mud, babe, what are you trying to do? Play the Phantom of the Opera?
That ain't Jenny.
Sure it is. I can see her face.
It can't be a fool. No! Let go of my arm.
That dynamite gun, you're crazy.
It can't be Jenny. Jenny's dead.
She's dead?
How do you know that, Cruz?
Carter.
How do you know Jenny's dead? Only the man who killed her could know that.
But if Jenny's dead, who's this?
My assistant, Patsy Bowen, made up to look like Jenny. This bad light, she was able to fool you, just as I planned.
Cruz. You killed Jenny.
Yeah, wise guy. You thought you was going to cross me up with her, huh? Make a sucker out of me like she made out of Hopkins. Well, I showed you, and I'll show you more.
Don't try it, Cruz. It's too late.
Oh!
Don't howl, Alfred. That shot just went through your arm. It'll heal by the time you're due to take 40,000 volts sitting down. That's right, Patsy. The old story of thieves falling out.
Huh? What do you mean, Nick?
Well, Cruz knew he was being double-crossed by Jenny and Monk, so he decided to return the favor and double-cross them.
Oh. Well, is that why he went back and killed Hawthorne after Monk made the deal?
Tried to frame Monk by dropping that medallion.
Mm-hmm.
Then to fix Jenny, he strangled her and left her in my car.
And in that way, he figured Monk would take the rap for Hawthorne's murder, and Jenny would be dead, and both would be out of his way.
Exactly.
Oh.
He'd collect the Jewel Queen and live happily ever after.
Golly. Nick, I still don't understand how I solved the case.
Why, Patsy, you did it when you saw that smudge of makeup on my arm.
Will you please explain?
I most certainly will explain. Patsy, the only person who could have touched me while I was in the Monk Club who had makeup on his hand was Cruz. Remember I told you how he knocked my arm?
Yeah, just before you hit him and knocked him down.
That's right. Well, he must have smudged my arm with makeup, which means he must have got it on his hands from Jenny's neck.
Well, I'll be darned.
So he had to be the man who strangled her.
Yeah, but what about the Jewel Queen?
The Jewel Queen goes to Monk. He bought it legally, so he's entitled to it.
Oh, shucks.
Oh, don't feel bad, Patsy. If you want one, I'll buy you a dozen tomorrow.
A dozen? At the price?
Mr. Monk is out $6,000, dear. The velvet box contained one very elaborate chess queen made of wood. Value, about $1.50.
And it wasn't the real Jewel Queen?
No, Patsy, it wasn't. Queen Elizabeth's chess piece is still at large, somewhere in the wide, wide world.
Well, maybe Cruz will be able to ask Her Majesty where it is after he sits down in the hot seat.
Why, Patsy, that's not a nice thing to imply.
It isn't? Why not?
Well, I certainly hope good Queen Bess isn't in the same place Cruz is going to. Besides, by then it'll be too late to do him any good.
Well, Nick, it's time you told us something about the adventure that new post-war Old Dutch Cleanser is going to bring us next week.
Right you are, Bob. It's a story which began with the theft of a priceless Egyptian relic from the art museum one night.
And during the robbery, the watchman was killed in a strange and mysterious way.
Yes, and it took a device which records earthquakes to catch the murderer.
Oh, hold on a minute, Nick. I don't get the connection between such a device and an Egyptian relic.
Oh, well, neither did the killer, Bob. Not until it was all over.
What do you call this story, Nick?
I call it The Case of the Exploded Alibi.
Nick Carter, Master Detective, is presented each week at this time and over these same stations by the Cudahy Packing Company, makers of new post-war Old Dutch Cleanser.
Nick Carter, Master Detective, produced and directed by Jock McGregor, is copyrighted by Street and Smith Publications Incorporated. Charlotte Manson is featured as Patsy. Today's script was written by Alfred Bester. Original music is played by Henry Silverne. This program is fictional, and any resemblance to actual persons living or dead is purely coincidental. This is Bob Martin saying, when minutes count, use new post-war Old Dutch Cleanser. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
New post-war Old Dutch Cleanser, famous for chasing dirt, presents Nick Carter, famous for chasing crime. Every week at this time, two great names are joined as new post-war Old Dutch Cleanser brings you one of the most resourceful and daring characters in all detective fiction, Nick Carter, Master Detective.
But, Nick, you say that Danny's alibi for the murder is good.
It's airtight and positive, Patsy, but I still don't believe it.
But he could be innocent, couldn't he?
I doubt it. He started swearing he had an alibi even before he knew what time the murder occurred.
Sure, but can you do anything about that?
I can, and I'm going to. I've got an earthquake machine that's going to prove that Danny is the murderer.
For faster, easier cleaning, I mean really faster and easier, switch to new post-war Old Dutch Cleanser made with activated seismotite. Get 2 packages tomorrow. Then see how much faster new post-war Old Dutch cuts grease. Thrill to the new, almost effortless ease activated seismotite gives new post-war Old Dutch. It cleans, polishes your sink and tub with a new, smooth, gliding action that means less work, less rubbing. New post-war Old Dutch cleans away dirt and stains with new miracle-like speed in hard or soft water. Then, snowy white, it rinses away quickly when cleaning is done. So try it, won't you, tomorrow, and see if it doesn't clean faster with less rubbing than any other cleanser you've ever used. That's new post-war Old Dutch Cleanser made with activated seismotite at your dealers now in the same familiar package. Now for the case of the exploded alibi. Today's adventure starring Lon Clark as Nick Carter, brought to you by new post-war Old Dutch Cleanser. The streets of the big city are strangely silent as a sleek black convertible purrs its way down Seaton Boulevard. Suddenly...
What the deuce?
Oh, are we home already, Nick?
No, Patsy, we're not.
Then why did you stop?
I'm curious to know why the art museum is all lighted up at 3 o'clock in the morning.
Oh, Nick, don't tell me that you're going to stop and investigate just because there are a few lights on.
I certainly am.
Okay, Nick, you go prowl around all by yourself then. I'm going to stay right here and finish my nap.
Come in. Yeah, that's right. I'll wait here till the squad arrives. Yeah, goodbye.
Something wrong, officer?
Hey, who are you?
I'm Nick Carter. I was just passing...
Nick Carter? Hey, I've heard of you.
Well, thanks, but what's wrong?
Plenty. Sam Hildred, the night watchman here in the museum, has been murdered.
Well, how'd you happen to find him? You on duty here?
No. I'm on the park detail, so this is on my beat. You see, I go off duty at 2 o'clock, and I usually stop in and have a cup of tea with old Sam before going back to the station.
And that's what you did tonight?
Yeah. Well, Sam wasn't in the office, so I waited for him, thinking maybe he was making his rounds.
Did you hear anything while you were waiting?
Not a thing. But when he didn't show up after half an hour, I went to look for him.
And found him dead?
Yeah. Lying on the floor in the Egyptian section with 3 bullets in him.
And you didn't see anybody?
Not a soul. The place was deserted. So I called headquarters.
Uh-huh. Do you mind if I take a look at the body?
No, come on. I'll show you where it is. He ain't a pretty sight, is he?
Murder is never pretty, Bert. Say, this is rather odd.
What's that?
You notice how 2 of the bullets got him right near the heart?
Both were apparently fired from a distance.
Yeah, neither one of them would have killed him, looks like.
Yeah, but this third shot, the one on the abdomen, that was fired from close up.
Say, you're right. You can see the powder burns on his vest pocket.
Well, look.
What?
This watch, or what's left of it, was in his vest pocket.
Yeah, and would you look at that? The bullet shot the stem clean off of it.
And stopped the watch at exactly 2:27.
Well, that's one clue we got. The time of the murder.
Apparently. Did you look to see whether anything's missing?
Oh, I didn't take time. But there's a display case right over here that's pretty badly smashed up.
Well, let's have a look.
I just happened to see it when I was...
It's smashed up, all right.
Hey, what's that card say, Mr. Carter?
This exhibit is from the collection of Tyler Van de Vries.
Hey, ain't he that rich guy you always hearing about?
He's not only rich, he's one of the most famous collectors of Egyptian relics in the world.
Gee, this stuff must be valuable, huh? Can you tell what's missing?
Well, there's a vacant space in the center of the case, but I wouldn't know it was there.
Well, we can find that out from the museum fellas. They'll know.
Well, first, let's see whether... Hey, wait. Oh, there's a gun on the floor.
Then that must be the murder weapon.
Shouldn't be surprised. And judging from the smell of it, I'd say it's been fired very recently.
Oh, watch out for fingerprints, Mr. Carter.
Yeah, I'm watching. Well, I doubt that there are any identifying marks of any kind on this gun. If there were, it wouldn't have been left here on the floor. Mm-hmm. 3 empty shells. There's no doubt that this...
Hey, somebody's coming, Mr. Carter.
So here.
Oh, dear, oh, dear. This is very bad for the museum's reputation.
That ain't all it's bad for, it. Hey, is that you, Nick?
Nobody else, Matty.
Look, how come you always seem to beat me to the scene of any crime?
I don't. Not always. Too bad they had to drag you out of bed at this unearthly hour, Matty.
Yeah, I'll say. Oh, Nick, this is Mr. Steiner, curator of the museum. Nick Carter, Professor.
How do you do?
I picked him up and brought him along to see if anything's been stolen.
Mr. Carter, this is terrible. Such a thing hasn't happened here in 20 years. Is anything missing?
Well, suppose you tell us that.
Oh, dear me, I'll never hear the end of this.
Oh, by the way, your
Merciful
watchman is over
heavens,
here if you care to
the
see
Van
it.
de Vries case has been broken open. The most valuable collection in our whole... Sergeant, the Ankara scarab is gone. It's gone.
The what is gone?
The Ankara scarab. One of Mr. Van de Vries' most priceless pieces. One of the few remaining jewels of the 5th dynasty of Egypt, worn by the Princess Amun-Ra herself.
Obviously a collector's item, then?
Oh, definitely. Only a collector would be interested. Oh, how can I ever explain this to Mr. Van de Vries?
Well, under
Hey, Sarge, what's all them things in the next room? That don't look like museum stuff to me.
It isn't. The City College of Science is remodeling their engineering building, and they've some of their stuff here stored in the next room temporarily. Oh, I do hope nothing else is missing. I'll never be able to hold up my head again. Here's my whole life's work.
Sarge, you want I should wait?
No, Bert, you go ahead. My men will be here.
Oh, there you are, Sergeant. Well, what do you got here?
Oh, so you finally got here, did you, Williams?
What do you mean, finally?
You know what I mean. Now, look, you and McGlone get busy. Go over everything, get fingerprints, anything you can find. And have the boys
Sure. Have the boys get plenty of pictures.
Yeah, now, wait a minute. Doc Bradley come with you?
Yes, Sergeant, I'm here.
Oh.
I'm here. Show me the body and let me get back to bed.
Yeah, it's right over there, Doc. See what you can make out of it.
Okay.
He was shot 3 times, Doc.
Yes, so I see.
What is it, Doc?
Any one of those bullets could have been fatal.
How long do you think he's been dead?
Oh, between 2 or 3 hours. Can't say for sure.
Well, what about those 3 wounds? Are they all alike?
No, Carter, they're not. I'll have to probe for the 2 bullets in his chest, but the third one's right near the surface. It's funny. It was fired close to the body, but it didn't go very deep.
That's because his watch stopped it.
His watch? I don't see any watch.
I have it here. Took it out of his pocket to examine it.
Huh? Well, will you look at that? The stem was shot clean off.
And the watch was stopped at 2:27, which may indicate
Nick, what in the world are you...
Hiya, Patsy.
Who's that on the floor?
The night watchman shot by a burglar.
So you were right, Nick. There was trouble here.
Yes, Patsy, there was. Theft and murder. Well, I guess I've got all I can get here for now.
Well, let's go then. It's not getting any earlier.
Very sage observation, my comely and efficient young secretary. I shall act on it at once. Good night, Matty. See you in the morning.
Good morning, Nick.
Why, good morning, Patsy. Didn't expect you for hours yet.
Well, I was going to sleep late, but I couldn't. I was much too curious to find out about the murder.
The true professional instinct, Patsy.
What are you doing now, Nick?
Oh, I've been going through our files, trying to pick out all the crooks who would be interested in stealing that precious scarab.
Would that be a special kind of a crook, Nick?
It would.
Why?
Because in spite of the scarab's value, there's a limited demand for such things. thief would have to know where to sell it after he stole it.
Oh.
And there are very few crooks who would know that.
How many such crooks have you found?
Only 3.
Who are they?
Danny Mearson, Jim Peterson, and Jack Grogan.
I don't seem to recognize any of those names, Nick.
No, we've never had any active connection with any of them.
Hmm.
Now, let's see. Danny Mearson stole a rare old vase from Senator Johnson's home 3 years ago and is now in state's prison.
Which lets him out. Who's next?
Jim Peterson. Let's see, he's doing time in Nevada for forgery and counterfeiting. His sentence has several years to run yet.
Then he couldn't have done it.
Which leaves Jack Grogan, wanted on a burglary charge by the Montana police. Disappeared 6 months ago, believed to be dead.
Then none of them could have done it.
Suppose you call Matty. See whether he knows anything about any of these men.
Of course, Nick. But haven't you any other clues? This seems like guesswork.
Eliminating suspects is never guesswork, Betsy. Part of the routine work that solves many a case.
Homicide. Sergeant Matheson.
This is Patsy, Sergeant.
Oh, top of the morning to you, Patsy.
Sergeant, we've got 3 suspects.
Yeah?
Danny Mearson, Jim Peterson, and Jack Grogan.
A fine collection of crooks.
Would your record show where any of these men are now?
Well, Peterson's still in jail as far as I know. But Danny Mearson was let out on parole 3 days ago.
Nick, he says Mearson's out on parole.
Oh, that's interesting. How about Grogan?
How about Grogan, Sergeant? Our records show he's presumed to be dead.
Yeah? Well, he ain't. He's been seen around town the last couple of days. Does Nick think he did it?
Oh, Nick isn't talking yet. Not for publication.
Well, tell him to hurry up. If he don't, I'll go ahead and solve the case by myself.
Oh, do you have any good clues, Sergeant?
Well, why, of course I do.
Well, good for you. Let Nick know when you catch the murderer, will you?
Why, you...
Goodbye, Sergeant.
What did he say about Grogan?
Oh, that he's been seen around town in the last few days.
Well, now, so Mearson is free and Grogan's back in circulation again.
Which gives you 2 suspects. Not so good.
Well, Mearson's a better suspect than Grogan. He'd be needing money if I know him.
But you can't have him picked up without something to go on.
True enough. But I can call on him and see what he has to say.
If you can find him.
I think I can. He always used to stay at the old Santley house. I shouldn't be surprised if he were staying there right now.
But do you think he'd go back to an old address after committing a crime like this?
From what I know of Danny, he'd be so sure he left no clues that he wouldn't even try to hide. Suppose you tell Matty to have his men pick up Grogan and to meet me at the Santley house in half an hour with a search warrant. I'll bet we get results.
Nick, I give up. There ain't a thing in this room that shows that Danny Mearson ain't been strictly on the up and up since he got out.
I'm afraid I have to agree with you, Matty.
Uh-oh. That must be Danny coming back.
Nonsense. He wouldn't knock on his own door. Quiet.
Yeah. Well, if it ain't Jack Grogan.
Who's that?
This is darn nice of you, Grogan.
Yeah. What's nice about it?
Well, I had the boys out looking for you, and they couldn't find you, so now you find us.
What you looking for me for?
Just wanted to ask you a few questions.
Questions?
Mm-hmm.
About what?
Suppose we go into that when we get down to headquarters, okay?
You ain't taking me to no headquarters, copper.
Hey, wait a minute.
Hey, wait,
Don't be a fool, Grogan. You can't cover us both with that gun.
Well, if either of you moves before I say so, you'll see if I can cover you both.
Grogan, look at me a minute.
Yeah? What's in your mind, copper?
I just want to warn you...
What's it, Matty? I told you!
So it was Jack Grogan who showed up at Danny Mearson's room in the old Santley house. We'll see what this means to Nick and Matty in just a moment. Try it. New post-war Old Dutch cleanser made with activated seismotite. Compare it. See if it doesn't clean in less time with less rubbing than any other cleanser you've ever used. For only new post-war Old Dutch brings you activated seismotite. And that means new smooth action, new ease, new snow-white appearance. It's the first major cleanser improvement since the introduction of seismotite. So try new post-war Old Dutch on your sink, tub, pots, and pans, and see for yourself if it doesn't clean faster, easier than any other cleanser you've ever used. New post-war Old Dutch cleanser carries the Good Housekeeping seal of approval and is at your dealers now in the same familiar package. Now, back to the case of the exploded Alibi. Today's adventure with Nick Carter, brought to you by new post-war Old Dutch cleanser. When Sergeant Matheson invited Jack Grogan to go down to headquarters and talk things over, Jack objected strenuously.
Nice work, Nick. That did it.
Never thought he'd be fool enough to think he could keep the two of us covered. Not when we were on opposite sides of the room.
Come on, Grogan. Get up. Get up.
What you picking on me for, copper?
You just pulled a gun on an officer of the law. Put your hands up.
Okay.
Grogan, what are you doing here anyway?
Well, Danny and me, he owes me some money.
So you dropped in to collect?
When he wasn't here.
Yeah. I thought maybe...
Look, you and Mearson wouldn't have been working together on that job last night, would you?
What job?
Well, we'll talk about that down at headquarters. Are you coming, Nick?
Oh, no, I'm not through here yet, Matty. Suppose you turn Grogan over to the coppers waiting downstairs, then come back here, will you?
Okay, Nick. Come on, Grogan. Come on.
Now, look, copper,
Now, let me see. If Grogan and Mearson were working together, maybe Grogan came back here to double-cross Mearson. And if he did that, it may mean something's hidden here after all. What's... Uh-oh.
Hey, what the...
Well, hello, Danny.
Nick Carter. Hey, what are you doing in my room?
Why, just looking around.
Looking around for what?
I think you know.
Don't try to be cute, Carter. You got a search warrant?
Sure, we got a search warrant. You want to see it?
Well, so you're in this, too.
You're darn right I am.
What do you two expect to find here?
Something that disappeared from the museum last night.
Well, you won't find it here.
You seem to be right this time, Danny. We've looked and we haven't found it. Where'd you hide it?
Seeing I don't know what you mean, I can't answer that.
You mean you won't?
Well, what's the matter, Sergeant? You look unhappy.
I am. I got a fierce headache. Didn't get enough sleep last night.
Well, there's some aspirin in the medicine cabinet in the bathroom. Help yourself.
Hey, I'll do that. You got a glass? I can't take the stuff without water.
Oh, I'm sorry, Sergeant, but, well, I broke the only glass I had this morning.
You broke the only glass, Danny. What's that on the shelf behind you?
On the shelf? Oh, yes, I forgot that one. Here you are, Sergeant.
Oh, thanks.
I'm sorry, Sergeant. It slipped out of my hand.
Okay, I'll take it plain.
Danny, you didn't drop that glass accidentally.
Hey, what are you getting at, Nick?
For some reason, Danny doesn't want you to have a drink of water, Matty.
What?
Maybe he doesn't want to run the water in the basin.
Look here, you dope. I just dropped
Turn on the water, Matty. See what happens.
You can't.
We can't do what?
I mean, here, I'll do it for you. That faucet is kind of tricky.
Oh, yeah?
You see, you have to... Don't move, Sergeant.
Great.
I got my gun right in the middle of your back. If you make a move, I'll...
Okay. I ain't moving.
And if your friend tries anything fancy, you'll get it. I understand, Carter?
Yeah, I understand. What's your proposition, Danny?
Now, just take the thing you've been looking for and get out of here without any interference. Otherwise, you...
Well, that seems fair enough. What do you say, Matty?
I say you're crazy, Nick. You gonna let this...
Shut up, Matty.
Yeah, but
You might say the wrong thing and make Danny sore.
Look, you two. I got a gun in the sergeant's back and my arm around his neck. If either one of you guys try anything,
We won't. Nick, I don't get it. No
Matty, be
hoodlums
quiet.
go-
Clam up, copper. I can shoot you, strangle you, and if anybody makes a break, I'll...
Matty, don't talk.
All right, but...
Just nod your head yes or no.
Oh.
Now, what do you say? Should we make a deal?
Oh, good one, Matty. You got it. Get his gun. I get him.
Hey, my arm. Let go, you're breaking my arm.
I won't break it, not if you hold still.
Okay. I know when I'm licked.
Nick. Oh, you're a cute one. You know, I learned that trick of banging my head against the nose of a guy holding me from behind, but I forgot it till you reminded me.
Give me a towel. My nose is bleeding.
Keep him covered, Matty.
Yeah?
I want to get the scarab.
You mean it's really here?
Say it is, unless I miss my guess.
You got it, Nick?
Not yet, but I'll bet that it's down. Yeah, here it is.
Yeah, where?
Here in the wash basin drain. Oh, it's a beauty.
Are you kidding? You mean that's what we've been looking for? That beetle thing?
That's it, Matty. This is the scarab of Princess Amun-Ra.
Well, I'll be doggone.
Well, Danny, there was a pretty smart trick suspending this thing in the drain of the wash basin by a thread.
So that's why he didn't want us to run the water.
Of course. If we did, the thread might break. Besides, the scarab just about filled the drain, and the water wouldn't have run off as fast as it should.
Uh-huh. Well, Danny, are you ready to confess?
Confess what?
That you stole that scarab and knocked off the museum watchman.
No. All you got on me is having stolen goods in my possession. As for the watchman, I got an alibi.
Well, that's interesting.
Yeah. Suppose we all go down to headquarters so you can tell us about that alibi of yours.
Nick, do you really think you can prove Danny killed that watchman?
Oh, that depends on how good his alibi is, Patsy.
Yeah, but an alibi can be faked, can't it?
It can. And I'm positive Danny's is.
Excuse me. Nick Carter's office, Patsy Bowen speaking.
Nick there, Patsy?
Oh, yes, Sergeant. Here, Nick, it's Sergeant Matheson.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, Matty, what have you found out?
Look, that Danny's alibi is airtight, Nick. We can't beat it.
Are you sure of that?
I'm positive. The watchman was killed at 2:27. Between 2:10 and 2:35, Danny was in an all-night drugstore 3 miles from the museum.
Are his alibi witnesses good?
Well, the drugstore clerk remembers him, but what's worse, the cop on the beat stopped in there at 2:20 and talked to him. He knows Danny and swears to the time.
Matty, that just isn't possible.
Well, maybe not, but look, Nick, we gotta prove we're right before we can take him before the grand jury.
Okay. I'll find some way.
Well, I hope you can, Nick, but make it fast.
I'll try. So long.
What'd he say, Nick?
Danny's alibi is airtight. But I still don't believe it.
Well, of course he could be innocent. Why are you so sure he did it, Nick?
Because he started swearing he had an alibi before he even knew what time the murder occurred. And another thing. The watchman was shot twice from a distance, and once close up. It was the close-up shot that stopped that watch.
At exactly 2:27. So what?
Look, Patsy, the first 2 shots killed the watchman.
Well, I understand that, Nick.
Okay, so suppose the killer took the watch out of the dead man's pocket, set it ahead to 2:27, then put it back in his pocket. And then in order to stop the watch, and also to make it look as though it stopped at the exact time of the murder, he shot the watchman a 3rd time, from close up.
Well, you really think that's what happened?
I'm sure of it. I've got to find some way to prove it.
Oh, I'll say. No jury would believe that story without proof.
No. Patsy, let's go back to the museum.
Okay.
Maybe we overlook something that'll give us the facts we need.
Is there anything else you'd like to see, Mr. Carter?
No, nothing I can think of, Mr. Steiner.
But you still believe this Mason is guilty?
I'd stake my reputation on it. But belief and proof are 2 very different things.
Couldn't you try a lie detector on him?
Yes, we could. But unfortunately, some juries still believe that a lie detector is only a makeshift and not real evidence. A clever lawyer can sometimes talk his client out of the results of a lie detector test.
I suppose they think a wiggly line running across a chart doesn't really mean anything definite.
Ridiculous. Any scientist knows better than that. And take the seismograph, for example. I look at it every morning. That wiggly line, as you call it.
Do you have a seismograph here in the museum?
Why, yes. It's part of the apparatus the City College of Science stored in the next room.
Of course, I remember now that you mentioned something. Have they had it running?
Why, yes, they have.
Then I want to see it, quick.
But why, Nick?
Patsy, that seismograph is going to prove that Danny Mearson's guilty of murder.
Well, that's a new wrinkle. A seismograph used as proof in a murder case. Just how Nick plans to use this information, we'll find out in just a moment. It's activated, ladies. The new post-war Old Dutch cleanser is made with activated seismotite, and that means new speed, new ease in cleaning. So compare. See for yourself on your pots and pans. Notice how much faster new post-war Old Dutch cuts grease, thanks to activated seismotite found only in new post-war Old Dutch. It cleans, polishes with a new, smooth, gliding action that means less work, less rubbing. Then thrill to the ease with which new post-war Old Dutch removes dirt and stains from your sink or tub with new miracle-like speed in hard or soft water. And you'll find that new post-war Old Dutch, now snowy white, rinses away quickly when cleaning is done. Truly, here's the first major cleanser improvement since the introduction of seismotite. New post-war Old Dutch cleanser made with activated seismotite. At your dealers now in the same familiar package. Try it tomorrow. Now for the conclusion of the case of the exploded alibi. Today's adventure with Nick Carter, brought to you by new post-war Old Dutch Cleanser. The scene is Sergeant Matheson's office at police headquarters. The sergeant and Nick are discussing Danny Mearson's case with Danny and his lawyer.
Mr. Carter, I demand to know why my client, Mr. Mearson, is being treated like this. He's admitted to being a receiver of stolen goods, but he's guilty of nothing else.
Mr. Amberley, you claim that Danny couldn't have stolen the scarab and killed the watchman because at the time the murder and theft were committed, he was at a drugstore some 3 miles from the museum.
That's absolutely correct.
Mr. Amberley, the watchman was apparently killed at 2:27, if we can judge by the time his watch stopped. But actually, he was killed exactly 1 hour and 12 minutes before the time shown on the watch.
Why, that's impossible. The watchman's timepiece...
The watchman's timepiece was set ahead by Mearson to establish an alibi for himself, and I have positive proof of that fact.
That's a lie.
It certainly is. It's absolutely ridiculous.
Is it? Well, the evidence I'm talking about is unemotional, truthful, and positive. It's a seismographic chart.
Now, what's that?
Yeah, Nick. What in the name of the saints is a
A seismographic chart?
Yeah, what you said.
I'll tell you, Matty.
Yeah?
In the room next to the Egyptian collection in the museum, there's an instrument used to detect earthquake tremors. It's called a seismograph.
Uh-huh.
And it's so sensitive, it'll record the slightest disturbance.
My dear Mr. Carter, I can't
You will in a minute, Mr. Amberley. I have here the chart that was made by the seismograph last night. Let me show you what it says.
This is hardly the usual thing.
Neither was murder. Now, look. At 12:45, there was a slight tremor, or trembling of the earth, probably due to some very distant earthquake.
Well, what do you know?
Go on.
At 1:05, 5 minutes past 1, there were 2 sharp eruptions in the immediate vicinity. I can't say exactly what caused them, but they're probably due to blasting in the neighborhood, or to gunshots in the immediate vicinity. There was no blasting done last night.
Get to the point, Mr. Carter. My time is valuable.
So is human life, Amberley. Now, notice. The chart shows that at 1:17, 12 minutes later, there was another sharp report, just like the previous ones. But from then on, until 15 minutes before 6, the line made by the seismograph shows nothing whatever out of the ordinary.
Then there were no shots fired in the museum between 1:17 and 5:45 yesterday morning.
That's right, Matty. And that means that the watchman was shot and killed at 5 minutes past 1. The killer then took the watch out of the dead man's pocket and set it ahead to 2:27 and then shot him again at 1:17.
And that gave him plenty of time to get to the drugstore and set up an alibi.
But see here, that doesn't mean that...
Don't waste your breath, Amberley. It happened just the way they said. And I'd have got away with it if it wasn't for that size...
Let's call it a truth machine, Danny, because that's what it really is. It tells the truth, and in this case, makes others tell the truth, too.
Doggone it, Nick. That's sure a great machine. Yes, sir, a great machine.
Friends, this is Nick Carter again. I want to state a couple of facts. One is that the tuberculosis death rate has fallen 80% since 1904. The other is that even so, tuberculosis still kills 1 American every 10 minutes. And with these facts in mind, let me ask you all to buy all the Christmas seals you can.
I'm positive we all will, Nick. Now, how about a couple of hints about the adventure that new post-war Old Dutch Cleanser is bringing us next week? Is it as exciting as usual?
Well, Bob, there's nothing usual about next week's case. In fact, in my book, it's practically unique. It's a story of an old and valuable manuscript written by a great American man of letters. A manuscript that was the cause of 3 cold-blooded murders.
And for a while, we thought it was going to be the cause of 2 more, meaning our own.
Well, I see why you say it's unique. What do you call it, Nick?
I call it The Case of the Priceless Prose.
Nick Carter, Master Detective, is presented each week at this time and over these same stations by the Cudahy Packing Company, makers of new post-war Old Dutch Cleanser. Nick Carter, Master Detective, produced and directed by Jock McGregor, is copyrighted by Street & Smith Publications, Incorporated. Charlotte Manson is featured as Patsy. Matty is played by Ed Latimer. Today's script was written by Jock McGregor. Original music is played by Henry Silverne. This program is fictional, and any resemblance to actual persons living or dead is purely coincidental. This is Bob Martin saying, when minutes count, use new post-war Old Dutch Cleanser. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. New post-war Old Dutch Cleanser, famous for chasing dirt, presents Nick Carter, famous for chasing crime. Every week at this time, two great names are joined as new post-war Old Dutch Cleanser brings you one of the most resourceful and daring characters in all detective fiction, Nick Carter, Master Detective.
Careful crossing the street, Patsy.
I'm watching, Nick.
Hey, wait, look at that car come.
Boy, is he traveling.
Why, that crazy fool.
Nick, he's driving on the wrong side of the street.
What's the matter with the idiot?
Nick, look out, he's headed right for us.
Get back, Patsy. Get behind the car, jump!
Ladies, for new speed, new ease in cleaning, try the new post-war Old Dutch Cleanser made with activated seismotite. See how amazingly fast it cuts grease. Thrill to the almost effortless ease activated seismotite gives new post-war Old Dutch, for it cleans, polishes with a smooth, gliding action that means less work, less rubbing. You'll be amazed at the miracle-like speed with which activated seismotite, found only in new post-war Old Dutch, cleans away both dirt and stains. Snowy white new post-war Old Dutch rinses away quickly when cleaning is done. So try it, compare it. See if new post-war Old Dutch Cleanser made with activated seismotite doesn't clean in less time with less rubbing than any other cleanser you've ever used. At your dealers now in the same familiar package. Now for the case of the Priceless Prose. Today's exciting adventure starring Lon Clark as Nick Carter, brought to you by new post-war Old Dutch Cleanser. Our story opens in Bancroft Hall, the ancestral home of the great 19th century man of letters, Joshua Bancroft. An elderly woman, moaning in pain, drags herself across the old-fashioned library to the telephone and dials with a trembling and uncertain hand.
Operator, get me the police. Hurry. Hello. This is Julia Bancroft of Bancroft Hall. We've been robbed. I've been beaten, and my sister Victoria, she's been killed.
Say, have you seen the afternoon paper, Patsy?
Not yet, Nick. Why?
It's a nasty piece of business at Bancroft Hall last night. Victoria Bancroft was murdered. Her sister Julia badly beaten.
Oh, Nick, how horrible. They're old Joshua Bancroft's granddaughters, aren't they?
Great-granddaughters. They and their brother lived together at Bancroft Hall.
But why would anyone want...
Robbery, Patsy. The murderer stole the original manuscript of Joshua Bancroft's first book of essays.
Oh, so that's it.
Worth thousands of dollars. Probably just about as valuable as any of the original manuscripts of Emerson or Thoreau.
Golly. Nick Carter's office, Patsy Bowen speaking.
This is Arthur Haskell. Is Mr. Carter there, please?
Well, just a moment. It's for you, Nick, and Mr. Arthur Haskell.
Art Haskell? What? Hello.
Hello, Nick.
Art, it is you. How are you?
I must see you, Nick, today, if possible. It's important.
Why, what's up?
I'd rather not discuss it on the telephone. Will you come to my store this evening after closing time?
Why, of course. How's 8 o'clock?
Good. I'll be looking for you.
Well, that's strange.
Who's Arthur Haskell?
He's an old friend of my father's. I've known him since I was a kid. Owns the Haskell bookstore. Deals in rare books and old manuscripts.
Nick, isn't that a funny coincidence? That he should call just when we're discussing the Bancroft robbery?
Oh, I wonder whether it is a coincidence.
Nick.
Hello, Art.
Was good of you to come.
Art, let me introduce you my secretary, Patsy Bone.
Oh, how do you do, Miss Bowen?
I'm glad to know you, Mr. Haskell.
Come in, both of you.
Thanks.
Yeah. Let's go back to my office. It's in the rear of the store.
I haven't forgotten, Art.
Be careful there. It's rather dark in here.
Yes.
I didn't want our meeting to attract too much attention.
Well, that sounds mysterious, Mr. Haskell.
What I have to tell you is even more mysterious.
That's so?
Well, here we are. Sit down, Nick. Miss Bowen.
Thanks, Art. Now, what's happened?
You've read in the paper, I suppose, about the theft of the Bancroft manuscript?
Yes, what about it, Art?
Well, you'll find this hard to believe, Nick. But yesterday, just yesterday...
Oh, what is it? I got it. I'll pull the lamp off the desk. There. It's dark in here now.
They're outside, Nick. They're shooting through the window.
If I can just sneak up to the
Oh,
window,
Nick, don't. Stay away from there.
I'm all right. If I can get a look outside.
See anyone?
No.
Oh,
Whoever it was, they're gone now. Find the light switch, Patsy.
he was right by the door. Yes, here it is. Nick, I wonder whether... Oh, Nick, look.
Good heavens, Art.
Is he?
Art.
Is he?
Yes, Patsy. He's dead.
Oh, everything's so old and musty here, Nick. Boy, I'll bet no one's even opened a window in Bancroft Hall since Joshua Bancroft died.
Here's the library. Butler said we'd find Julian here. Well, she can tell us if there's a connection between Haskell and the Bancroft manuscript.
Charles?
Miss Bancroft?
Yes? And you're Mr. Carter and Miss Bowen.
Yes.
Oh, forgive me for not getting up, but my doctor says I can't move from this couch.
Of course, we understand, Miss Bancroft.
Sit down, won't you?
Thank you.
I'm so glad you called. I know if anyone can find the man who killed my sister and stole great-grandfather's manuscript, you can, Mr. Carter.
You say the man who killed your sister. Are you certain it was a man?
Oh, positive, Mr. Carter.
Oh, I see. Now tell me, what time did the robbery take place, Miss Bancroft?
It was about 10:30. I was in my room on the second floor when I heard Victoria scream. I started down the stairs, and then there was a shot.
I see. And then?
I rushed into the room, and just as I stepped through the arch, I was struck on the head 2 or 3 times.
With what? Do you know, Miss Bancroft?
Yes, the base of that desk lamp over there. That's all I remember until I came to. Then I saw the safe open. The manuscript was gone, and Victoria was dead.
Well, let's see if... Now, just a minute.
Heck, what? What are you doing at those draperies, Mr. Carter?
Just this.
Taylor!
How do you do, Mr. Carter?
I don't know who you are, but the next time you hide behind draperies, be sure your feet don't show.
Mr. Carter, this is my brother, Taylor Bancroft.
I was just coming in to get a book.
Were you? What book?
What book? Why,
Never mind. I have one more question to ask you, Miss Bancroft.
Yes?
Have you any idea who could have done this?
Why, anyone might have done it. So many people knew of great-grandfather's manuscript, and nearly everyone knew that it was kept here.
True enough, but no ordinary thief would steal a rare old manuscript. It was stolen by a person who knew how to dispose of it.
Well, there are several people here in the city who know a great deal about old books.
Do you happen to know the names of any particular individuals?
Why,
I know who would know, Julia. Carl Van Leyden.
Professor Van Leyden?
Yes, he's the best-known authority in the field. I'm sure he'd be glad to help you.
Thank you, Miss Bancroft. Think I'll pay him a visit right now.
So you think only someone who knows enough about rare books to dispose of the Bancroft manuscript would have stolen it, Mr. Carter?
Exactly, Professor Van Leyden. It was suggested that you could give me the names of a few such people to check on.
Why, yes, I think I can. If you will excuse me, I go to my study now. I'll write out a list for you. Oh, please make yourself at home.
Gosh,
Look at all those books, Nick.
Yes, Patsy, there it is. It's the famous Van Leyden Library. Thousands of books worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. Why, that's a Gutenberg Bible in that glass case there.
Golly. And up here on this shelf, these are... That's funny.
What is?
You wouldn't think Professor Van Leyden would be so careless.
Oh, a couple of volumes upside down, huh?
Yeah. I wonder if he'd mind if I turn them right side up.
I don't imagine he would.
Nick, look.
Hmm? Well, what is it?
There's something stuck in behind these books. It looks like...
Well, let's see it, Patsy.
Here.
Great Scott, do you know what this is?
What, Nick?
This is what we're looking for. The Joshua Bancroft manuscript.
In amazement and disbelief, Nick and Patsy stare at the bulky sheaf of yellowing pages. The precious manuscript has been found, but as Nick himself realizes, this serves only to deepen the mystery of Bancroft Hall. We'll see what happens in just a minute. Next time you get a household cleanser, remember this. The first major cleanser improvement since the introduction of Old Dutch's famous cleaning ingredient, seismotite, is activated seismotite. Yes, scientists, by an exclusive new process, have activated seismotite to give new post-war Old Dutch cleanser a new fast action, new almost effortless ease, a new snow-white appearance. So get new post-war Old Dutch cleanser made with activated seismotite and see if it doesn't clean in less time with less actual rubbing than any other cleanser you've ever used. New post-war Old Dutch cleanser in the same familiar package carries the Good Housekeeping seal of approval. And now back to the case of the Priceless Prose. Today's adventure with Nick Carter, brought to you by new post-war Old Dutch cleanser. As we pick up our story, a few minutes have passed since Nick and Patsy discovered the Joshua Bancroft manuscript hidden behind some books in Professor Van Leyden's library. The professor is just returning from his study.
Here, Mr. Carter. I have made a list of a few people you might want to talk to.
Right now, Professor, you're the only person I want to talk to.
Yes, Professor. We found the Bancroft manuscript.
I see. And you believe that it was I who broke into Bancroft Hall, stole the manuscript, killed Victoria Bancroft, and beat up her sister?
Well, didn't you?
Of course I didn't. I came by the manuscript quite innocently. I was about to buy it.
From whom?
From a friend of yours, Arthur Haskell.
Arthur Haskell?
I don't believe it.
It's the truth, Miss Bourne. Haskell stopped by here only day before yesterday to let me examine it. I was about to call to arrange for the purchase when I heard that it had been stolen from Bancroft Hall the night before.
Why didn't you notify the police that you had it?
Well, frankly, I was frightened, Mr. Carter, particularly when I heard of Haskell's death. I realized that I had no proof of how the manuscript came into my possession.
And Arthur didn't tell you how it had come into his possession?
No.
How much were you going to pay him for it?
I was prepared to offer $73,000.
73,000. Ooh.
Professor, why exactly 73,000?
Well, I did considerable investigating in the matter about 6 weeks ago. And from the inquiries I made, I feel that 73,000 is about what a keen collector would pay for the manuscript today.
Why were you so interested in the Bancroft manuscript 6 weeks ago?
I wasn't. I appraised it as a favor to Mr. Arnold Gibson.
Who's Arnold Gibson?
A stockbroker here in the city, an old friend of the Bancroft family, or so he said.
Did he say why he wanted it appraised?
No, he did not, but he seemed to feel it was very urgent.
Nick, something tells me it's urgent that we see this Arnold Gibson.
Right, Patsy. Professor, with your permission, I'm taking this manuscript with me. It's evidence on one or perhaps two murder cases.
I understand, Mr. Carter.
Thank you. Now, Patsy, you go back to the office. I'm going to pay another visit to Bancroft Hall.
But what am I going to do at the office, Nick?
You're going to put the manuscript in our office safe and leave it there. We're not carrying $73,000 worth of prose around in our luggage compartment.
Then you found it already. Oh, Mr. Carter, that's wonderful news.
Where is the manuscript now, Mr. Carter?
In the safe in my office, Mr. Bancroft. I'm holding it for the police. Tell me, do you know Arnold Gibson?
Arnold Gibson?
Arnold's an old friend of the family, Mr. Carter. What has he to do with this?
Did either of you authorize him to seek an appraisal of your great-grandfather's manuscript 6 weeks ago?
No, certainly not.
Why, you don't mean to say he...
Van Leyden says Arnold Gibson asked him to determine the current market value of the manuscript.
But that's incredible. Why would he have done such a thing?
I'm sure I don't know, Miss Bancroft. There's one more thing I'd like to ask of you. The safe from which the manuscript was stolen.
behind that picture over the mantel, isn't it?
Yes, the picture slide back. Show him, Taylor.
Very well, Julia. You see, Mr. Carter?
How many people knew the combination of the safe?
Just two, Victoria and myself.
You don't know it, Mr. Bancroft?
No, Victoria never trusted me enough to give it to me. Being the elder sister, she looked upon great-grandfather's manuscript as her personal property.
Yet she told you the combination, Miss Bancroft?
Yes, but only because she felt someone else should know it in the event anything happened to her.
I see. Thank you. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm going to pick up Miss Bowen and pay a call on Arnold Gibson.
Uh-oh, slow down, Nick. Isn't that the Parkview Arms up ahead where Arnold Gibson lives?
Oh, yes, I think it is.
Uh-huh.
Oh, no use turning around here. We might as well park over here.
Right.
Careful crossing the street, Patsy.
I'm watching. Come on.
Hey, wait, Patsy, wait.
What?
That car coming.
Boy, is he traveling.
Why, that crazy fool.
Nick, he's driving on the wrong side of the street.
He must be drunk.
Nick, look out. He's headed right for us.
Get back, Patsy. Behind that car. Jump!
Oh, great grief.
That was close.
Nick, whoever was driving that car deliberately tried to run us down.
That's obvious.
Did you see who it was?
No, I was too busy getting out of the way.
Me, too. Nick, I bet someone was trying to keep us from talking to Arnold Gibson.
Maybe so. This makes me all the more interested in meeting the gentleman.
Oh, sit down, Miss Bowen and Mr. Carter.
Thank you, Mr. Gibson.
Cigarette, Mr. Carter?
No, thanks.
They're a special brand I have made for my customers. They're called Arcadias.
Well, sorry, I don't use them.
Oh, I see. Well, what can I do for you?
Mr. Gibson, you can tell us why you asked Professor Van Leyden to ascertain the market price of the Bancroft manuscript.
Boy, And just what business is it of yours?
2 murders make it my business, even though the manuscript has been recovered.
Oh, you've got it back?
I have, safely stowed away in my office safe.
Oh.
Are you going to tell me what I want to know?
Carter, I had the Bancroft manuscript appraised because I was tired of waiting for the money Taylor Bancroft owes me.
Bancroft owes you money?
$55,000, sir.
Whew, that's a lot of money.
Taylor was playing the market. He lost, didn't have the money to cover. I advanced it for him.
And you wanted to find out whether he could raise enough on the manuscript to pay you back.
That's right, Mr. Carter.
I see. Well, thank you, Mr. Gibson.
Not at all.
All right, Patsy, shall we go?
Where now, Nick?
I'm taking you home. I'm going over to the athletic club.
The athletic club? What for?
Think a good brisk rub down will do me good. And a good night's sleep, and I'll be ready for another busy day tomorrow.
All right. Take it easy. Hello.
Nick, this is Patsy.
Oh, Patsy. Hey, what time is it?
It's 9:15. I'm at the office. Something terrible has happened, Nick.
Don't tell me. Let me guess. The Bancroft manuscript's been stolen.
Yes, Nick. Someone broke in here last night. They blew the safe.
Blew it, huh? You sure they blew it?
Well, of course, Nick. But
Good.
What'd you say?
I said good. Now I found out what I wanted to know. Hold everything, Patsy. I'll be right down.
Nick, how can you be so calm when the Bancroft manuscript has been stolen again?
Well, for one thing, it hasn't been stolen.
What?
You look in the safe in my private office, that new burglar-proof one we put there last year, you'll see that it's still there.
But, Nick, I put it in the old safe the way you told me to.
Yes, I know. But after I left you last night, I came back here. I took the cover sheet of the manuscript and put it over a bundle of blank pages.
What?
Figured the thief would be in too big a rush to notice that he was stealing a dummy. But I put the manuscript itself in the new safe.
Then you expected the manuscript to be stolen.
I hoped it would be. That's why I took care to mention in front of every single suspect in the case just where it was hidden.
But, Nick, why on earth?
Because... Hell, wait a minute.
What are you looking at, Nick?
This ashtray by the chair here. Wasn't here when I left last night.
It wasn't?
And there's only been one person in the office since. The person who stole the dummy manuscript.
Then this cigarette butt must have been left by that person.
This butt says Arcadia on it. That's the brand Arnold Gibson offered me last night.
Then it must have been...
I'll get it. Nick Carter speaking. Oh, hello, Matty. What? What's that?
Nick, what is it?
I see. Yeah, it does, doesn't it? Well, okay, Matty. Thanks for calling.
What do you say, Nick?
He says the case of the Bancroft manuscript is solved.
Solved?
Police just found Arnold Gibson dead.
Oh. Where?
Out on Riverside Road. Apparently his car skidded and went over an embankment.
But how does that solve the case?
They also found the dummy manuscript. It was in the car with him.
So that settles that.
Not quite, Patsy.
Huh? What do you mean?
Get your hat.
Well, where are we going?
To the morgue. I want to take a look at Arnold Gibson's body.
Hurry up, Nick. I don't like morgues.
I thought so.
Well, why are you so interested in Gibson's hands and teeth, Nick?
Listen, Patsy, remember when Gibson offered me a cigarette last night and I refused?
Yes.
Well, Gibson didn't take one either. In fact, he didn't smoke the whole time we were with him.
You mean...
I mean that he didn't smoke at all. There's not a sign of a nicotine stain on his teeth or fingers.
Nick, he said he had those cigarettes made for his customers. He didn't say for himself.
Right, Patsy. The cigarette stub in the office was just a plant to throw suspicion on Gibson.
Then Gibson must have been murdered.
Correct. And I know who murdered him.
You do?
And I've also got a pretty good idea who murdered Victoria Bancroft.
Confident that he has solved the mystery, Nick turns away from the body of Arnold Gibson. We'll bring you the conclusion of today's adventure in just a minute. Ladies, the first chance you get, take home a package of new post-war Old Dutch cleanser made with activated seismotite. Try it, then see if it doesn't clean in less time with less rubbing than any other cleanser you've ever used. Actually, you'll thrill to the new, almost effortless ease in cleaning with new post-war Old Dutch. Thanks to activated seismotite, it cleans, polishes with a smooth, gliding action that means less work, less rubbing. Notice the new miracle-like speed with which activated seismotite cuts grease and cleans away dirt and stains in both hard and soft water. Yes, a new post-war Old Dutch is now snowy white, rinses away quickly when cleaning is done. It's utterly different, so try it, compare it. Get new post-war Old Dutch cleanser made with activated seismotite for faster, easier cleaning. Now for the conclusion of the case of the Priceless Prose. Today's adventure with Nick Carter, brought to you by new post-war Old Dutch cleanser. After leaving the morgue, Nick and Patsy speed swiftly across town and stand now at the door of the old mansion known as Bancroft Hall.
Ring the doorbell again, Patsy.
I think I hear someone coming. Oh, good evening, Mr. Carter.
Good evening, Miss Bancroft. Is your brother at home?
Taylor? Why, yes, he's in the library. Won't you step in?
Thank you.
Taylor?
Yes, Julia? Did you want to see me?
I want to see you, Bancroft.
Oh, of course. What about?
About murder.
Mr. Carter, you aren't accusing Taylor.
I'm accusing him of the murder of Arthur Haskell and Arnold Gibson.
But that's fantastic.
Is it? From the look on your brother's face, I'd say he doesn't agree with you. Bancroft, you made your big mistake when you blew my safe and left that cigarette stub in my office to frame Gibson.
Did I, Carter?
You did. Because Gibson had those cigarettes made for his customers. And of all the people involved in this case, you were the only one who was a customer of his.
You're wrong, Carter. My mistake was in not running you and Miss Bowen down in front of Gibson's apartment.
Nick.
But I can undo that mistake right now.
Oh, Taylor, put away that pistol.
Well, I didn't think you'd crack so easily, Bancroft.
Sit down on that couch, Carter. You too, Miss Bowen.
Very well. You realize, of course, you can't go on killing people indefinitely.
I've killed 3 people, Mr. Carter. A couple more will make little difference.
3? I didn't accuse you of killing 3, Bancroft.
Well, I did, nonetheless.
You killed Victoria Taylor?
Yes, Julia. Oh. I killed her. She came into the library just as I was opening the safe to get the manuscript. Then you came in, and I struck you.
And you had to kill Haskell to keep him from telling me from whom he brought the manuscript. And last night, after you stole the manuscript from my office, you met Gibson and gave him the manuscript in place of the money you owed him. After he gave you a receipt for it, you slugged him and wrecked his car to make it look as if he'd been killed in an accident.
Right, on all counts, Carter. Now, if you'll excuse me...
I'm afraid I can't excuse you yet, Bancroft.
Nick.
Put down that sofa, Phyllis.
Sorry.
It hit the gun. You ruined his aim.
Get his gun, Patsy.
I got it.
Good.
Oh, Taylor, are Are you hurt?
Just a minute, Miss Bancroft.
Oh.
I'm going to ask your brother to do me a favor.
What do you mean, Carter?
Open that safe above the mantel, just the way you say you did it the night of the robbery. Go on, open it.
I can't, Carter.
Why not?
I don't know the combination.
That's what I thought. It was you who killed Haskell and Gibson, all right, but you didn't steal the manuscript from this safe.
Well, then who did, Mr. Carter?
Who did?
Yes.
Why, you, Miss Bancroft. And it was you who murdered your sister, Victoria. Okay, Matty. Thanks for calling. Well, Patsy, that's that. Julia Bancroft just dictated a statement.
She confessed that she killed Victoria?
Yep. Pretty much the way I figured it.
Huh?
She stole the manuscript, then took it down and sold it to Art Haskell.
Uh-huh.
The next day, when Victoria accidentally discovered that it was gone, she was furious, of course. She accused Julia of taking it. There was a fight. In a fit of temper, Victoria struck Julia with the lamp base. Then Julia, in turn, shot and killed Victoria.
And framed the whole story of the robbery?
Right.
But why did Julia take it, Nick? It was Taylor who was in debt to Gibson.
True enough, Patsy, but what Gibson didn't know was that Julia was the one who'd prodded Taylor into playing the market.
Oh, I see. In fact, I see everything except how you figured out it was Julia.
Well, I got my first clue to that when the old safe here in our office was blown open.
Well, what did that prove, Nick?
Proved that the killer wasn't a safecracker, a professional thief. If he'd opened the safe in Bancroft Hall just by his sense of touch, he'd certainly have done the same thing here.
Oh, but he didn't. He used an explosive.
Precisely. And that told me that the person who took the manuscript out of the Bancroft safe must have known the combination.
I get it.
Then I got to thinking about Art Haskell's last words just before he died. Remember what they were, Patsy?
Why, yes, he said, yesterday, Nick. Just yesterday.
Right. Well, it seemed logical that what he was going to say was, yesterday, Nick, just yesterday, I bought the Bancroft manuscript.
In other words, the thing that was worrying him that made him call you was that he actually had the manuscript before the papers announced it was stolen.
Exactly. When I realized that, I knew that either Julia or Taylor had sold it to him.
And Julia was the only one, besides Victoria herself, who knew the combination.
Yes, but I didn't rely on their words. That's why I ordered Taylor to open the safe. And when he couldn't do it, I knew he was covering for his sister. So Julia had to be guilty.
I see it all now, Nick. Well, that's the end of Bancroft Hall. And of the Bancroft line, too.
Of the line, maybe, Patsy. But Americans will still be reading old Joshua's essays long after the crimes of his great-grandchildren are forgotten. Friends, this is Nick Carter again, asking you all to help in the great campaign to stamp out tuberculosis. You can help rid our country of this dreaded killer by purchasing all the Christmas seals you can buy. Buy some more Christmas seals tomorrow.
Will you? I'm sure the answer to that question, Nick, is a great big yes. But now, what can you tell us about the adventure that new post-war Old Dutch Cleanser is going to bring us next week?
Next week's story, Bob, concerns a man who went driving with his fiancée.
And drove right into murder. There was also some blackmail.
Yes, and I might mention that room on the top floor with a sealed window.
And that room in the cellar without a window.
Gee, that really sounds intriguing. What do you call this story?
I call it The Case of the Policymakers.
Attention homemakers. Now you don't need a mixing bowl to color margarine. The sensational new Del Rich Easy Color Pack margarine ends mixing bowl mess. With Del Rich, the margarine and color berry are both inside a sealed plastic bag. You simply pinch the berry, then gently knead the bag. And Del Rich quickly blends to a luscious golden color inside the bag. And listen, the delicious country sweet flavor and freshness of Del Rich are sealed in. It's truly America's finest margarine. Ask for the new Del Rich Easy Color Pack margarine tomorrow. Nick Carter, Master Detective, presented each week at this time, is produced and directed by Jock McGregor and copyrighted by Street & Smith Publications, Incorporated. Charlotte Manson is featured as Patsy. Today's script was written by Ken Pettis and Lou Schofield. Original music is played by Henry Silverne. This program is fictional, and any resemblance to actual persons living or dead is purely coincidental. This is Bob Martin saying, when minutes count, use new post-war Old Dutch Cleanser. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
New post-war Old Dutch cleanser, famous for chasing dirt, presents Nick Carter, famous for chasing crime. Every week at this time, two great names are joined as new post-war Old Dutch cleanser brings you one of the most resourceful and daring characters in all detective fiction, Nick Carter, Master Detective.
Nick, I'd like to know why you've shut up like a clam ever since we had our soup.
Oh, I didn't mean to, Patsy. I've been thinking.
Well, that's good. What about?
Marriage.
Well, why, Nick.
Mm-hmm. Marriage is the only way to solve a murder.
Now for the case of the policymakers. Today's adventure starring Lon Clark as Nick Carter, brought to you by new post-war Old Dutch cleanser. It's a beautiful afternoon early in November, and along a section of deserted highway, an open car moves toward the hills in the distance. In the car are Harvey Craig, a candidate for the state senate in the coming elections, and Julia Prentice, his fiancée of a few weeks. Suddenly, another car comes from behind, swerves sharply to the right, and cuts them off.
Harvey! Take it easy, Julia. Hey, you man, what's the idea?
Turn your car around, mister.
Well, I'll do nothing of the kind.
Let me get at him, Tom. I'll show
Wait a minute, Joe. No rough stuff.
Are you kidding? This guy's a hit-and-run driver. A killer, maybe.
What's that?
We saw the whole thing, mister. That man was on the road, and you went right over him, and you kept on going.
Julia, be calm, please.
But these men are saying that
I know what they're saying, dear, and I'm going to let them prove it. We're going back.
There he is, mister. Exactly the way you left him.
Exactly the way you and Joe left him.
Harvey.
Now, don't worry, Julia. That man on the road's a friend of theirs, a co-partner. But when I get through with him...
But he seems to be unconscious.
I'll show you how unconscious he is. Come on, you get up. Get up, the act is over. Are you...
What's the matter, Harvey?
This man is dead.
Oh, no.
Well, mister, this ought to convince you he wasn't a friend of ours.
You killed him.
Cut it out, pal. That ain't going to get you out of a manslaughter rap.
You murdered him, and then you followed me from the city. What's the idea? Who's paying you to do this to me?
Paying us? That's a laugh. What are you doing, Joe?
Checking this guy for identification.
Harvey, we can't let these men get away with this. There must be some way of...
Hey, look at this, Tom. I found it in the dead guy's pocket. An insurance policy for $50,000.
Oh, I see. Taken out by Frank Hudson. That must be the dead guy's name.
Never mind that. Look and see who's the beneficiary.
Yeah. It's Harvey Craig.
What?
Good heavens.
He's the guy that's running for the state senate.
Harvey, how does it happen that your name is on this?
Hey, wait a minute. This guy's Harvey Craig.
What? So that's the angle, huh? A murder frame-up.
It's tough, Your Honor.
Well, Julia, this is it. The end of a career.
But why? You can prove that you don't know that man, that Frank Hudson.
Maybe, but suppose I've been set up for the perfect rap.
Look, Bud, we're a couple of reasonable guys. You pay us the face value of that policy of $50,000, and we destroy the policy and forget what we saw.
Uh-huh.
We even make the corpse disappear. What do you say?
Harvey, you're not going to do it.
I'm afraid I am, Julia. Because if I don't, neither of us will live to tell the story.
I see what you mean.
Let's go back to town. I'll get the money.
You go with him, Joe.
Yeah.
I'll stay here and take care of the body.
That's the whole story, Nick. I paid them because I was afraid of what they might do to Julia and me. And because I wanted to get to your office as quickly as possible.
Why didn't you go to the police, Harvey?
I promised Julia I wouldn't. As a matter of fact, she doesn't even know I'm here.
Well, I don't understand it, Harvey. The girl you're engaged to doesn't want you to go to the police.
I know it sounds odd, Patsy, but you and Nick have never met Julia. She's proud. She thinks I'm a sucker for having paid off, and she thinks the less I talk about it to anyone, the better.
So you want us to keep mum?
Yes, please.
Why didn't you raise your voice when you got back to town?
I was afraid of the bad publicity, Nick. A murder charge.
Harvey, they wouldn't have dared to make it against you.
Oh, I wasn't thinking at the time. Oh, Nick, I want you to get them, will you?
Of course he will, Harvey.
I guess that settles that. I've been put to work.
Oh, thanks, Nick. Oh, here's a description of Joe and Tom. I've written it down.
Oh, good for you. Every little thing helps.
Well, I've got to go now. I'll be at my campaign headquarters, Nick, if you should want me. Goodbye, and good luck.
Poor Harvey. Well, Nick, what do you think?
I think this has all the earmarks of a murder racket for blackmail. Wonder whom it's happened to before.
Then you don't think this was the first time?
Oh, it couldn't be. Gang that operates so smoothly must have had a lot of experience. But where did they get the victims?
Well, if Harvey's typical, I'd say from who's who.
No, Patsy. I mean the victims they killed. Harvey told us he never saw that Frank Hudson before. Yet that man had a policy naming Harvey as the beneficiary.
Well, it could have been a phony.
Well, it could have been. But suppose it wasn't. Who set Hudson up for it? And how?
Boy,
Patsy, you got any old clothes? Any very old clothes?
Would you mind telling me what old...
Not at all. I've got an idea that somewhere in the slums or along the waterfront there are operators pulling hopeless prospects out of the gutter and setting them up for the kill. Well, you and I are going to be a couple of prospects.
But how much longer, Nick? We've been to every waterfront dive in town.
Now, Patsy.
2 whole weeks of living in rags.
Well, that's the detective business. Oh, go into your act. We're being watched.
Oh, why did I ever marry you? You were going to buy me a swell house and fur coats. I was going to be a grand lady.
Well, it's not my fault my plans didn't work out. All I need is one real break.
One real break. That's what I've been hearing for years. Well, I wish you'd break your neck.
Oh, fuck. Lay off, will you?
Oh, why did I ever marry you? No place to live, no decent clothes to wear. You never even had a job.
Well, maybe you think jobs grow on trees.
Maybe they do, mister.
What?
And what do you want?
Tom's name. You're in trouble, pal.
It's none of your business. You wouldn't talk so loudly.
I couldn't help it, Henry. I'm so fed up.
Yeah, she's got a right to be. She's hungry. She's got no place to live.
Why don't you go take a walk?
Maybe I got a job for you, Henry.
What?
For you too, baby, but don't count on it. I'm only the outside guy. I got a boss.
What kind of work will this be?
It depends. You interested?
Oh, yes.
How about Mabel?
I don't care what it is, Henry. You're going to work if it kills you. Let's go, Mr. Tom.
So, you've been married for 6 years, and you've done some traveling. The hobo trail, Mr. Nicholas?
Sometimes.
Hmm? Any man who would subject a woman to such a life...
Well, I couldn't help it, Mr. Bentley. The breaks were all against me.
How did you feel about that, Mrs. Nicholas?
Oh, I couldn't leave Henry.
Ah, such devotion. Well, I need a couple in my house. Naturally, you've never been a butler, Mr. Nicholas.
No.
No, sir.
No, sir.
That's better. I see you learn quickly. You'll keep this place in order, and you'll see that it's dusted.
Yes, sir.
And now, Mrs. Nicholas, can you cook?
Sure. Yes, sir, Mr. Bentley.
Good. My tastes are very simple. We'll get along. Tom.
Yeah?
These people are going to stay in the room on the 4th floor.
Okay.
Ask Joe to prepare it for them.
Okay, Mr. Bentley.
Do we go with him?
No. You wait here. If you're wondering about my 2 men, Tom and Joe, they live here with me. I prefer them to dogs.
Oh, we weren't wondering, Mr. Bentley.
Good. You'll make the ideal butler. Now, there's one matter that must be settled before we begin our relationship.
Yeah?
As you see, I have many valuables in this house. Rare paintings, antique vases, so forth.
Oh, you don't think we'd steal from you, Mr. Bentley?
It's happened before, my dear lady. And so I have one strict policy in this establishment. All my employees must be bonded.
Ah, I see.
Do you object, Mr. Nicholas?
Oh, no. It's all right with me, sir.
Yes. I'll have the forms here sometime tomorrow morning. In the meantime...
Excuse me, Mr. Bentley.
What is it, Tom?
Joe's on his way up the room. You want me to show him where to go?
Oh, they'll find it. The fourth floor, Mr. Nicholas. Then turn to the left.
Yes, sir. Come along, Mabel.
Yes, Henry.
I didn't do so bad, did I, Mr. Bentley? 2 instead of 1.
Yeah.
Why don't we give him the insurance business?
We don't know anything about them, Tom.
A couple of hard luck bums, that's all.
I wonder. The lady had clean fingernails.
Nick, I don't get it. What surety company would bond a derelict or a couple of derelicts?
Patsy, we're not going to be bonded.
But Mr. Bentley
It's
said...
only a gag with a last-minute switch.
Oh, from bonding to insurance?
Uh-huh.
Then when Mr. Bentley starts talking about insurance...
Yes, Patsy. Now, I think I'll let some air into this room.
But, Nick, in the Frank Hudson policy Harvey told us about, Bentley wasn't the beneficiary.
You're not on your toes tonight, Patsy.
Well, I'm only trying to put myself in the place of an intended victim.
Don't try. You're right in it.
But I'd become suspicious of a policy that didn't make Bentley the beneficiary.
It's no use. Window's sealed shut.
It's what?
Sealed. It's glass, barrier to the outside.
But why?
Just in case someone should want to yell for help.
Oh.
Does that answer your questions about the policy?
You mean the victims were forced?
They were if they became suspicious of Bentley. But as long as they believed in him as a good Samaritan who could do no wrong...
Even when he made someone else the beneficiary?
Even then. Remember, the people who signed those policies were hungry, down and out.
Oh.
Bentley was giving them...
May we come in?
Of course. Yes, sir.
Thank you. You stay here at the door, Tom. Okay. You, Joe.
Yeah, right, Mr. Bentley.
Well, my dear Mr. and Mrs. Nicholas, don't look so surprised. It's an old custom of mine when I'm welcoming new servants. I've brought a bottle of wine.
For us?
For me, too. A rare, sparkling Burgundy. I want you to feel at home. Permit me to do the honors. For you, Mrs. Nicholas.
Thank you, sir.
For you, Mr. Nicholas. And now one for me. Raise your glasses, please. A toast to my new servants, Mr. and Mrs. Nicholas, better known as Nick Carter.
Oh.
Did I startle you, Miss Bowen?
What? How did you find out about us?
Oh, my underground espionage system.
I see. Well, what are you going to do with us now?
Kill you both, of course.
Oh.
But not until I've made arrangements to convert you into cash. And that, my friends, will be very soon.
So, Bentley has found out Nick and Patsy, and behind him are 2 men with guns. We'll see what happens in just a moment. Now, back to the case of the policymakers. Today's adventure with Nick Carter, brought to you by new post-war Old Dutch Glenser. It is several hours later, and in Bentley's luxurious library, Nick and Patsy are sitting near the desk, surrounded by Tom, Joe, and Bentley.
Here's the forms, Mr. Bentley. All filled out and ready for the signature.
Well, thank you, Tom. Give Mr. Carter his. Your application for insurance, Mr. Carter. You're asking for $250,000.
Don't you rate me too high, Bentley?
Oh, no, not too high for a man of your reputation and connections.
Here's your application, sister.
Yes. Forgive us, Miss Bowen, but we think you're worth only $100,000.
I'm not worth anything to you.
You'll let me be the judge of that, won't you?
Well, so Jackson Phillips is going to be my beneficiary.
Why not? He's our city's leading banker. Now, Miss Bowen, your beneficiary is Mortimer Evans, the department store owner. He knows you quite well, personally, and by your extensive charge account.
It won't do you a bit of good, Bentley.
We'll see. Please sign these applications.
You're not going to send our friends up for blackmail?
Oh, a very harsh word, Mr. Carter.
Let me go to work on them, Mr. Bentley.
Oh, Joe, you're much too temperamental.
Well, it's no dice if we don't get their signatures. This ain't like the other jobs we done. We're shooting for big dough now. We gotta have their signatures in their own handwriting.
We'll have them, Joe, but without your methods.
What's wrong with my methods?
Oh, they're much too crude for present company.
Oh.
I'm sure that Mr. Carter and Miss Bowen will prefer my more scientific methods of persuasion.
Darn room. It's like a vault. Top floor vault.
They were going to torture us, Nick, if we hadn't signed.
Listen, Patsy, I'll let you in on a secret.
What?
I knew all the time we were going to sign those applications.
You did?
Of course, we had to sign them to get the goods on Bentley and his gang. No case without them.
Oh, I see that now, Nick.
Let's see. 2:00. Time to get out of this room and down to the library safe.
Oh, that's going to be easy, what with that window sealed and with Joe parked in the hall just outside.
It can be done. Bentley and Tom ought to be asleep by now.
Well, suppose they are. We still can't get out.
Take off your shoe.
What?
Your shoe, take it off. We got a job for it.
All right. Now what do I do? Hobble around?
Smack the heel of your shoe against that window pane and break it.
Now, look, Nick, I'd like to get some air, too.
Go ahead now. I'm going to plant myself behind this door.
On that chair you've got there?
No, under it, ready to bring it down on Joe's head. Okay, go ahead.
Some fun.
Hey, what's the idea of breaking it? Ow!
Well, Patsy, see what I mean?
Oh, you're full of tricks tonight, aren't you?
Full of them. Now let's get down to the library and take out some reading matter.
Nick, can't you get it open?
I don't know. It's been a long time since I opened a safe without knowing the combination.
Well, have you got enough light?
Yeah.
It's a lucky thing we found this flashlight in Bentley's desk drawer. And look at the size of it. Why, it must be 10 inches long. And it weighs close to...
There goes the bolt. Now for some quick research.
You need help?
Yeah, just bring the light closer.
Yeah.
Look, Patsy. Policy blanks.
A stack of them. Mr. Bentley had plans for a future, didn't he?
Let's see what's in this drawer.
Are they there, Nick? The applications we signed?
Yes, here they are.
Good.
Now, we'll make a bundle of all this evidence and then lock up the safe, just in case.
Oh, we're not going back upstairs, Nick.
Of course not. We're phoning the police.
That's much better. Nick.
Yes, quiet.
Someone's walking outside in the hall.
You didn't close the door, Patsy.
Oh, I forgot. They've seen the flashlight.
Oh, they won't see us. Let's get behind it. You're quiet.
Oh!
She fell down. Turn on the flash.
Dick, look. That's Harvey Craig.
Yes.
Oh, what's he doing in this house?
He just died.
Oh.
Murdered. Unless I don't know what I'm talking about.
Oh.
Don't you see it, Patsy?
See what?
This whole dirty business. How did Harvey Craig get to this house? Who brought him?
Someone turned the lights on.
So, you finally figured it out, Mr. Nick Carter.
What? Who's she?
You're Julia Prentice, aren't you?
Yes. I brought Harvey here. He shouldn't have told you what happened to us on the road.
You killed him?
We had some wine, honey. Harvey's glass had poison in it.
Oh.
Stay where you are, Carter. Mr. Bentley wouldn't like me to shoot you.
All right, Julia. You've got the heavy artillery.
And to think Harvey considered her a friend.
So many people do.
Men particularly, huh? Men with a lot of money.
Yes.
You're Bentley's contact woman. You set up the blackmail victim, and then you're in the car with him when the so-called hit and run takes place.
Of course. The right place and the right time are very important in our business.
How did you know we were in this house? We didn't see you.
I saw you, Miss Bowen, and I recognized Mr. Carter from his newspaper pictures. A peephole in the wall of your room upstairs, Mrs. Nicholas.
Oh, Nick, we never had a chance.
Let's say you might have had one if you didn't have clean fingernails.
Clean
A bad habit, Miss Bowen, when your life depends on it. Bentley phoned me in town. I came, I saw, and I couldn't believe my eyes.
Well, what happens now, Julia?
There's a little room in the cellar I'd like to have you see.
Oh?
It's not much of a room, but it's escape-proof. And we want so much to see you again tomorrow. That is when we'll need you.
What time is it, Nick?
My watch isn't as luminous as it used to be, but I should say it was about 1:15.
Day, night, or eternity?
Afternoon, Patsy. Hey, you're not losing your nerve, are you?
I never felt better in my life.
I'll bet.
Well, turn on your flashlight and you'll see. After all, we've only been down here since last night. Well, why don't you turn it on?
Can't.
Battery's dead.
Afraid so.
Nick.
Oh, no. Listen,
Nick,
Patsy.
we'll never see daylight again. They'll kill us before they take us out of here.
No, they won't. They can't.
But they will.
No, Patsy, we've got to appear to be accident victims. They can't run a car over us here.
Huh?
They've got to take us out of the house. And once we're out in the open...
Oh.
Here, this may be it, Patsy. Now, listen, don't fight them. We don't want them to carry us out.
You go first, Tom, with the lantern.
Right, Miss Bentley.
You next, Joe. And don't lower your gun.
Not with him around, boss.
Good afternoon, Mr. Carter, Miss Bowen. Julia told me you were very naughty last night.
Oh, I hope we didn't put you to any inconvenience.
We make the punishment fit the crime. Come here, Miss Bowen.
I like it where I am.
Me. We're going to have trouble. Julia has an appointment to go driving this afternoon with Mortimer Evans, your beneficiary. You've got to be on the road, Miss Bowen.
Oh, Nick.
His turn will come later, another day. We can't do everything at once, you know.
Listen, Bentley, you take both of us or you don't take either of us.
Very gallant, Mr. Carter. Tom, take Miss Bowen outside.
Okay.
No, you don't.
Hey, get him off me. Get him off.
Joe, you heard what Tom said.
Yeah, I'll get him off.
Nick!
That tap with my gun makes me even for last night.
Come along, Miss Bowen.
You killed him. Let me go. Nick!
No, my dear. It won't do you a bit of good to struggle. Julia has an appointment, and you must help her keep it.
Now for the conclusion of the case of the policymakers. Today's adventure with Nick Carter, brought to you by new post-war Old Dutch Cleanser. It's 10 minutes later. Patsy fainted and is lying on the sofa in the living room of Bentley's house. Nearby, Bentley and Julia are discussing their plans with Tom and Joe over a road map which is on the table.
Now, this is the exact point in the road where you're to be.
Can't we use the same road for a change, Mr. Bentley?
Listen to Julia, Joe, and don't ask so many questions.
Mortimer Evans and I will pass that point about 3:30. Now, what time do you have?
I've got 1:35.
Me too.
We agree. Well, Lucius, I'm ready to leave for town. I told Mortimer I'd meet him at 2 o'clock. I'm going to be late.
Oh, not too late, my dear. 10 or 15 minutes for one as charming as you.
Can it, brother? The only thing I see in you is a bookkeeping item.
Frank, aren't you?
Joe, get my car out of the garage.
Yeah, sure, right away.
Give me a cigarette, Lucius.
There are times, Julia, when you behave as if you're running the show.
I might as well be. You couldn't get along without me.
There are other women as well qualified.
That's going to cost you 15% more, darling.
What?
Another bookkeeping item. I was going to talk to you about that later, but since you brought it up...
Now, look here,
I
Julia.
want 45% from now on. You can have the 25% I've been getting.
Now, wait a minute.
There's no use arguing. I tell you that...
Crazy. Why,
Am I interrupting something?
Nick Carter.
He's got a gun.
Falling out among thieves, huh? Well, you won't have to worry about percentages anymore. Or maybe you should worry about the percentages, because from now on, they're all against you. Operator, give me police headquarters.
Nick, how did you do it?
Patsy, as I came up from the cellar, there was Joe walking toward the front door. He went out like a light. Of course, I had to hit him first.
Oh, that's not what I mean, Nick.
Then I took his gun and made the grand entrance. They were
No, you don't understand. I mean, how did you get out of that cellar room?
It was simple. I took the door off its hinges.
What?
With Bentley's flashlight.
You mean you used that flashlight to unhinge the door?
Mm-hmm. It was heavy enough to drive the pins out of the hinges very neatly.
Why, but I didn't hear
Of course not. I muffled the noise with my coat.
Honest, Nick. When I saw you on the floor, unconscious, I thought...
Ooh, I wasn't unconscious.
Oh, no. This is too much.
Oh, Joe telegraphed that wallop. I saw it coming, and I rode with it. The gun caught me in the back of the neck. That's why you're driving the car.
Why, I'm... All right, Nick. I'm listening.
Well, there's no mystery to it, Patsy. I've just got a good stiff pain in the neck, that's all.
Can you tell us something about the story new post-war Old Dutch Cleanser is going to bring us next week, Nick?
Well, Bob, next week we're going to meet a young contractor who helped us track a killer by trying to build a garage on an imaginary street.
And Nick found the killer by listening to a talking typewriter.
A talking typewriter? Imaginary streets? It sounds fascinating. What do you call the story, Nick?
I call it The Case of the Missing Street.
Nick Carter, Master Detective, is presented each week at this time by the Cudahy Packing Company. It is produced and directed by Jock McGregor and is copyrighted by Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. Charlotte Manson is featured as Patsy. Today's script was written by Stedman Coles. Original music is played by Henry Silverne. This program is fictional, and any resemblance to actual persons living or dead is purely coincidental. This is Bob Martin saying, when minutes count, use new post-war Old Dutch Cleanser. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
New post-war Old Dutch Cleanser, famous for chasing dirt, presents Nick Carter, famous for chasing crime. Every week at this time, two great names are joined as new post-war Old Dutch Cleanser brings you one of the most resourceful and daring characters in all detective fiction, Nick Carter, Master Detective.
Patsy, this case has been solved.
How, Nick?
By a talking typewriter.
What? Did you say a talking typewriter?
Yes, Patsy, I did. What's more, this typewriter talked about murder.
Ladies, when you're pressed for time these busy days before New Year's, simply do this. Use new post-war Old Dutch Cleanser made with activated seismotite in all your cleaning. Notice how amazingly fast new post-war Old Dutch cuts grease. Wonder at its new miracle-like speed as activated seismotite cleans away dirt and stains in hard or soft water. Thrill to a new, almost effortless ease in cleaning with new post-war Old Dutch. Thanks to activated seismotite, it cleans, polishes with a smooth, gliding action that means less work, less rubbing. So tomorrow morning, get 2 packages of new post-war Old Dutch Cleanser made with activated seismotite. See for yourself if it doesn't clean faster and easier than any cleanser you've ever used. Now for the case of the missing street. Today's adventure starring Lon Clark as Nick Carter, brought to you by new post-war Old Dutch Cleanser. A pretty girl named Jean White rushes up the rickety stairs of an ancient office building in the older part of town. She pushes open the door marked Wallace White, Contractor, and enters.
Wally! Wally, I'm here.
Oh, come in, sis, come in. Here, take a look at this.
Take a look at what?
My gosh, when you phoned me to rush over, it sounds as if you'd finally got a contract.
I have, Gene, I have. I'm sure of it.
Oh, Wally, after all these months, I can't believe it.
Oh, so you didn't think Wallace White Private First Class could turn into Wallace White Contractor, eh? Well, here's my first job, sis.
Oh, that's great.
The Cosmopolis Company's building a 10-story garage down on the northwest corner of 9th Avenue and 9th Street. Here's the architect's set of blueprints.
But how did you get them?
Well, they asked me to submit a bid, so I sent for them, and I submitted a bid that's got to be the lowest. I can't lose.
Oh, Wally, that's wonderful. Hey, wait a minute. Since when are they tearing down the movie house?
What movie house?
The one on the northwest corner of 9th Avenue and 9th Street.
Oh, you're crazy. There isn't a movie house there. That's an empty lot.
Oh, no, it isn't. Remember, I lived in Greenwich Village when I first came to town, when I roomed with Patsy Bowen.
The girl who works for Nick Carter?
Yeah, that's right. And there's a movie house right where this garage is supposed to go up. I know that.
Now, wait a minute. I know the village, too. It's a vacant lot.
It is not. The vacant lot is at 10th Street.
The movie house is at 10th Street.
All right, wise guy. Come on down to the village and I'll prove you're wrong.
Well, this is 9th Avenue and 10th Street. And there's the movie house on the corner, just as I said.
Golly, I could have sworn. Wait a minute, Wally. We're both right. There's the vacant lot across the street, also at 9th Avenue and 10th. Golly, the village is so twisted and mixed up, you can't ever remember anything about...
Gene, hold it.
What's the matter?
There's something fishy here.
Fishy?
Yeah. There isn't any intersection of 9th Avenue and 9th Street.
What?
Well, take a look for yourself. The avenue runs into the village square and ends. And 9th Street is below the square. It doesn't even come close to the avenue.
But the blueprint says...
Yeah. It says that a garage is going to be built on imaginary land. But there just isn't any such street corner.
I don't understand, Wally. Is this some kind of a gag or something?
Well, if it is, I don't like it. I paid a $50 deposit to the Cosmopolis Company on these blueprints.
Do you think something is crooked, Wally?
It sure looks that way.
But, Wally...
Hey, Gene, do you think Patsy Bowen could get us in to see Nick Carter? Even if it's a case involving only $50.
Gee, I don't know. We could try.
Okay, then, let's try. We got to get help from somebody.
In the first place, Mr. White, there's no such thing as a case too small for me to investigate. Understand that?
But I can't pay him, Mr. Carter.
You see, Wally hasn't earned much money since he's been out of the Army. He's trying to get started in the contracting business.
Miss White, I don't charge folks I want to help if they can't afford to pay.
Oh, Mr. Carter, you're... Excuse me, but I've got to do this.
Hey! What's the idea of kissing my boss?
There.
Miss White.
I just had to show you my gratitude.
Well, we'll enter that on a new file card marked Wallace. Fee, 1 kiss, paid in advance. And that's a fee it'll be a pleasure to earn.
That is what I call an ambiguous crack.
All right, then. Suppose we skip it. You know, White, if the Cosmopolis Company's in the racket I think it is, it'll be a pleasure to smash it.
What racket do you think that is, Mr. Carter?
Well, I figure they've sent out blueprints to contractors all over this part of the country. And those blueprints are for buildings no one ever intends to build.
But I paid a $50 deposit for those plans.
And the crooks you paid your money to have no intention of returning it.
Why, those dirty...
They don't care what you do with the blueprints. It costs them only a few cents. You multiply $50 by a couple of hundred gullible contractors, and you have quite a racket. A racket which is repeated in city after city.
Well, Nick, what are you going to do about it?
First thing, Patsy, is that we're going down to the mailing address of the Cosmopolis Company. They're legitimate? Okay. They're not?
Yes.
Then I'm going to earn that kiss.
Oh, good afternoon.
How do you
Can I
do?
help you, please? I'm Doris Foster.
I'm Nick Carter. This is my secretary, Patsy Bowen.
Nick Carter, the detective?
That's right. Tell me, Miss Foster, what's your connection with the Cosmopolis Company?
Well, none, really. Miss Harris, my boss, rents out this office as a mailing address. She has several clients, and the Cosmopolis Company is one of them. Why?
Is there any mail for them now?
Well, yes, there is.
Let me see it, please.
Well, really, Mr. Carter, I can't
I'm
let
not
you...
going to open the mail. I just want to look at it. May I see it, please?
But why?
Because there's a chance that the Cosmopolis Company may be running a racket. I want to check.
You mean they're doing something crooked?
That's the idea.
Oh, my gosh, this is awful. I mean, here's the mail.
Thanks. Oh, turn up that light, will you, Patsy?
Uh-huh. Like this?
Yes, that's fine. Thanks. 11 letters here. With a strong light behind them, it looks as though each one contains a check or money order. I guess that's all the proof we need, Patsy.
Well, how is that proof, Nick? Wally White isn't the only contractor in the world.
True enough, but a legitimate firm wouldn't be requesting construction bids from so many different contractors. This is a racket, all right.
Oh.
And you're right in the middle, Miss Foster.
Oh, now listen, Mr. Carter, I've only worked here for a few weeks. I don't know
Who
anything.
picks up the mail for Cosmopolis?
A man named Nixon.
You know anything about this Nixon? His address? How to get in touch with him?
No, but he usually comes in every afternoon.
What time?
Well, any time.
All right. We won't trouble you anymore, Miss Foster.
But we'll certainly trouble that Mr. Nixon when he comes in.
Oh, Miss Foster, when Nixon comes in, give him this mail. But be careful not to say anything about me. Understand?
Oh, yes, Mr. Carter.
All right. Come on, Patsy. Huh. Looks as if I'm not going to earn that kiss after all. Gene White will have to give it to Uncle Sam. Step around the corner of the hall, Patsy.
What was that crack about Uncle Sam, Nick?
This is a federal case. Illegal use of the mail. I've got to notify the FBI. This isn't for us.
Oh.
But I'm not taking any chances on this Nixon in the meantime. Come on over here.
Why?
I want to look in this broom closet.
But what for?
Tell you in a minute. Oh. Don't know.
Nick, what's all the mystery?
See that ventilator up there?
Yes, but
There's also a ventilator in the office where Miss Foster is.
I didn't notice it.
Well, I did. And we should be able to hear anything that's said in there from right here.
But I can't hear anything.
Naturally. Miss Foster's in there alone. She's not talking to anybody.
Well, what do you intend to do? Just stand here until somebody comes in and starts to talk?
No, I'm leaving you here. Then I'm sending Scubby over with a portable wire recorder. You two should be able to get that grill off and hold the microphone right up against the grill on the other wall.
Gee, it's pretty high up, Nick.
Scubby will give you a boost.
Well, sure,
I want
but...
you to try to record everything that's said in that office.
Well, we'll do our darndest, Nick, but what's the idea?
That Foster girl looked flustered.
She was.
I'm sure she won't be able to keep her mouth shut. When she sees Nixon, she may be provoked into saying something valuable.
And when Nixon leaves, Scubby tails him, eh?
You're a smart girl, Patsy. When Scubby leaves, you report back to the office. We'll turn over everything we got in this case to the government man. What's the joke?
Well, I just can't wait to see you turn over to an FBI man that kiss Gene gave you.
Hello, Doris. How's the office going? Oh, gosh, Miss Harris, I'm awful glad you came in. Something terrible's just happened. What's the matter, Doris? I'm afraid we're mixed up in some kind of racket, Miss Harris. Nick Carter was just here.
Nick Carter? What did he want?
He was doing some investigating for a man named Wally White. Mr. Carter said those Cosmopolis people are some kind of crooks.
Oh, is that so?
And I think Mr. Carter's going to wait until Mr. Nixon calls for his mail and then do something to him.
Now, take it easy, Doris. If that Nixon is a crook, I'll get rid of him fast enough.
Oh, gosh, Miss Harris, it's got me so upset I
Look,
can't...
Doris, why don't you take the rest of the day off? I'll take care of things here at the office.
Oh, gee, thanks, Miss Harris. Honestly, I'm so shaky I couldn't type anymore today.
Don't worry, I'll finish up for you.
Gosh, you're swell. It's a pleasure working for you, even if I have only been here a few weeks. Oh, Mr. Nixon.
Hiya, Doris.
My boss has something to tell you, Mr. Nixon. Goodbye.
Well, what's the matter with her?
Your mail is on the desk, Mr. Nixon.
What? Oh, yeah. Thanks.
I'll trouble you to take your mail out of here. And take yourself, too.
What are you talking about?
Never mind what I'm talking about. Just understand that I'm severing relations with your company as of today. I don't want anything more to do with you, Mr. Nixon, or the Cosmopolis Company.
Okay. I don't know why you're sore at me all of a sudden, but it's okay with me. You ain't the only public steno in this city.
Quite right, Mr. Nixon. Goodbye.
Nick, you're back yet?
All right here, Patsy.
Oh.
Got back to the office a few minutes ago. Been talking with the Justice Department.
Do they know about Nixon?
They're hot on his trail. In fact, they've been after him for over a year.
Oh?
They tell me he always operates with the same girl. They're an old team.
Doris Foster.
The girl in the office?
Yes.
What makes you so sure? Did she tell Nixon anything?
Listen, Nick. Doris Foster pretended to be upset by your visit. She went home for the day and left the office to her boss, a woman named Fran Harris.
Oh,
Then Nixon came in for his mail, and Fran Harris didn't say a thing to him, just told him to get out.
that's so.
I'll bet Doris Foster pulled that act just to get a chance to warn him.
Maybe. Did Scobby tail Nixon when he left?
Uh-huh, he went right out after him. Maybe I wasn't thankful for that.
Why?
Well, can't you imagine me cooped up in a dark closet with a Scubby? He kept asking me to marry him every 2 minutes.
You didn't say yes, did you?
Of course not.
Well, what about this Fran Harris?
Well, she kept her mouth shut, Nick. Just gave Nixon the freeze. Told him to take his mail and never come back.
She did, huh?
Uh-huh. I've got the recording here, but it won't do any good. Nixon didn't say anything incriminating.
And Scubby's our only lead. Hope he can hold on to Nixon.
Oh, he'll report back as soon as he gets the chance.
Oh, wait a minute. Nick Carter speaking.
Mr. Carter, this is Jean White.
Well, yes, Jean.
You've got to come up to my brother's office right away.
What's the matter?
He's been shot. I think he's dead. Murdered.
Nick and Patsy leave the office at a run, jump into Nick's convertible, and drive swiftly toward Wallace White's office. We'll see what happens next in just a moment. Ladies, with 1948 just a few days away, here's a New Year's resolution that's easy to make, easy to keep. It's a resolution to make all your cleaning faster, easier next year with the wonderful help of new post-war Old Dutch cleanser made with activated seismotite. The very first time you try new post-war Old Dutch, you'll be amazed at its new miracle-like speed as activated seismotite cleans away both dirt and stains. And you'll thrill to the new, almost effortless ease activated seismotite gives new post-war Old Dutch. It cleans, polishes with a new gliding action that means less work, less rubbing for you. So for faster, easier cleaning in 1948, get new post-war Old Dutch cleanser made with activated seismotite tomorrow. It's at your dealers now in the same familiar package. Now, back to the case of the missing street. Today's adventure with Nick Carter, brought to you by new post-war Old Dutch cleanser. In Wallace White's office, Nick examines the body on the floor while Jean pours out her story.
We were just sitting here, Mr. Carter, talking about that missing street and wondering whether you'd get Wally's money back.
Oh, easy, Jean.
Then all of a sudden there was a shot through the glass panel in the door and Wally just slumped out of his chair. I called you right away.
It's a good thing you did, Jean. Wally's badly hurt, but he isn't dead.
Oh, thank heaven.
Bullet through the lung. Missed his heart by a fraction of an inch, I think. Patsy, get on the phone and get an ambulance here, fast.
Right, Nick.
I can't understand it, Mr. Carter.
Neither can I, Jean. This attempted murder doesn't make sense. True enough, Wally made the move that uncovered Nixon's blueprint racket. It's true that Nixon can get about 7 years in the federal penitentiary if he's caught, but that doesn't add up to murder. It just doesn't make sense.
The ambulance is coming, Nick.
Oh, good. What the blazes happened to Scubby? He was on Nixon's tail. How'd he let him shoot Wally?
Well, maybe he just waited downstairs when Nixon came up here.
Oh, he couldn't be that stupid. You explained to her about the case, didn't you?
Well, of course I did, Nick.
And he knew that this was Wally's address. Of course, he'd follow Nixon up the stairs to see what he was after.
Well, that's right.
We'll hold on here until the ambulance takes over. Then we'll hustle back to the office and see whether we can find Scubby. I want to hear what he's got to say.
Oh, wait a minute, Nick. You said this was a federal case. It isn't our business.
The mail fraud part isn't, and we'll bow out on that. But attempted murder was something else, Patsy. That's always my business.
Scubby!
Hi, folks.
Scubby, what the deuce are you doing here in the office? Where's Nixon?
Gee, Nick, I'm sorry. He got away from me.
Got away from you?
Yeah, I lost him.
And let him go up to Wally White's office and pump a bullet into him.
What?
Scubby, I hate you. Don't you ever propose to me again.
All right, now easy, Patsy. What happened, Scubby?
Well, I tailed Nixon out of the building. I swear he never saw me. Then he got into a cab, and I followed the cab all the way up to the city line. But when we got there, Nixon wasn't in it.
The old Dodge, huh? Went in one door of the cab and right on out the other. Must have seen you, Scubby.
Oh, how could he? I wasn't tailing him for more than a minute.
Maybe he's smarter than we think.
Oh, well, gee, Nick,
All right. We've lost our lead with Nixon. Let's find another. Patsy, let me hear that wire recording.
Huh? Well, there isn't anything on it.
All right, let's hear it anyway.
Okay. Here goes. Oh, Mr. Nixon.
Hiya, Doris.
My boss has something to tell you, Mr. Nixon. Goodbye.
Well, what's the matter with her?
Your mail is on the desk, Mr. Nixon.
What? Oh, yeah. Thanks.
I'll trouble you to take your mail out of here. And take yourself, too.
What are you talking about?
Never mind what I'm talking about. Just understand that I'm severing relations with your company as of today. I don't want anything more to do with you, Mr. Nixon, or the Cosmos Company.
Okay. I don't know why you're sore at me all of a sudden, but it's okay with me. You ain't the only public steno in this city.
Quite right, Mr. Nixon. Goodbye.
Well, how about that?
See? You're wrong, Nick. We didn't learn a thing.
I repeat, how about that?
Well, did we?
What time is it, Patsy?
5:10.
Just time enough to go down and have another interview with Fran Harris. That girl didn't talk, but maybe she can help us find Nixon another way.
I hope we're in time, Nick.
I think we are.
Well, what now, Nick?
Scubby, you're going upstairs. Wait in the corridor outside Fran Harris's office. If she leaves the office, stay with her.
Check.
We'll wait here and pick you up when you come out. I'll get going.
You bet. And this time I don't get fooled.
Patsy, let's go in that drugstore there. We need a phone.
A phone?
Right. I'm going to interview Miss Harris on the telephone, and when I finish, wild horses won't be able to keep her in that office 1 minute longer.
One cheeseburger on toast.
All right, come on in the booth, Patsy. It'll be pretty crowded.
Oh, I don't mind.
Okay, come on.
Huh?
One cheeseburger.
Nick, what are you going to say to Fran Harris when you get her on the phone?
First of all, I'm going to try to sound like Nixon.
Yeah, but what are you going to say?
Anything that comes into my head, just as long as it doesn't make sense.
But, Nick...
All right, now, Patsy, muffle the phone with your handkerchief so I can have my other hand free.
Sure, but I don't get it.
All right, now, quiet. I'll have her in a second.
Okay.
Hello.
Oh, hello, Miss Harris.
Yes, who's this?
This is the Craniston Fanisetto Company calling the time of day. Is this the Kermis of Excellence?
What's that?
Hey, why the double talk?
Get quiet, Patsy. I don't think you do you, Miss Harris? Well, please understand the way it means, or at least. I'm going to say it again the twice time when you went inside the office. You did. You didn't get that? And he did.
I'm afraid I don't understand.
Well, I wouldn't if I were the type that you. It's perfectly ridiculous, isn't the time I went in there? We should at least, because listening is understanding, which is a sensible way, isn't it?
You have the wrong number. Goodbye.
Ah, she hung up.
Nick, what were you tapping your ring against the phone for all the time you were talking?
That was part of the interview. Come on. Fran Harris will be shooting out of her office any minute, and we've got to be in the car ready to follow her.
She's turning down 4th Street, Nick.
Right. We'll stay with her.
I wish I knew what you said to her on the phone. She came scooting out of her office.
I gave her some double talk.
Double talk?
With Nixon's voice, or a reasonable facsimile. And while he talked, Nick also tapped on the phone with his ring.
Oh, I wish I could figure out your tricks, Nick.
Yeah.
You could. Crooks could, too. That wouldn't be so good. Heads up now. Fran just ducked into that loft building.
Are we going in after her?
We are. We've got to move fast or we'll lose her.
I can hear her, Nick. She's still running up the stairs ahead of us.
Probably headed for the top floor.
Well, what's she got to do with Nixon and Doris Foster?
You'll find out.
Is she sore because they were using her office for their racket?
All right, let's keep extra quiet, please. Top floor coming up.
You think Nixon's inside that loft?
I hope so.
But what do we do?
A simple thing. Just knock on the door and go in. After we're inside, we'll take him.
Well, suppose he puts up a fight. Don't forget what he did to Wally White.
I'm not forgetting Wally White.
But, Nick, you can't.
All right now. Stop here.
Okay.
Nixon, open up. Open up, Nixon. I want to talk to you.
Oh, watch out!
Get down, quick. Get down. I was wrong. There's going to be a fight. And maybe another murder.
Nick, Patsy, and Scubby crouch on the floor as shots splinter the plant door. We'll see what happens in just a moment. Friends, we won't be with you again until next week, so we take this opportunity to wish you the very best of everything for the new year. 1947 has seen America assume a role of world leadership. The poor and oppressed peoples in many lands look to us in the years ahead for strength and guidance. So let us set the example by welcoming the coming year with faith and optimism, confident that we can lead the world on the paths of peace and righteousness. The makers of new post-war Old Dutch Cleanser and the entire cast of Nick Carter all join me in wishing you a very happy, very prosperous new year. Now for the conclusion of the case of the missing street, brought to you by new post-war Old Dutch Cleanser. Outside the door of the blueprint plant, Nick, Patsy, and Scubby hug the floor as bullets smash through the door over their heads.
We've got to do something, Nick.
Mr. Carter! Mr. Carter, he's in here!
That's Fran Harris.
Save me, Mr. Carter! Oh, save me!
I'm coming in, Miss Harris.
Oh, Nick, you can't do it.
Stay there, Patsy.
Are you crazy? He'll drop you as soon as you go through that door.
No, he won't. Here I come, Nixon.
Oh, Nick!
All right, you can come in too, Patsy. Nixon's dead.
Dead? Nixon's dead.
What?
With a bullet through his heart. There's Fran over against the wall.
Well, you got here just in time, Mr. Carter. Nixon was going to kill me.
It's no use, Miss Harris. You made a good try, but it didn't work.
A good try?
How could Nixon be dead with a bullet through his heart when I never fired a shot?
Why,
You were hoping I would shoot, weren't you?
Oh, he killed himself when you said you were coming in.
Oh, no, he didn't, Fran. You put a bullet into him and staged the whole act. Too bad I followed up the lead so quickly, isn't it? You were hoping he'd be framed for the murder of Wally White.
You mean she shot Wally?
I told you that murder didn't make sense, Patsy. What it did as soon as I discovered Fran was in the racket with Nixon and was using Doris as a front.
That's not true.
Then Doris was innocent, Nick?
She was, Scubby. When we started investigating the fraud pulled on Wally White, she got scared and reported it to Fran Harris. And Fran suddenly got a bright idea.
What do you mean?
You figured that if you killed Wally with Nixon's gun, you could blame the killing on Nixon. And a ballistics test would show that it was Nixon's gun, and he'd be executed for murder. Then you could take over the racket.
You're a liar.
Look, Fran, whether or not we can prove that you killed Wally makes no difference, because we can prove you killed Nixon just now.
You cannot.
Oh, yes, we can. You see, Fran, there's no gun within Nixon's reach as he lies there dead. And there are also no powder marks on him to indicate suicide. Therefore, the only person who could have killed him is you.
Well, you'll never prove anything.
Don't bother to argue, Fran. A criminal court will settle it for you, and settle it good with the evidence I have. From now on, a prison cell is going to be your mailing address.
Nick, there are a couple of points.
About what, Patsy?
Well, you say Fran Harris and Nixon worked this racket together.
That's right.
Then you mean that whenever Nixon started this racket in a new city, Fran went on ahead and rented an office so he could have a mailing address?
Sure. She also hired a girl to work for her as a stenographer. The girl, of course, knew nothing about the racket. She just knew that she worked for Fran.
Uh-huh. Yeah, but how did you figure out the tie-up between Fran and Nixon?
Why, the minute I heard that wire recording, I knew that they were working together.
But she didn't say anything, Nick.
She didn't. But her typewriter said plenty.
Her typewriter?
Mm-hmm. She was typing in code all the time she was talking.
In code?
That's right.
What?
She and Nixon had it worked out for emergencies. She was afraid someone might be listening outside, so she tapped out a message on her typewriter in international code. Nick Carter snooping around. Play dumb and go back to the plant.
So that's how Nixon knew Scubby was tailing him.
Correct.
And that's how you got it to lead us to the plant. While you were talking double talk to her, you were also tapping a message to her with your ring.
Right again.
Huh.
All I said was, Nixon calling. Emergency. Come to plant immediately.
And when she heard us outside the loft door, she realized she'd been followed.
Exactly. And she tried her last desperate trick. She killed Nixon and then fired a few more shots and pretended she was an innocent victim about to be murdered.
Yeah, but you didn't fall for it, which finished the case.
No, not quite. We've got to go around to the hospital and see Wally White.
Oh. Got a present for Jean?
No, but I've got a reward for Wally.
Huh?
The Justice Department was offering $1,000 for information leading to the arrest of Nixon. And I'm seeing to it that Wally collects.
Oh, that's swell.
He lost money on a missing street, but now he's going to collect on a missing crook.
Nick, how about a hint or two on what new post-war Old Dutch Cleanser has in store for us next week?
Well, Bob, the only thing I can tell you is something I'm afraid you won't believe.
Well, if you say it, well, I'll believe it. Go on and tell me.
Okay, then. It's the story of a man who was shot and killed by a stained glass window.
Killed by a... Oh, now, Nick, wait a minute.
Oh, well, Bob, you can't say Nick didn't warn you.
But that sounds absolutely crazy. What do you call the story, Nick?
I call it The Case of the Devil's Left Eye.
Attention homemakers. Now you don't need a mixing bowl to color margarine. The sensational new Del-Rich Easy Color Pack margarine ends mixing bowl mess. With Del-Rich, the margarine and color berry are both inside a sealed plastic bag. You simply pinch the berry, then gently knead the bag. And Del-Rich quickly blends to a luscious golden color inside the bag. And listen, the delicious country sweet flavor and freshness of Del-Rich are sealed in. It's truly America's finest margarine. Ask for the new Del-Rich Easy Color Pack margarine tomorrow. Nick Carter, Master Detective, is presented each week at this time by the Cudahy Packing Company. It is produced and directed by Jock McGregor and is copyrighted by Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. Charlotte Manson is featured as Patsy. Today's script was written by Alfred Bester. Original music is played by Henry Silverne. This program is fictional, and any resemblance to actual persons living or dead is purely coincidental. This is Bob Martin saying, when minutes count, use new post-war Old Dutch Cleanser. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.